What is a teacher? I'll tell you, it isn't someone who teaches something, but someone who inspires the student to give of her best in order to discover what she already knows. Tears are words that need to be written. Accept what life offers you and try to drink from every cup. All wines should be tasted, some should only be sipped, but with others, drink the whole bottle. If you're brave enough to say goodbye, life will reward you with a new hello. The two hardest tests on the spiritual road are the patience to wait for the right moment and the courage not to be disappointed with what we encounter. When you find your path, you must not be afraid. You need to have sufficient courage to make mistakes. Disappointment, defeat, and despair are the tools God uses to show us the way. Culture makes people understand each other better. And if they understand each other better in their soul, it is easier to overcome the economic and political barriers. But first they have to understand that their neighbor is, in the end, just like them, with the same problems, the same questions. No one can lie, no one can hide anything, when he looks directly into someone's eyes. Be brave. Take risks. Nothing can substitute experience. I have seen many storms in my life. Most storms have caught me by surprise, so I had to learn very quickly to look further and understand that I am not capable of controlling the weather, to exercise the art of patience and to respect the fury of nature. You have to take risks. We will only understand the miracle of life fully when we allow the unexpected to happen. Life was always a matter of waiting for the right moment to act. When you are enthusiastic about what you do, you feel this positive energy. It's very simple. I can control my destiny, but not my fate. Destiny means there are opportunities to turn right or left, but fate is a one-way street. I believe we all have the choice as to whether we fulfill our destiny, but our fate is sealed. Tell your heart that the fear of suffering is worse than the suffering itself. And no heart has ever suffered when it goes in search of its dream. I've done everything I wanted to do, even if I have had to pay a very high price, which has been the case most of the time. There is an afterlife. I am convinced of this. I have spent every New Year's Eve since 1992 in Lourdes. I spend the hour of my birth every year in the grotto. It's a place with meaning for me. I was not encouraged to follow the career of a writer because my parents thought that I was going to starve to death. They thought nobody can make a living from being a writer in Brazil. They were not wrong. With all due respect, the Mona Lisa is overrated. I tweet in the morning and the evening. To write 12 hours a day, there is a moment when you're really tired. It's my relaxing time. My connection with Brazil is so abstract. My blood and my way of thinking is Brazilian, but that's it. I don't tend to go back to the past, and although I have an apartment there, I rarely visit. When I move, I really move. The good old days, when each idea had an owner, are gone forever. All women have a perception much more developed than men. So all women somehow, being repressed for so many millennia, they ended up by developing this sixth sense and contemplation and love. And this is something that we have a hard time to accept as part of our society. The more in harmony with yourself you are, the more joyful you are and the more faithful you are. Faith is not to disconnect you from reality, it connects you to reality. People are very reluctant to talk about their private lives, but then you go to the internet and they're much more open. MySpace is my wife. Facebook is my mistress. Elegance is achieved when all that is superfluous has been discarded and the human being discovers simplicity and concentration. The simpler and more sober the posture, the more beautiful it will be. You're always learning. The problem is, sometimes you stop and think you understand the world. This is not correct. The world is always moving. You never reach the point you can stop making an effort. Everything that happens once can never happen again. But everything that happens twice will surely happen a third time. I believe enlightenment or revelation comes in daily life. I look for joy, the peace of action. You need action. I'd have stopped writing years ago if it were for the money. When a person really desires something, all the universe conspires to help that person to realize his dream. When you write an article about anything, trolls use the comments to attack. They feel frustrated, but haters are losers. It's not good to feed this aspect. It's more intelligent to be constructive. Everybody is a political person, whether you say something or you are silent. A political attitude is not whether you go to parliament, it's how you deal with your life, with your surroundings. Jesus lived a life that was full of joy and contradictions and fights, you know. If they were to paint a picture of Jesus without contradictions, the Gospels would be fake, but the contradictions are a sign of authenticity. My literature is much more the result of a paradox than that of an implacable logic, typical of police novels. The paradox is the tension that exists in my soul. One is loved because one is loved. No reason is needed for loving. Love is a trap. When it appears, we see only its light, not its shadows. No, I never saw an angel, but it is irrelevant whether I saw one or not. I feel their presence around me. I talk to my readers on social networking sites, but I never tell them what the book is about. Writing is lonely, so from time to time I talk to them on the internet. It's like chatting at a bar without leaving your office. I talk with them about a lot of things other than my books. I walk every day, and I look at the mountains and the fields and the small city, and I say, "Oh my God, what a blessing." Then you realize it's important to put it in a context beyond this woman, this man, this city, this country, this universe. The two worst strategic mistakes to make are acting prematurely and letting an opportunity slip. To avoid this, the warrior treats each situation as if it were unique and never resorts to formulae, recipes, or other people's opinions. Elegance is usually confused with superficiality, fashion, lack of depth. This is a serious mistake. Human beings need to have elegance in their actions and in their posture because this word is synonymous with good taste, amiability, equilibrium and harmony. I am 100% Virgo, stubborn, overorganized, slightly abstracted from the rest of the world. I have been practicing archery for a long time. A bow and arrow helps me to unwind. I write from my soul. This is the reason that critics don't hurt me, because it is me. We want to answer this classical question, who am I? So I think that most of our works are for art, or whatever we do, including science or religion, try to answer that question. You drown not by falling into a river, but by staying submerged in it. I'm first and foremost a writer. I followed my personal legend, my childhood dream of becoming a writer, but I can't say why I'm one. What I can say is that all my characters are searching for their souls, because they are my mirrors. I'm someone who is constantly trying to understand my place in the world, and literature is the best way that I found in order to see myself. We have to stop and be humble enough to understand that there is something called mystery. I always was a rich person because money's not related to happiness. I am not happy, and the quest for happiness as a principal objective is not part of my world. Of course, ever since I can remember, I have done what I felt like doing. I'm not a person that socializes very well. Things do not always happen the way I would like them to happen, and I had better get used to that. Love can consign us to hell or to paradise, but it always takes us somewhere. When I write a book for myself. The reaction is up to the reader. It's not my business whether people like or dislike it. Publishing is in a kind of Jurassic age. This may sound a little bit idealistic, but when I go to my blog, my Facebook page, my Twitter account, I talk to different people from all over the world, and you see how it's easy to establish a dialogue. I'm not saying that love always takes you to heaven. Your life can become a nightmare. But that said, it is worth taking the risk. The gigantic tension before the shooting of an arrow, and the total relaxation seconds later, is my way of connecting to the universe. Physical elegance, which is what I am talking about here, comes from the body. This is no superficial matter, but rather the way that man found to honor the way he places his 2 feet on the ground. The wise are wise only because they love. The fool are fools only because they think they can understand love. Sometimes I catch myself stooping, and whenever I am like that, I am sure something is not quite right. The major religions, Christianity, Judaism, Islam, they deny somehow that God has a feminine face. However, if you go to the holy texts, you see there is this feminine presence. We have lost contact with reality, the simplicity of life. The more violent the storm, the quicker it passes. You can become blind by seeing each day as a similar one. Each day is a different one, each day brings a miracle of its own. It's just a matter of paying attention to this miracle. I am a Catholic because I choose to be a Catholic. And then I go to the Mass because I choose. It is out of my free will. Writing is a solitary experience. I'm extremely superstitious. If I talk about the book or name the title out loud before finishing, I feel the energy I need to write will be drained. It's so intimate, I can't even share it with my wife. When you want something, all the universe conspires in helping you to achieve it. I cry very easily. It can be a movie, a phone conversation, a sunset. Tears are words waiting to be written. Waiting is painful. Forgetting is painful. But not knowing which to do is the worst kind of suffering. What interests me in life is curiosity, challenges, the good fight with its victories and defeats. Remember your dreams and fight for them. You must know what you want from life. There is just one thing that makes your dream become impossible: the fear of failure. Most of my young years were spent under the boots of the military. If you start by promising what you don't even have yet, you'll lose your desire to work towards getting it. Everything is possible, from angels to demons to economists and politicians. I'm modern because I make the difficult seem easy, and so I can communicate with the whole world. It's not difficult for me to put my feelings into written form. I try to be concise and to go direct to the subject. This is what people like about my work, and what the critics hate. Everybody has a creative potential, and from the moment you can express this creative potential, you can start changing the world. When I'm dancing, I'm not thinking about anything. I am here. I am totally there. You know. And the feeling is a sensation of being away from myself. My soul dances with the angels, and my body dances with my wife. I am a Catholic, not so committed to the Church, but to the idea of the Virgin, the female face of God. Let us be absolutely clear about one thing: we must not confuse humility with false modesty or servility. You should treat a muse like a fairy. Everything for me is sacred, beginning with earth, but also going to things made by man. Twitter is my bar. I sit at the counter and listen to the conversations, starting others, feeling the atmosphere. In writing, I apply my feminine side and respect the mystery involved in creation. However happy people say they are, nobody is satisfied. We always have to be with the prettiest woman, buy a bigger house, change cars, desire what we do not have. Of course, to have money is just great because you can do what you think is important to you. I always was a rich person because money's not related to happiness. About the idea of a clash between cultures, between civilizations, I don't believe in it. It's something some political leaders tried to use, and that the media tried and are still trying to sell us, in order to simplify the world and their work. I am not a self-help writer. I am a self-problem writer. When people read my books, I provoke some things. I cannot justify my work. I do my work, it is up to them to classify it, to judge. Every day I try to be in communication with the universe in an unconscious way. I love almost everything about my work except conferences. I am too shy in front of an audience. But I love signings and having eye contact with a reader who already knows my soul. It took me 40 years to write my first book. When I was a child, I was encouraged to go to school. I was not encouraged to follow the career of a writer because my parents thought that I was going to starve to death. It's very difficult to read a book on your computer. Writers are lampposts and critics are dogs. Ask lampposts what they think about dogs. Does the dog hurt the lamppost? I'd have stopped writing years ago if it were for the money. I had this dream to become a writer since I was a teenager. I was arrested 3 times and tortured once. Happiness is just another of the tricks that our genetic system plays on us to carry out its only role, which is the survival of the species. In the United States, I am a great success, but I am not a celebrity. The only thing that relaxes me is archery. That's why I have to have apartments with gardens. I don't set out to write about spirituality. I am free to do something different every time. Publishers see free downloads as threatening the sales of the book. I can't consciously explain how people feel after reading my books. All is too personal. My readers, and I get 400 emails for a day, my readers normally they say, well, you understand me, and I answer, you do understand me also. We are in the same level. I lived in a dictatorship in Brazil, and I was arrested 3 times. I felt in my flesh what it is to live under such a regime and experience deprivation of freedom. I wanted to write when I was young, but people said it was impossible. Then my parents locked me in a mental institution. They said I was crazy and would never make a living from writing. Once I found this possibility to use Twitter and Facebook and my blog to connect to my readers, I'm going to use it, to connect to them and to share thoughts that I cannot use in the book. When I had nothing more to lose, I was given everything. When I ceased to be someone who I am, I found myself. When I was humiliated and yet I kept on walking, I realized I was free to choose my own destiny. I think that perhaps we always fall in love the very first time we see the man of our dreams, even though, at the time, reason may be telling otherwise. And we may fight against that instinct, hoping against hope that we won't win, until there comes a point when we allow ourselves to be vanquished by our feelings. I think you can have 10,000 explanations for failure, but no good explanation for success. I still pray, but it's something automatic, and I'm not even sure I still believe in it. Because I've suffered, and God didn't listen to my prayers. Because many times in my life I have tried to love with all my heart, and my love has wound up being destiny, is what you have always wanted to accomplish. Everyone, when they are young, knows what their destiny is. At that point in their lives, everything is clear and everything is possible. They are not afraid to dream, and to yearn for everything they would like to see happen to them in their lives. But, as time passes, a mysterious force begins to convince them that it will be impossible for them to realize their destiny. Writing means sharing. It's part of the human condition to want to share things, thoughts, ideas, opinions. Don't allow your mind to tell your heart what to do. The mind gives up easily. Why do we have to listen to our hearts? Because, wherever your heart is, that is where you'll find your treasure. We will only understand the miracle of life fully when we allow the unexpected to happen. Every day, GD gives us the sun and also one moment in which we have the ability to change everything that makes us unhappy. Every day, we try to pretend that It's the simple things in life that are the most extraordinary. Only wise men are able to understand them. Be brave. Take risks. Nothing can substitute for experience. Even if I live not in a big city, even if I detest to go to parties, I love street fairs and long conversations with people in the countryside. Perseverance brings good luck. I am not saying that I am different, but I don't have emotional pain. I may be angry and I may be peaceful, but no emotional pain. The first spiritual quality we need to have is not faith, it is courage. Love is the glue that keeps the stars in place. I am very present in my work and my work is somehow an expression of my soul, but at the same time I think that a writer cannot write out of nothing. I don't choose. Normally it's the book that chooses me. People are reading more and writing more because of the internet. So the virtual world is a way for me to listen to my readers and interact with my readers. It is a way that they can voice their opinion. Brazil is my way to see the world. Being born in that country means, you don't have a wall separating the physical reality from the magical reality. I am going to die. But I am going to die in peace because I lived my life as intensely as I could. Walking is almost as important as breathing, for me. Walking helps me a lot to feel alive, and I do this every single day, my wife and I. We have long conversations about nature, and we also walk silently, just contemplating. You have two types of writers, one like Proust who was locked in his room and wrote the masterpiece. And the other type was Hemingway who celebrated life and also wrote a masterpiece. You need to change yourself. The moment that you change yourself it is a gigantic step. And this is what I do. The book is much more important than the writer. I don't know if the books are making the world a much better place. I don't write with that objective. What I know is that I see my readers creating a critical mass so we can at least understand this world in a different way. I write because I need to share my thoughts with the audience. I don't make plans. I live my life on a daily basis. For many years I was trying to find answers only through books, but then I realized that basically, life is about experience and the thing that you have to do is experience life instead of only reading about it. Reading is very important, but it's not enough. After reading, you have to take some decisions in your hands and move forward and be the human being that you are, and then going and meeting people and work. Every new book is a challenge. I could, of course, have stopped many years ago if it was only for money. But no, it is about building bridges among cultures, different cultures. When you want someone to understand something that is not forcefully in your culture, you use stories. When I was 40, I wrote my first book, The Pilgrimage, and I said to myself, why did it take so long for me to write this book? Because my dream, since I was 10 years old, was to be a writer. I said, I have to revisit my life using a metaphor, and the metaphor was basically this boy that has a dream and has to go far away to realize that his dream is close to him. For a writer you have to be interested in different cultures, different backgrounds. You are not there to write only about your village. You're there to show a bit of your village, but also to understand other villages. I am living here and now. The blessing of my life is that I am totally concentrating on the present moment. And I want to be because there is nothing but the present moment. To dream is not enough, you have to fulfill your dream. Simplicity is the heart of everything. If you look to the desert, apparently the desert is very simple but it's full of life. It's full of hidden places and the beauty is that it looks simple but it's complex in the way that it expresses the soul of the world or God. Since my childhood I learned that to understand the world we need to go further and take the risks of sailing in unknown seas. I only can write a book every 2 years, you know. And I write very fast, but I'm not always writing every day. I needed a contact with different things, like nature, for example. I cannot be in front of a computer trying to tell a story. I see is that there are many people who destroy their marriages because of one-night stands with someone else. And as the French say, ce n'est pas grave. It's not something easy to swallow, but at the same time, it does not justify you to end a long-lasting relationship because something happened. Happiness is this place that, once you arrive there, you have nothing else to do. You get bored. Passion is this up and down, it's like a roller coaster, you know, and much more interesting to me. I am a person that is very curious about what is going on in the world and there are a lot of subjects to write about, you meet a lot of interesting people. But one idea will be there and it will show up without any logic. It is a book that has been written in my heart before it is written into sentences. I like to be challenged with language, so I start to do texts for my blogs that people can download, can spread. There is no commercial interest behind it. It's only for fun, like doing something that you really enjoy to do. I have texts that I write specifically for the internet and I put them there. I am interested in how readers also respond to the texts that I write to them. As a writer I have to find platforms that can use this writing process. The internet is one of them. As long as you still have one bridge left, nothing is lost. But from the moment that you cannot even understand the storytelling or the music of other cultures anymore, then we become strangers to each other and the situation will become very complicated. I feel it's my duty as a human being, as a person who is trying, like everybody else who thinks about the state of the world, to enhance the importance of multicultural connection. If you are never alone, you cannot know yourself. Solitude is not absence of love, but its complement. I fell asleep and dreamed that life was only happiness. I woke and discovered that life was duty. I did my duty and discovered that life was happiness. Only the defeated know love. Because it is in the realm of love that we fight our first battles, and generally lose. Defeat is for the valiant. Only they will know the honor of losing and the joy of winning. I am not here to tell you that defeat is a part of life, we all know that. Only the defeated know love. Because it is in the realm of love that we fight our first battles, and generally lose. I am here to tell you that there are people who have never been defeated. They are the ones who never fought. They manage to avoid scars, humiliations, feelings of helplessness, as well as those moments when even warriors doubt the existence of God. Manuscript found in Accra, Paulo. Only children believe they're capable of everything. They're trusting and fearless. They believe in their own power and get exactly what they want. When children grow up, they start to realize that they're not as powerful as they thought and that they need other people in order to survive. Then the child begins to love and to hope his love will be requited, and as life goes on, he develops an ever greater need to be loved in return, even if that means having to give up his power. We all end up where we are now, grown-ups doing everything we can to be accepted and loved. Don't try to be useful. Try to be yourself. That is enough. That makes all the difference. Without solitude, love will not stay long by your side. Defeat is for the valiant. Only they will know the honor of losing and the joy of winning. Defeat is for those who, despite their fears, live with enthusiasm and faith. Our task is not to leave a record of what happened on this date for those who will inherit the earth. History will take care of that. Life will undertake to separate us, and we must each set off in search of our own path, our own destiny, or our own way of facing death. There is nothing worse than the feeling that no one cares whether we exist or not, that no one is interested in what we have to say about life, and that the world can continue turning without our awkward presence. I began to imagine how many millions of people were, at that moment, feeling utterly useless and wretched, however rich, charming, and delightful they might be, because they were alone that night, as they were yesterday, and as they might well be tomorrow. Never miss an opportunity to show your love, especially to those close to you, because we are always at our most cautious with them for fear of being hurt. Love is only a word, until we decide to let it possess us with all its force. Love is only a word, until someone arrives to give it meaning. Don't give up. Remember, it's always the last key on the key ring that opens the door. When I took the pills, I wanted to kill someone I hated. I didn't know that other Veronicas existed inside me, Veronicas that I could love. Men dream more about coming home than about leaving. Some books make us dream, others bring us face to face with reality, but what matters most to the author is the honesty with which a book is written. You should paint those visions of paradise rather than just talking about them. In a world where everyone struggles to survive whatever the cost, how could one judge those people who decide to die? No one can judge. Each person knows the extent of their own suffering or the total absence of meaning in their lives. I closed my eyes and let the music flow through me, cleansing my soul of all fear and sin and reminding me that I am always better than I think and stronger than I believe. That is the most common excuse, and the most foolish of all. Love has never prevented a man from following his dreams. If she truly loves you, she will want the best for you. Even if you're doing the same thing over, you need to discover something new, fantastic, unbelievable that went unnoticed the time before. It's better to live cherishing a dream than face the possibility that it might all come to nothing. As he looked up at the clouds or down at the precipice, he realized that this woman was the most important thing in his life, that she was the explanation, the sole reason for the existence of those rocks, that sky, that winter. If she were not there with him, it wouldn't matter if all the angels of heaven came flying down to comfort him. Paradise would make no sense. People only give value to a thing if they have, at some point, been uncertain as to whether or not they'll get it. Life is the train and not the station. Outside, beyond what is right and wrong, there exists a vast field. We will find each other there. I don't see any reason why I should look for someone who never took the trouble to love me. The present moment, though, is outside of time, it's eternity. In India they use the word karma, for lack of any better term. But it's a concept that's rarely given a proper explanation. It isn't what you did in the past that will affect the present. It's what you do in the present that will redeem the past and thereby change the future. Do not try to explain feelings. Live everything intensely and treasure what you feel as a gift from God. He's seeing my soul, my fears, my fragility, my inability to deal with a world which I pretend to master, but about which I know nothing. A warrior of light values a child's eyes because they are able to look at the world without bitterness. When he wants to find out if the person beside him is worthy of his trust, he tries to see him as a child would. Knowledge was always the power that kept the universe in its place and the stars turning in their orbits. Learning something means coming into contact with a world of which you know nothing. In order to learn, you must be humble. What is I? It's what you are, not what others make of you. What we see is not always what exists. Pain was no longer a cause of suffering, but a source of pleasure, because they were redeeming humanity from its sins. Pain becomes joy, the meaning of life, pleasure. This is for you, he, the alchemist, said, holding one of the parts, of gold, out to the monk. It's for your generosity to the pilgrims. But this payment goes well beyond my generosity, the monk responded. Don't say that again. Life might be listening, and give you less the next time. When you choose your attitude toward life, you can affect reality by making it better for you. It is much more intelligent, more practical, to be good rather than evil. It was all a matter of control. And choice. Nothing more, nothing less. Evil had to manifest itself and fulfill its role, so that ultimately good could prevail. Evil needs to manifest itself, for them to understand the value of good. Victories and defeats form part of everyone's life, everyone, that is, except cowards, as you call them, because they never lose or win. But when he thought to complain about the burden of its weight, he remembered that, because he had the jacket, he had withstood the cold of the dawn. We have to be prepared for change, he thought, and he was grateful for the jacket's weight and warmth. The jacket had a purpose, and so did the boy. If I had a choice, if I had understood earlier that the reason my days were all the same was because I wanted them like that, perhaps. But human beings are like that, she thought. We've replaced nearly all our emotions with fear. We who determine how quickly time passes. We live in a vale of tears, we can have all the dreams we like, but life is hard, implacable, sad. I am always amazed that so many people are concerned with wanting to be what they are not. What is the point of making yourself look ridiculous? You don't always have to pretend to be strong. There is no need to prove all the time that everything is going well. You shouldn't be concerned about what other people are thinking. Cry if you need to. It's good to cry out all your tears, because only then you will be able to smile again. I savor the idea of my new state, single and a millionaire. At this moment, many people have stopped living. They do not become angry, nor cry out, they merely wait for time to pass. They did not accept the challenges of life, so life no longer challenges them. We're allowed to make a lot of mistakes in our lives, except the mistake that destroy us. Love transforms and love cures, but sometimes love builds deadly traps and can end up destroying a person who had resolved to give him or herself completely. What is this complex feeling which, deep down, is the only reason we continue to live, struggle and improve? We always have the necessary resources to face the storms that life throws at us. But most of the time, those resources are locked up in the depths of our heart and we waste an enormous amount of time trying to find them. By the time we found them, we already been defeated by adversity. What makes life interesting are the challenges we face. I understand once again that the greatness of God always reveals itself in the simple things. Traditional religion's practices are important. They allow us to share with others the communal experience of adoration and prayer, but we must never forget spiritual experience is above all a practical experience of love, and with love, there are no rules. Some may try to control their emotions and develop strategies for their behavior, others may turn to reading books of advice from experts on relationships, but this is all folly. The heart decides, and what it decides is all that really matters. Stop being yourself and become who you always wanted to be. You don't seem mad at all, she said. But I am, although I'm undergoing a cure, because my problem is that I lack a particular chemical. However, while I hope that the chemical gets rid of my chronic depression, I want to continue being mad, living life the way I dream it, and not the way other people want it to be. Do you know what exists out there, beyond the walls of Elite? I only invoked what you already knew. Go and get your things, he said. Dreams mean work. In order not to suffer, you had to renounce love. It was like putting out your own eyes in order not to see the bad things in life. And although she was sometimes dissatisfied with herself, she felt unable to go beyond her own limitations. Books were safer. They say that extroverts are unhappier than introverts and have to compensate for this by constantly proving to themselves how happy and contented and at ease with life they are. Talent is a universal gift, but it takes a lot of courage to use it. Don't be afraid to be the best. Everything which is done in the present affects the future by consequence, and the past by redemption. Temptation said that we all dream of committing crimes, but that only the unbalanced make that macabre idea a reality. A disciple can never imitate his guide's steps. You have your own way of living your life, of dealing with problems, and of winning. Teaching is only demonstrating that it is possible. Learning is making it possible for yourself. Everything, absolutely everything on this earth makes sense, and even the smallest things are worthy of our consideration. But time, as well as healing all wounds, taught me something strange too, that it's possible to love more than one person in a lifetime. I remarried. I'm very happy with my new wife, and I can't imagine living without her. This, however, doesn't mean that I have to renounce all my past experiences, as long as I'm careful not to compare my two lives. You can't measure love the way you can the length of a road or the height of a building. Every moment of searching is a moment of encounter. What people regard as vanity, leaving great works, having children, acting in such a way as to prevent one's name from being forgotten, I regard as the highest expression of human dignity. I wept because I was re-experiencing the enthusiasm of my childhood. I was once again a child, and nothing in the world could cause me harm. How many of us will be saved the pain of seeing the most important things in our lives disappearing from one moment to the next? I don't just mean people, but our ideas and dreams too. We might survive a day, a week, a few years, but we're all condemned to lose. Our body remains alive, yet sooner or later our soul will receive the mortal blow. The perfect crime, for we don't know who murdered our joy, what their motives were, or where the guilty parties are to be found. They, too, are the victims of the reality they created. The soil needs the seed and the seed needs the soil. The one only has meaning with the other. It is the same thing with human beings. When male knowledge joins with female transformation, then the great magical union is created, and its name is wisdom. Wisdom means both to know and to transform. People no longer try to decipher the mystery of life, but choose instead to be a part of it. We are not worshipping anyone or anything, we are simply communing with creation. No one places her dreams in the hands of those who might destroy them. About the nature of human beings. I discovered that confronted by temptation, we will always fall. Given the right circumstances, every human being on this earth would be willing to commit evil. What they forget is that, from ancient Greece on, the people who returned from battle were either dead on their shields or stronger, despite and because of their scars. It isn't the desire to abide by the law that makes everyone behave as society requires, but the fear of punishment. Each one of us carries a gallows inside us. If there is any possible consolation in the tragedy of losing someone we love very much, it's the necessary hope that perhaps it was for the best. Remember, the first road to God is prayer, the second is joy. Death frees from the fear of dying. She, the Virgin Mary, was normal. She had already had other children. The Bible tells us that Jesus had 2 brothers. Virginity, as it relates to Jesus, is based on a different thing. Mary initiated a new generation of grace. A new era began. She is the cosmic bride, Earth, which opens to the heavens and allows itself to be fertilized. The boy didn't know what a personal legend was. It's what you have always wanted to accomplish. Everyone, when they are young, knows what their personal legend is. At that point in their lives, everything is clear and everything is possible. They are not afraid to dream, and to yearn for everything they would like to see happen to them in their lives. But, as time passes, a mysterious force begins to convince them that it will be impossible for them to realize their personal legend. I needed to choose between the one thing that really filled them thoughts, my love for that woman, and losing my freedom and all the choices that the future promised me. To be honest, the decision was easy. Lucas Jesson Peterson. The boy reached through to the soul of the world, and saw that it was part of the soul of God. And he saw that the soul of God was his own soul, and that he, a boy, could perform miracles. Lord, protect our decisions, because making decision is a way of praying. Give us the courage after our doubts, to be able to choose between one road and another. May our yes always be a yes and our no always be a no. Once we have chosen our road, may we never look back nor allow our soul to be eaten away by remorse. And in order for this to be possible, it is always far easier to have faith in your own goodness than to confront others and fight for your rights. Because you believed I was capable of behaving decently, I did. I've crossed these sands many times, said one of the camel drivers one night. But the desert is so huge, and the horizon so distant, that they make a person feel small, and as if he should remain silent. The boy understood intuitively what he meant, even without ever having set foot in the desert before. Whenever he saw the sea, or a fire, he fell silent, impressed by their elemental force. If good things are coming, they will be a pleasant surprise, said the seer. If bad things are, and you know in advance, you will suffer greatly before they even occur. I think that, with age, people come to realize that death is inevitable. And we need to learn to face it with serenity, wisdom and resignation. Death often frees us from a lot of senseless sufferings. The desert is a capricious lady, and sometimes she drives men crazy. Feelings do not grow old along with the body. Feelings form part of a world I don't know, but it's a world where there's no time, so space, no frontiers. She, with her affection and her gaiety, had been largely responsible for him having rediscovered the meaning of life. Her love had driven him to the far corners of the earth, because he needed to be rich enough to buy some land and live in peace with her for the rest of their days. It was his utter confidence in this fragile creature that had made him fight with honor, because he knew that after a battle he could forget all the horrors of war in her arms, and that, despite all the women he had known, only there in her arms could he close his eyes and sleep like a child. I learned that the search for God is a dark night, that faith is a dark night. And that's hardly a surprise really, because for us each day is a dark night. None of us knows what might happen even the next minute, and yet still we go forward. Because we trust. Because we have faith. Maktub, it is written. With the rain, falls the wisdom of heaven. Love is not a habit, a commitment, or a debt. It isn't what romantic songs tell us it is, love simply is. Christ surrounded himself with beggars, prostitutes, tax collectors and fishermen. What he meant by this was that the divine spark is in every soul and is never extinguished. When fate is very generous with us, there is always a well into which all our dreams can tumble. If a man we don't know phones us up one day and talks a little, makes no suggestions, says nothing special, but nevertheless pays us the kind of attention we rarely receive. We're quite capable of going to bed with him that night, feeling relatively in love. That's what we women are like, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's the nature of the female to open herself to love easily. Take these, said the old man, holding out a white stone and a black stone that had been embedded at the center of the breastplate. They are called Urim and Thummim. The black signifies yes, and the white no. When you are unable to read the omens, they will help you to do so. Always ask an objective question. Meet your obligations. But obligations never prevented anyone from following their dreams. Remember that you are a manifestation of the Absolute, and do only those things in your life that are worth the effort. Only those who do that will understand the great transformations that are yet to be seen. Physical elegance comes from the body. This is no superficial matter, but rather the way that man found to honor the way he places his 2 feet on the ground. We must not confuse humility with false modesty or servility. Well, to find, not the meaning of life, because I believe in mysteries, I believe that there is a mystery that goes far beyond our understanding. Happiness. There are a series of rules, and if you fail to follow them, your conscious mind will refuse to accept the idea that you're happy. Only the possibility of carrying out a dream makes our life worth living. Hatred is public demonstration of inferiority complex. Every scar has a life of its own and a space in my heart. Thousands of years ago, weren't we capable of building enormous structures like the pyramids? Weren't we capable of worshipping gods, weaving, making fire, finding lovers and wives, sending written messages? Of course we were. But although we've succeeded in replacing slaves with wage slaves, all the advances we've made have been in the field of science. Human beings are still asking the same questions as their ancestors. In short, they haven't evolved at all. I'm afraid of taking steps that are not on the map, but by taking those steps despite my fears, I have a much more interesting life. Simply having the courage to say senseless things made me euphoric. I was free, with no need to seek or to give explanations for what I was doing. This freedom lifted me to the heavens, where greater love, one that forgives everything and never allows you to feel abandoned, once again enveloped me. Sex was always surrounded by taboos, and I don't see it necessarily as a manifestation of evil. I think that sexuality is first and foremost the way that God chooses for us to be here on earth, to enjoy this energy of love in the physical plane. I think we are afraid of each other when it comes to sex, because we read so much about sex, we talk so openly about sex, we see movies and we read books. But when we are face to face with someone else, we forget our individual patterns, that we are unique. So we try to repeat other people's patterns, according to what we've seen and what we heard. So most of us are very frustrated, because we don't accept our individuality as far as sex is concerned. Life is like Twitter, nobody wants to sign off. Heaven and earth are meeting in a storm that, when it's over, will leave the air pure and the leaves fertile, but before that happens, houses will be destroyed, centuries-old trees will topple, paradises will be flooded. I've met a man and fallen in love with him. I allowed myself to fall in love for one simple reason: I'm not expecting anything to come of it. I know that, in 3 months' time, I'll be far away and he'll be just a memory, but I couldn't stand living without love any longer. I had reached my limit. Other people think exactly the opposite. They surrender themselves without a second thought, hoping to find in passion the solutions to all their problems. They make the other person responsible for their happiness and blame them for their possible unhappiness. They are either euphoric because something marvelous has happened or depressed because something unexpected has just ruined everything. Passion makes a person stop eating, sleeping, working, feeling at peace. A lot of people are frightened because, when it appears, it demolishes all the old things it finds in its path. Fear of failure leads to failure. Everything in life is about sharing. It is part of the human condition. The celebrity syndrome. When people forget who they are and start to believe what other people say about them. And with the passing years, what had once seemed like a miracle or the luckiest of chances and which he had always promised himself he would never become enslaved by, has gradually become his sole reason to go on living. Being afraid of having an endoscopy, if you're a man, and giving birth, if you're a woman. Being equally convinced that aggression and rudeness are synonymous with having a powerful personality. Thinking that being a good, decent, respectable person will mean that others will see you as weak, vulnerable, and easy to manipulate. Blaming the government for all the bad things that happen. Assuming that women don't like football and that men aren't interested in home decorating and cooking. Believing that you can be sure of everything you've achieved. Avoiding depression with large daily doses of television. Travel is not about money, it's about courage. The world has never been as divided as it is now, what with religious wars, genocides, a lack of respect for the planet, economic crisis, depression, poverty, with everyone wanting instant solutions to at least some of the world's problems or their own. And things only look bleaker as we head into future. At some point, we have each said through our tears, I'm suffering for a love that's not worth it. We suffer because we feel we are giving more than we receive. We suffer because our love is going unrecognized. We suffer because we are unable to impose our own rules. But ultimately there is no good reason for our suffering, for in every love lies the seed of our growth. Fate is strange. Almost no one I know married the first love of their lives. But for those who did are always telling me that they missed something important, that they didn't experience all that they might have. By the river Piedra I sat down and wept. I kissed him hard. The few people in the bar must have been thinking that all they were seeing was just a kiss. They didn't know that this kiss stood for my whole life, and his life, as well. The life of anyone who has waited, dreamed, and searched for their true path. The moment of that kiss contained every happy moment I had ever lived. God is here, right now, at our side. We can see him in this mist, in the ground we're walking on, even in my shoes. His angels keep watch while we sleep and help us in our work. In order to find God, you have only to look around. Love can only be found through the act of loving. But other people also invite us to behave like victims, when they complain about the unfairness of life, for example, and ask us to agree, to offer advice, to participate. Be careful. When you join in that game you always end up losing. Those who are truly enlightened, those whose souls are illuminated by love, have been able to overcome all of the inhibitions and preconceptions of their era. They have been able to sing, to laugh, and to pray out loud. They have danced and shared what St. Paul called the madness of saintliness. They have been joyful, because those who love conquer the world and have no fear of loss. True love is an act of total surrender. Rarely do we realize that we are in the midst of the extraordinary. Miracles occur all around us, signs from God show us the way, angels plead to be heard, but we pay little attention to them because we have been taught that we must follow certain formulas and rules if we want to find God. We do not realize that God is wherever we allow Him/her to enter. I love you because all the loves in the world are like different rivers flowing into the same lake where they meet and are transformed into a single love that becomes rain, and blesses the earth. Real love changes and grows with time and discovers new ways of expressing itself. Everyone contributes a word, a sentence, an image, but in the end it all makes sense. The happiness of one becomes the joy of all. You can't want to be happy, because that's too easy and too boring. Possibly. Basically, everything that happens in our life is our fault and ours alone. A lot of people go through the same difficulties we went through, and they react completely differently. We looked for the easiest way out, a separate reality. Millions of couples out there practiced the art of sadomasochism every day, without even realizing it. They went to work, came back, complained about everything, insulted their wife or were insulted by her, felt wretched, but were, nonetheless, tightly bound to their own unhappiness, not realizing that all it would take was a single gesture, a final goodbye, to free them from that oppression. Problems of the heart always bruise the soul. But if you've ever felt love, you'll know how painful it is to suffer for love. Because a warrior of light knows that he has duties and responsibilities. I am in the Aleph, the point at which everything is in the same place at the same time. I'm at a window, looking out at the world and its secret places, poetry lost in time and words left hanging in space, sentences that are perfectly understood, even when left unspoken. Feelings that simultaneously exalt and suffocate. Déjà vu is more than just that fleeting moment of surprise, instantly forgotten because we never bother with things that make no sense. It shows that time doesn't pass. It's a leap into something we have already experienced and that is being repeated. If a lie is repeated often enough, it ends up convincing everyone. When we feel weak, all we have to do is wait a little while. The spring returns and the winter snows melt and fill us with new energy. You are not trying to find the answer to a question, you are simply trying to confirm something you desperately want to believe, that everyone is evil. Chantal. Because I've suffered. Because many times in my life I have tried to love with all my heart, and my love has wound up being trampled or betrayed. It is only courage on the path itself that makes the path appear. When in doubt, just take the next small step. Give yourself freedom to try out new things. Don't be so set in your ways that you can't grow. Every day was another day spent waiting. Every night was another night when she might meet someone who would recognize her true worth. Her heart had already been broken many times over, and yet she still believed she was destined to meet the man of her life. The book is a film that takes place in the mind of the reader. That's why we go to movies and say, "Oh, the book is better." Don't think about what you've left behind, everything is written in the soul of the world, and there it will stay forever. If you never take a risk, you will never know what changes you need to make. Love is just a word until someone comes along and gives it meaning. Wait. This was the first lesson I had learned about love. The day drags along, you make thousands of plans, you imagine every possible conversation. You promise to change your behavior in certain ways, and you feel more and more anxious until your loved one arrives. But by then, you don't know what to say. The hours of waiting have been transformed into tension, the tension has become fear, and the fear makes you embarrassed about showing affection. The trouble with words is that they give us the illusory sense that we are making ourselves understood as well as understanding what others are saying. However, when we turn around and come face to face with our destiny, we discover that words are not enough. What do you want? You can't want to be happy, because that's too easy and too boring. You can't want only to love, because that's impossible. What do you want? You want to justify your life, to live it as intensely as possible. That is at once a trap and a source of ecstasy. Try to be alert to that danger and experience the joy and the adventure of being that woman who is beyond the image reflected in the mirror. Lie down on the ground and feel the planet's heart beating. Going after what I believe in. When you must choose a new path, do not bring old experiences with you. Those who strike out afresh, but who attempt to retain a little of the old life, end up torn apart by their own memories. Do not forget, seek to win all your battles, including those you fight against yourself. Do not fear the scars. Do not be afraid of victory. That is what the forest taught me. That you will never be mine, and that is why I will never lose you. I will always remember you, and you will remember me, just as we will remember the evening, the rain on the window, and all the things we'll always have because we cannot possess them. When mouths close, it's because there's something important to be said. Happiness is the only goal worth pursuing. Fanaticism is the only way to put an end to the doubts that constantly trouble the human soul. Love is the force that brings us back together, in order to condense the experience dispersed in many lives and many parts of the world. Always remember the proverb, "This too shall pass." Your negative feelings won't last forever, there's a light at the end of every tunnel. It might not happen today or tomorrow, but you'll feel better eventually. God, I am trying to recover my faith. Please don't abandon me in the middle of this adventure, I prayed, pushing my fears aside. Once someone asked me, "What do you want to be your epitaph?" So I said, "Paulo Coelho died when he was alive." I am talking to you, but the moment I am talking to you, the universe is being created and destroyed. Then she opened her eyes. Veronica did not think, this must be heaven. Heaven would never use a fluorescent tube to light a room, and the pain, which started a fraction of a second later, was typical of the earth. Ah, that earth pain, unique, unmistakable. The happier people can be, the unhappier they are. They spent days, nights, weeks, and years talking, never accepting the fact that, good or bad, an idea only exists when someone tries to put it into practice. You shouldn't have asked, I said. Love doesn't ask many questions, because if we stop to think we become fearful. It's an inexplicable fear, it's difficult even to describe it. Maybe it's the fear of being scorned, of not being accepted, or of breaking the spell. It's ridiculous, but that's the way it is. That's why you don't ask, you act. As you've said many times, you have to take risks. For those that were never wounded by love, they will never be able to say, I lived. Because they haven't. Love doesn't need to be discussed, it has its own voice and speaks for itself. Somewhere you are holding the person I love, the boy said. So, when I look out over your sands, I am also looking at her. I want to return to her, and I need your help so that I can turn myself into the wind. Always chose the road less taken. To love is to be in communion with the other and to discover in that other the spark of God. Don't ask permission. If it does not work, you can apologize later. The gods throw the dice and they don't ask whether we want to be in the game or not. You can't avoid pain, but you can choose to overcome it. There is no time to leave important words unsaid. All religions lead to the same God, and all deserve the same respect. Anyone who chooses a religion is also choosing a collective way for worshipping and sharing the mysteries. Nevertheless, that person is the only one responsible for his or her actions along the way and has no right to shift responsibility for any personal decisions onto that religion. And they will return one day knowing the miracle of the heavens and of all the world. God knew what he was doing when he drew their attention to the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. If he hadn't wanted them to eat it, he would never have mentioned it. Seek to live, remembrance is for the old. The Latin word responsibility reveals its true meaning, the capacity to respond, to act. Over-anxiety ultimately banishes every trace of joy from life. Long since, the desert wind wiped away our footprints in the sand. But at every second of my existence, I remember what happened, and you still walk in my dreams and in my reality. Thank you for having crossed my path. The Lord often has his prophets climb mountains to converse with him. I always wondered why he did that, and now I know the answer. When we are on high, we can see everything else as small. Our glory and sadness lose their importance. Whatever we conquered or lost remains there below. From the heights of the mountain, you see how large the world is, and how wide its horizons. Where are they written? In the world around us. Merely be attentive to what happens in your life, and you will discover where, every moment of the day, he hides his words and his will. Seek to do as he asks. This alone is the reason you are in the world. If I discover it, I'll write it on clay tablets. Do so. But write them, above all, in your heart. There they can neither burn nor destroyed, and you will take them wherever you go. It is not the life that matters, but the journey. Enjoy the questions and forget the answers. Absolute freedom does not exist. What does exist is the freedom to choose anything you like and then commit yourself to that decision. Even if it is only for a matter of moments, because those moments bring with them a love so intense that it justifies the rest of our days. If a book isn't self-explanatory, then it isn't worth reading. Work is a blessing when it helps us to think about what we're doing, but it becomes a curse when its sole use is to stop us thinking about the meaning of our life. I'm afraid of love, because it involves things that are beyond our understanding. It sheds such a brilliant light, but the shadow it casts frightens me. Love was above everything else, and there was no hatred in love, only the occasional mistake. I am two women, one wants to have all the joy, passion and adventure that life can give me. The other wants to be a slave to routine, to family life, to the things that can be planned and achieved. I'm a housewife and a prostitute, both of us living in the same body and doing battle with each other. Because I don't live in either my past or my future, that I'm interested only in the present. And, when you can't go back, you have to worry only about the best way of moving forward. You're mistaken, Father. You were in paradise, but you didn't recognize it. It's the same with most people in this world. They seek suffering in the most joyous of places because they think they are unworthy of happiness. A man doesn't prove he's a man by getting an erection. He's only a real man if he can pleasure a woman. And if he can pleasure a prostitute, he'll think he's the best lover on the block, Naya. I could have. What does this phrase mean? At any given moment in our lives, there are certain things that could have happened but didn't. The magic moments go unrecognized, and then suddenly, the hand of destiny changes everything. What made you fall in love with a prostitute? I didn't understand it myself at the time. But I've thought about it since, and I think it was because, knowing that your body would never be mine alone, I had to concentrate on conquering your soul. When you know how to use it, disobedience can be a virtue. Because it seemed too simple to accept that life was an act of faith. I think classical ballet dancers dance on point because they're simultaneously touching the earth and reaching up to the skies. In fairy tales, the princesses kiss the frogs, and the frogs become princes. In real life, the princesses kiss princes, and the princes turn into frogs. Dream and love are just words, until you decide to experience them. We are all pilgrims in search of the unknown. I start to think that I'm losing the love I have without having yet won the love I hope to win. No one wants their life thrown into chaos. That is why a lot of people keep that threat under control, and are somehow capable of sustaining a house or a structure that is already rotten. They are the engineers of the superseded. No project is completed until its objective has been achieved. So long as you do no harm to another, change your opinion once in a while. Contradict yourself without being embarrassed. This is your right. It doesn't matter what others think because that's what they will think, in any case. This was the kiss I had waited for so long, a kiss born by the river of our childhood, when we didn't yet know what love meant. A kiss that had been suspended in the air as we grew, that had traveled in the world in the souvenir of a medal, and that had remained hidden behind piles of books. A kiss that had been lost and now was found. In the moment of that kiss were years of searching, disillusionment and impossible dreams. God has a prepared path for us to follow. We just have to read the omens He has left for us. Writing is one of the most solitary activities in the world. It's the oasis, said the camel driver. Well, why don't we go there right now? The boy asked. Because we have to sleep. Even if you slept with every man on earth, my love will still survive. Whenever a new situation presented itself, you had to remain cool and distant. Veronica had noticed that a lot of people she knew would talk about the horrors in other people's lives as if they were genuinely concerned to help them, but the truth was that they took pleasure in the suffering of others, because that made them believe they were happy and that life had been generous with them. Man struggles to survive, not to succumb. The power of beauty. What must the world be like for ugly women? It has been said that there is no such thing as coincidence in this world. You came so that you could learn about your dreams, said the old woman. And dreams are the language of God. When He speaks in our language, I can interpret what He has said. But if He speaks in the language of the soul, it is only you who can understand. There are no risks in love, as you'll find out for yourself. People have been searching for and finding each other for thousands of years. Suddenly, he realized that the might be wrong. There was always a risk, a single risk, that one person might meet with more than one soulmate in the same incarnation. Judging oneself to be inferior to other people was one of the worst acts of pride because it was the most destructive way of being different. Sometimes, certain of God's blessings arrive by shattering all the windows. Breda. Right, from now on, whenever you want to find out about something, plunge straight in. You would have to give up all else. I alone would expect you to be your sole and exclusive standard. Worshipping someone means placing that person outside of our world. We are not worshipping anyone or anything, we are simply communing with creation. We have to listen to the child we once were, the child who still exists inside us. That child understands magic moments. We can stifle its cries, but we cannot silence its voice. The child we once were is still there. Blessed are the children, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. If we are not reborn, if we cannot learn to look at life with the innocence and the enthusiasm of childhood, it makes no sense to go on living. Life becomes interesting for the possibility to fulfill a dream. If you can dream, you can do. Although I have been through all that I have, I do not regret the many hardships I met, because it was they who brought me to the place I wish to reach. We must at all costs avoid saying no because people prefer those who say yes, and this allows us to survive in hostile territory. Because true love never keeps a man from pursuing his destiny. A writer always wears glasses and never combs his hair. Half the time he feels angry about everything and the other half depressed. He spends most of his life in bars, arguing with other disheveled, bespectacled writers. He says very deep things. He always has amazing ideas for the plot of his next novel, and hates the one he has just published. From that day on, it was the desert that would be important. She would look to it every day, and would try to guess which star the boy was following in search of his treasure. She would have to send her kisses on the wind, hoping that the wind would touch the boy's face, and would tell him that she was alive. The universe conspires to help the dreamer. But in the end, all religions point to the same light. In between the light and us, sometimes there are too many rules. The light is here and there are no rules to follow this light. Sometimes the best of God's gifts arrive by the shattering of all the window panes. You still haven't managed to heal the scars left by some of the injustices committed against you in your life, and it doesn't do you any good. All it does is feed a constant desire to feel sorry for yourself, because you were the victim of people stronger than you. Or else it makes you go to the other extreme and disguise yourself as an avenger ready to strike out at the people who hurt you. Isn't that a waste of time? It is human, but it's not intelligent or reasonable. The boy told himself that, on the way toward realizing his own destiny, he had learned all he needed to know, and had experienced everything he might have dreamed of. Why are we smiling when we loathe each other? Why do we sell happiness to the readers of this magazine when we are profoundly unhappy ourselves, the slaves of fame? Esther, however, was the only woman who understood one very simple thing: in order to be able to find her, I first had to find myself. Truth resides where there is faith. Happiness is something that multiplies when it is divided. This was freedom, to feel what the heart desired with no thought to the opinion of the rest. She was free, for love liberates. The Lord heareth the prayers of those who ask to put aside hatred. But he is deaf to those who would flee from love. Only the following items should be considered to be grave faults: not respecting another's rights, allowing oneself to be paralyzed by fear, feeling guilty, believing that one does not deserve the good or ill that happens in one's life, being a coward. We will love our enemies, but not make alliances with them. They were placed in our path in order to test our sword, and we should, out of respect for them, struggle against them. We will choose our enemies. Sometimes there's just no way to hold back the river. Music isn't just something that comforts or distracts us, it goes beyond that, it's an ideology. You can judge people by the kind of music they listen to. Pain, loss, and separation are inevitable on the path of love, and the only way of avoiding them is by deciding not to take that path at all. In order not to suffer, you have to renounce love. It was like putting out your own eyes in order not to see the bad things in life. Join with those who sing, tell stories, talk pleasure in life, and have joy in their eyes, because joy is contagious, and can prevent others from becoming paralyzed by depression, loneliness, and difficulties. Over-anxiety ultimately banishes every trace of joy from life. In order for us to liberate the energy of our strength, our weakness must first have a chance to reveal itself. And the best way to know who we are is often to find out how others see us. You have understood what all great painters understand: in order to forget the rules, you must know them and respect them. They went to university because someone, at a time when universities seemed important, said that in order to rise in the world, you had to have a degree. And thus the world was deprived of some excellent gardeners, bakers, antique dealers, sculptors, and writers. She regretted having taken his hand. She wanted to get away from there as soon as possible, to hide her shame, never again to see that man who had witnessed all that was most sordid in her, and who nevertheless continued to treat her with such tenderness. But again she remembered Mari's words. She didn't need to explain her life to anyone, not even to the young man standing before her. She imagined herself both queen and slave, dominatrix and victim. In her imagination she was making love with men of all skin colors: white, black, yellow, with homosexuals and beggars. She was anyone's, and anyone could do anything to her. She had 1, 2, 3 orgasms, one after another. She imagined everything she had never imagined before, and she gave herself to all that was most base and most pure. Mari remembered what she had read in the young girl's eyes the moment she had come into the refectory: fear. Fear. Veronica might feel insecurity, shyness, shame, constraint, but why fear? That was only justifiable when confronted by a real threat: ferocious animals, armed attackers, earthquakes, but not a group of people gathered together in a refectory. But human beings are like that, she thought. We've replaced nearly all our emotions with fear. That is why embittered people find heroes and madmen a perennial source of fascination, for they have no fear of life or death. Both heroes and madmen are indifferent to danger and will forge ahead regardless of what other people say. As she had been walking from the ward to that room, she had felt such pure hatred that now she had no more rancor left in her heart. She had finally allowed her negative feelings to surface, feelings that had been repressed for years in her soul. She had actually felt them, and they were no longer necessary, they could leave. Personal growth has its price, and she was paying it without complaint. They think they're normal, because they all do the same thing. Well, I'm going to pretend that I have drunk from the same well as them. First quality: you are capable of great things, but you must never forget that there is a hand guiding your steps. We call that hand God, and He always guides us according to His will. I'm alive. When I'm eating, that's all I think about. If I'm on the march, I just concentrate on marching. If I have to fight, it will be just as good a day as any to die. If you can concentrate always on the present, you'll be a happy man. Life is the moment we are living now. The world has a soul, and whoever understands that soul can also understand the language of many things. In the long run, what people think about shepherds and bakers becomes more important for them than their own destinies. Everyone when they are young knows what their destiny is. At that point in their lives, everything is clear and everything is possible. We are entering a new world in which we can choose to follow our own steps, not those that society forces us to take. But something always went wrong, and the relationship would end precisely at the moment when she was sure that this was the person with whom she wanted to spend the rest of her life. After a long time, she came to the conclusion that men brought only pain, frustration, suffering, and a sense of time dragging. And one more thing, you still believe that man can be good. If that weren't the case, you wouldn't have invented all this nonsense to convince yourself otherwise. If the whole world is evil, then the tragedy that befell you is justified, she went on. That would make it easier for you to accept the deaths of your wife and daughters. But if good people do exist, then, however much you deny it, your life will be unbearable, because fate set a trap for you, and you know you didn't deserve it. It isn't the light you want to recover, it's the certainty that there is only darkness. There are two kinds of idiots: those who don't take action because they have received a threat, and those who think they are taking action because they have issued a threat. Only a man who is happy can create happiness in others. Every second of the search is an encounter with God. When I have been truly searching for my treasure, every day has been luminous. I've discovered things along the way that I never would have seen had I not had the courage to try things that seemed impossible for a shepherd to achieve. To die tomorrow was no worse than dying on any other day. Every day was there to be lived or to mark one's departure from this world. Anyone who is in love is making love the whole time, even when they're not. When two bodies meet, it is just the cup overflowing. They can stay together for hours, even days. They begin the dance one day and finish it the next, or such is the pleasure they experience they may never finish it. No 11 minutes for them. In adolescence she thought it was too early to choose, now in youth she was convinced it was too late to change. There is always a gap between intention and action. All things are manifestations of one thing only. Dreams nourish the soul just as food nourishes the body. The pleasure of the search and of adventure feeds our dreams. Defeat exists but not suffering. A true warrior knows that when he loses a battle, he is improving the skill with which he wields a sword. He will be able to fight more skillfully next time. We tend to seek captivity because we are used to seeing freedom as something that has neither frontiers nor responsibilities. Our body remains alive, yet sooner or later our soul will receive a mortal blow. The perfect crime, for we don't know who murdered our joy, what their motives were, or where the guilty parties are to be found. There was a language in the world that everyone understood, a language the boy had used throughout the time that he was trying to improve things at the shop. It was the language of enthusiasm, of things accomplished with love and purpose, and as part of a search for something believed in and desired. It's not what enters men's mouth that is evil, said the alchemist. It's what comes out of their mouths that is. To realize one's destiny is a person's only obligation. At that moment, it seemed to him that time stood still, and the soul of the world surged within him. When he looked into her dark eyes, and saw that her lips were poised between a laugh and silence, he learned the most important part of the language that all the world spoke, the language that everyone on earth was capable of understanding in their heart. It was love. Something older than humanity, more ancient than the desert. Something that exerted the same force whenever two pairs of eyes met, as had theirs here at the well. It was shepherds who were the first to recognize a king that the rest of the world refused to acknowledge. He has done things that caused me to doubt his wisdom, but never his existence. A warrior of light never resorts to trickery, but he knows how to distract his opponent. What good is money to you if you're going to die? It's not often that money can save someone's life. Yes, my mind was wandering. I wished I were there with someone who could bring peace to my heart, someone with whom I could spend a little time without being afraid that I would lose him the next day. With that reassurance, the time would pass more slowly. We could be silent for a while because we'd know we had the rest of our lives together for conversation. I wouldn't have to worry about serious matters, about difficult decisions and hard words. But he was wrong. Because I had fought with my heart and defeated it long ago. I was certainly not going to become passionate about something that was impossible. I knew my limits, I knew how much suffering I could bear. He knew one of the women well, and had shared his universe with her. They had seen the same mountains, and the same trees, although each of them had seen them differently. She knew his weaknesses, his moments of hatred, of despair. Yet she was there at his side. They shared the same universe. Life is made of our attitudes. And there are certain things that the gods oblige us to live through. Their reason for this does not matter, and there is no action we can take to make them pass us by. Not even your love could withhold you from fulfilling your own personal legend. Time that never ends, that never passes, that remains in the present, where all of life's secrets lie. She wanted to dance with someone who would embrace her in the way she dreamed of since adolescence. Don't think about what you've left behind, the alchemist said to the boy as they began to ride across the sands of the desert. If what one finds is made of pure matter, it will never spoil. And one can always come back. If what you had found was only a moment of light, like the explosion of a star, you would find nothing on your return. If one day I could get out of here, I would allow myself to be crazy. Everyone is indeed crazy, but the craziest are the ones who don't know they're crazy, they just keep repeating what others tell them to. I was trying to come round to the idea that there might be an invisible reality capable of interfering in our lives. But the only reason I did so was because of a love I didn't want to believe I felt, but which was continuing to grow in a subtle, devastating way. I was content in my universe and didn't want to change it at all, even though I was being propelled in that direction. You say they create their own reality, said Veronica, but what is reality? And I began to feel sorry for myself. For so many years, my drawer full of memories had held the same old stories. Every day God gives us a moment in which it is possible to change everything that makes us unhappy. He had to choose between something he had become accustomed to and something he wanted to have. God only rarely reveals the future. When he does so, it is for one reason: it's a future that was written so as to be altered. But love is much like a dam. If you allow a tiny crack to form through which only a trickle of water can pass, that trickle will quickly bring down the whole structure, and soon no one will be able to control the force of the current. Whenever he saw the sea, or a fire, he fell silent, impressed by their elemental force. If you're a nobody, if your work has no impact, then it deserves to be praised. If, however, you climb out of that state of mediocrity and are a success, then you're defying the law and deserve to be punished. If there hadn't been a sixth day, man would not exist, copper would always be copper, and lead just lead. It's true that everything has its personal legend, but one day that personal legend will be realized. So each thing has to transform itself into something better, and to acquire a new personal legend, until, someday, the soul of the world becomes one thing only. Life is too short, or too long, for me to allow myself the luxury of living it so badly. I don't go to parties in general. Today, writers want to impress other writers. MySpace is an addiction. There is no sin but the lack of love. Have courage, be capable of loving. Be happy in love. Be joyful in victory. Follow the dictates of your heart. Everything moves, and everything moves to a rhythm. And everything that moves to a rhythm creates a sound. At this moment, the same thing is happening here and everywhere else in the world. During any dance to which we surrender with joy, the brain loses its controlling power, and the heart takes up the reins of the body. If God is Mother, then we need only gather together with people and adore her through rituals intended to satisfy the female soul, ritual involving dance, fire, water, air, earth, songs, music, flowers, and beauty. Whenever a religion tightens its rules, a significant number of people break away and go in search of more freedom in their search for spiritual contact. People read a lot of stories about witches, fairies, paranormals, and children possessed by evil spirits. They go to films showing rituals featuring pentagrams, swords, and invocations. That's fine. People need to give free rein to their imagination and to go through certain stages. Anyone who gets through those stages without being deceived will eventually get in touch with the tradition. Keep practicing. After a great deal of practice, we no longer think about all the necessary movements we must make. They become part of our existence. Before reaching that stage, however, you must practice and repeat. And if that's not enough, you must practice and repeat some more. Never stop dreaming and follow the omens. It's inevitable to lose from time to time. The point is, don't get used to defeats. The important thing is to keep the fire in your heart and be strong to overcome hard moments. I only write to understand myself better. I don't try to show how intelligent or how cultivated I am, I just try to share my soul. Sharing is part of life. To one who knocks, the door will open. Bodies always understand each other, even when the souls do not. In true love you want your partner to be happy. In false love you want your partner. Not knowing whether to wait or to forget is the worst kind of suffering. You have a personal legend to fulfill, period. It is of no matter if others support you, or criticize you, ignore or tolerate you. You are doing that because that is your destiny on this earth, and the source of any joy. You can become blind by seeing each day as a similar one. A warrior is always aware of what is worth fighting for. He does not go into combat over things that do not concern him, and he never wastes his time over provocations. A good, true, intense love is not complete without madness. A bird in a cage is safe, but God didn't create birds for that. Be careful. Never show your superiors that you are superior to them. Dreams are letters from the book your life is writing. When you drink water, don't forget the fountain. To say no is painful, but much better than a yes that brings regrets. A best friend is someone with whom you can sit on the porch, without a word, and then walk away with the feeling that it was the best conversation that ever had in your life. I would like to see next to me was the man in whose presence my heart beat would be evenly and uniformly, the man next to whom I would be calm, because I was not afraid to be the next day to lose him. And the time would have flowed more slowly, and we could just keep quiet, knowing that to talk with us there is still a whole life. Only one thing makes a dream impossible, it is the fear of failure. When we are living our dream, the difficulties we encounter make sense. We human beings have enormous difficulty in focusing on the present, we always thinking about what we did, about how we could have done it better. Or else we think about the future, about what we're going to do. But at this precise moment, you also realize that you can change your future by bringing the past into the present. Past and future only exist in our mind. The present moment, though, is outside of time, it's eternity. It isn't what you did in the past that will affect the present. It's what you do in the present that will redeem the past and thereby change the future. Enjoy the questions because they open many doors. Forget the answers because they always change. It's important though to distinguish between religion and spirituality. I realized that you don't have to jump through a series of complicated hoops to achieve a goal. In 11 minutes, I started with the question of why sexuality is considered one of the major issues in life. I simply accept that technology is stronger and more powerful than me. It works when it wants to, and when it doesn't it's best to go for a walk. And just wait until the cables and telephone links are in a better mood and the computer decides to work again. I have discovered, my computer's master. It has a life of its own. That simple desire to share something meant that we could enter the world of language without words, where everything is always clear and there is no danger of being misinterpreted. Everything is worship if your mind is focused on the present moment. When you cease doubting, you have stopped moving forward. When we boldly seek love, love reveals itself to us, and we end up attracting more love. If one person loves us, everybody loves us. The parents always insisted on telling their child that their secret friends didn't exist, perhaps because they had forgotten that they too had spoken to their angel at one time. Or, who knows, perhaps they thought they lived in a world where there was no longer any place for angels. The energy that many people call love is, in fact, the raw material from which the universe was built. The desert takes our dreams away from us, and they don't always return. The day will come when those knocking at the door will see it open, those who ask will receive, those who weep will be consoled. Pitiful is the person who is afraid of taking risks. Perhaps they needn't even believe, it was enough that they needed angels, and the angels would return gladly. People, since the beginning of time, have always tried to understand the universe through love. Only by accepting our desires can we have an idea of who we are. Nothing wrong with appearing to be a fool, if what you are doing is intelligent. No one can desire the love of God without first knowing human love. Love means sharing the world with someone else. In order to live fully, it is necessary to be in constant movement, only then can each day be different from the last. If you have a past with which you feel dissatisfied, then forget it, now. I was once more in a time which the things around me were changing, and that is how I wanted it to be for the rest of my days. I have been told that beauty is the great seducer of men. As soon as people decide to confront a problem, they realize that they are far more capable than they thought they were. Angels are visible to those who accept the light and break the pact made with darkness. Don't think about what you've left behind. I believe it is better to live a dream rather than to simply dream it. The dream is the start of something greater, something that impels us to make daring decisions. And it's true that the person who pursues a dream takes many risks. But the person who does not runs risks that are even greater. Going after a dream has a price. It may mean abandoning our habits, it may make us go through hardships, or it may lead us to disappointment, etc. But however costly it may be, it is never as high as the price paid by people who didn't live. Because one day they will look back and hear their own heart say, I wasted my life. Of course. My sadness has become a routine that no one notices anymore. An angel and a devil are always beside us, and the one we listen to more will prevail. This confrontation is what makes life so magical because you are always challenged by the circumstances. We are good and evil depending on how we act. We are all a little weird and life's a little weird, and when we find someone whose weirdness is compatible with ours, We join up with them and fall in mutual weirdness and call it love. Time is too slow for those who wait, too swift for those who fear, too long for those who grieve, too short for those who rejoice, but for those who love, time is eternity. I've fallen in love many times, always with you. What I need to live has been given to me by the earth. Why I need to live has been given to me by you. Love is just a word until someone comes along and gives it meaning. Because time isn't something that always proceeds at the same pace. It is we who determine how quickly time passes. Be realistic, go for the impossible. Only my insanity keeps me sane in today's world. In love you always win, even if you lose. We don't know what we have until we find it. That was a matter suspended between heaven and earth, awaiting the hand of destiny. If his decision is correct, he will win the battle, even if it lasts longer than expected. If his decision is wrong, he will be defeated and he will have to start all over again, only this time with more wisdom. But once he has started, a warrior of the light perseveres until the end. Remember your dreams and fight for them. You need to wake up if you want to dream. I don't care whether it was once sacred or not, I hate what I do. It's destroying my soul, making me lose touch with myself, teaching me that pain is a reward, that money buys everything and justifies everything. You could cry, get worried or angry like any other normal human being, as long as you remembered that, up above, your spirit was laughing out loud at all those thorny situations. The only reason anyone would sell salt more cheaply than usual would be because he was desperate for money. And anyone who took advantage of that situation would be showing a lack of respect for the sweat and struggle of the man who labored to produce it. You can only know a good wine if you have first tasted a bad one. How does light enter a house? If the windows are open. How does light enter a human? If the door of love is open. Say no without guilt. Say yes without fear. The closer one gets to realizing his destiny, the more that destiny becomes his true reason for being. Love is an act of faith, not an exchange. Postpone joy, it will diminish. Postpone a problem, it will grow. We are what we do, and not what we think we must do. Our sexual energy, when not properly mastered, is transformed into anger. It is not a sin to be happy, it is not a virtue to be miserable. Whoever wishes to go down a long path, must learn that the first lesson is to overcome early disappointments. You are the light of the world. shine, and darkness will disappear. The soul loves all things beautiful and deep. The greatest sin is to miss the point of human existence. The great wisdom of life is that we can be masters of the things that try to enslave us. No one should feel afraid of the unknown, because everyone is capable of achieving everything he wants and needs. In dire times you can lose joy, but you can't lose hope. Hope is your guide. Faith shows us that we are never alone. Transformation helps us to love the mystery. Don't allow anyone to steal your joy. Courage is the quality most essential to understanding the language of the world. What makes people weak? Their need for validation and recognition, their need to feel important. Don't get caught in this trap. But how to explain suffering because of a man? It's not explainable. With that kind of suffering, a person feels as if they're in hell, because there is no nobility, no greatness, only misery. What really matters in a pencil is not its wooden exterior, but the graphite inside. So always pay attention to what is happening inside you. True love is an act of total surrender. When you know the language of love, it's easy to understand that someone in the world awaits you. If you really want to dream, be fully awake. You want to know if the heart of a man or a woman can contain enough love for more than one person. I think it's perfectly possible as long as one of those people doesn't turn into a Zahir. Terror, terror, terror. Life was a reign of terror in the shadow of the guillotine. That's the problem, we do get used to things. In my world, everything is possible and everything is relative. Our souls are prisoners of the terror of death, and the day is beautiful. Where there is loyalty, weapons are of no use. Travel is never a matter of money but of courage. I spent a large part of my youth traveling the world as a hippie. And what money did I have then? None. I barely had enough to pay for my fare. But I still consider those to have been the best years of my youth. The great lessons I learned has been precisely those that my journeys had taught me. One day you will wake up and there won't be any more time to do the things you've always wanted. Do it now. The simple things are also the most extraordinary things, and only the wise can see them. Everything we see is just the visible part of reality. The world we live in will be either better or worse depending on whether we become better or worse. Go for the impossible. I always tried to find my own limits. So far I did not find them, so my universe is in constant expansion. Omens are the individual language in which God talks to you. My omens are not your omens. You can just look at a mountain and get a connection with God. You don't have to understand the mountain to feel that. I never say I am a guru. I don't try to control my days. Insanity is to behave like someone that you are not. You can't change the wind, but you can adjust the sails to reach your destination. I was tired of playing the child and acting the way many of my friends did, the ones who are afraid that love is impossible without even knowing what love is. If I stayed like that, I would miss out on everything good that these few days with him might offer. It's always necessary to know when a stage of one's life has ended. If you stubbornly cling to it after the need has passed, you lose the joy and meaning of the rest. And you risk being shaken to your senses by God. A responsible warrior is not someone who takes the weight of the world on his shoulders, but someone who has learned to deal with the challenges of the moment. I was content in my universe and didn't want to change it at all, even though I was being propelled in that direction. We all have an unknown ability, which will probably remain unknown forever. And yet that ability can become our ally. Since it's impossible to measure that ability or give it an economic value, it's never taken seriously. Charisma, the divine force that manifests itself in men and women. The supernatural power we don't need to show to anyone because everyone can see it, even usually insensitive people. But it only happens when we're naked, when we die to the world and are reborn to ourselves. There is nothing worse than the feeling that no one cares whether we exist or not, that no one is interested in what we have to say about life, and that the world can continue turning without our awkward presence. Many people in this world are merely playing a role, unaware that there is an invisible hand guiding them. Don't be like those people who believe in positive thinking and tell themselves that they're loved and strong and capable. You don't need to do that, because you know it already. Now go back and meet all those people who you think know everything. Convince yourself that they're right, because we all know everything, it's merely a question of believing. The martyr finds her way to self-knowledge through pain, suffering, and surrender. Transformations always occur during moments of crisis. Try doing something different every day, like talking to the person at the next table to you in a restaurant, visiting a hospital, putting your foot in a puddle, listening to what another person has to say, allowing the energy of love to flow freely, instead of putting it in a jug and standing it in a corner. Treat every challenge as a lesson, every mistake you make as a blessing, and move on. You have always fought against your dreams, and I want has never even shown its face. It was always drowned out by, I must, or, I hope, or, I need. The person who is right is the person who is the strongest. In this case, paradoxically, it's the cowards who are the brave ones, and they manage to impose their ideas on everyone else. Finally, the witch justifies her existence by going in search of complete and limitless pleasure. The saint finds her true reason for living in unconditional love and in her ability to give without asking anything in return. The virgin, and I'm not speaking here of a sexual virgin, is the one whose search springs from her complete independence, and everything she learns is the fruit of her ability to face challenges alone. We women, when we're searching for a meaning to our lives or for the path of knowledge, always identify with one of four classic archetypes. Well, by accepting that sex is a physical manifestation of God, and that is not a sin, it is a blessing. He learned the most important part of the language that all the world spoke, the language that everyone on earth was capable of understanding in their heart. It was love. He also knows the power of word. He rarely knows the result of a battle when the battle is over. They are words that are easy enough to say and which fill vast empty spaces. God's decisions are always mysterious, but they are always in our favor. God exists wherever He is allowed to enter. Then all that is needed is a little daring, and his two lives become one. The first indication that we are killing our dreams is lack of time. The second indication of the death of our dreams is certainty. The third indication that our dreams are dead is peace. A warrior does not go into battle without knowing the limitations of his ally. When it comes to treachery, he is implacable. Pity those who seek for shepherds, instead of longing for freedom. I free myself from hatred through forgiveness and love. They were strange books. They spoke about Mercury, salt, dragons, and kings, and he didn't understand any of it. Love doesn't limit itself to relationships, it is a celebration of life. The true lover realizes that freedom is needed for loyalty to blossom. Love cannot be held prisoner because it is a river and will overflow its banks. Nobody plays this life with marked cards, so sometimes we win and sometimes we lose. Do not expect anything in return. Do not expect your efforts to be appreciated, your genius to be discovered, your love to be understood. Love doesn't need to be understood, it needs to be demonstrated. Because there is a force that wants you to realize your personal legend, it whets your appetite with a taste of success. Tough times test your valor, persistence, and ability to make decisions. They force you to fight for your dreams. We all, at some point, grow old and acquire other qualities, and these can always be turned to good advantage. If you think small, your world will be small. If you think big, your world will be big. If you don't fear, the unknown will be kind to you. Lord, bless our week. Help us to take all the necessary risks to become the person we always wanted to be. Outer beauty is inner beauty made visible. Don't ask permission to be happy. Don't beg for forgiveness. Just do it. If you are honest, people may cheat you. Be honest anyway. And so I am this pilgrim, if I can somehow answer your question, who's constantly amazed by this journey, who is learning a new thing every single day, but who's not accumulating knowledge, because then it becomes a very heavy burden in your back. I am this person who is proud to be a pilgrim, and who's trying to honor his journey. Instead of using your thoughts, become your thoughts. Everything in your life can change except one, your passion. There are moments in life when we need to trust blindly in intuition. Love is always the same, but people change. Either you make a mark on the world, or the world will make a mark on you. Change. But start slowly, because direction is more important than speed. When we step out of our normal world and leave behind us all the usual barriers and prejudices, we tend to become more adventurous. Whenever we need to make a very important decision, it is best to trust our instincts, because reason usually tries to remove us from our dream, saying that the time is not yet right. Reason is afraid of defeat, but intuition enjoys life and its challenges. Before a dream is realized, the soul of the world tests everything that was learned along the way. Sometimes love blinds us, other times it lets us see. I never lose when I love. I only lose when I'm afraid to. Beware of making a woman cry. God is counting her tears. A warrior knows that the farthest flung star in the universe reveals itself in the things around him. A warrior of light knows that certain impossible battles are worth fighting, and so Husha is not afraid of being disappointed, knowing the power of Hishur love. The true lover is the one who realizes that loyalty must go hand in hand with freedom. We need to create a new revolution, and to do that, don't waste your life, stop pleasing people, and become who you always wanted to be. Reason is afraid of defeat, but intuition enjoys challenges. May we understand that fear of failure is worse than failure itself. I don't get anywhere meditating, she said. I see people sitting there with their eyes closed, a smile on their lips or else grave-faced and arrogant, concentrating on absolutely nothing, convinced that they're in touch with God or with the goddess. So instead, let's listen to some music together. We must get rid of the idea of fulfilling what people expect us to do, and start to do what we expect from our lives. Profound commitment to a dream does not confine or constrain, it liberates. Even a difficult, winding path can lead to your goal if you follow it to the end. There is no better time than the autumn to begin forgetting the things that trouble us, allowing them to fall away like dried leaves. There is no better time to dance again, to make the most of every crumb of sunlight and warm body and soul with its rays before it falls asleep and becomes only a dim light bulb in the skies. We can't choose our lives, but we can decide what to do with the joys or griefs we're given. God created the visible world so that, through its visible objects, men could understand His spiritual teachings and the marvels of His wisdom. The extraordinary lies in the path of ordinary people. Instead of noting down things I'm unlikely to forget, I will write a poem. Even if I have never written one before and even if I never do so again, I will at least know that I once had the courage to put my feelings into words. They make a secret pact with themselves never to think about the future. Tea ceremony is a way of worshipping the beautiful and the simple. All one's efforts are concentrated on trying to achieve perfection through the imperfect gestures of daily life. Its beauty consists in the respect with which it is performed. If a mere cup of tea can bring us closer to God, we should watch out for all the other dozens of opportunities that each ordinary day offers us. Any resistance is not only normal but necessary. It is part of the creative process. Discipline and freedom are not mutually exclusive but mutually dependent because otherwise, you'd sink into chaos. He who does not take insult seriously, is on the path to wisdom. It is easy to be a hater. Go for the difficult task, be a lover. The visible is always a mirror of the invisible. The reality is imagined before it manifests itself. Man needs what's worst in him in order to achieve what's best in him. To believe in your choice, you don't need to prove that other people's choices are wrong. When faced with a loss, it is no use trying to recover what has gone. On the other hand, a great space has been opened up in your life. There it lies, empty, waiting to be filled with something new. At the moment of one's loss, Contradictory as this might seem, one is being given a large slice of freedom. Be realistic, always wish the impossible. We often don't realize that the extraordinary is to be found in the lives of ordinary people. Courage in the path is what makes the path manifest itself. I think bridges have a special meaning in our life. I think a book is a bridge. Any type of art is a bridge that allows different cultures to connect. You may not understand your neighbor's way of seeing life, but you sure understand your neighbor's joy in painting or dancing. Our great goal in life is to love. The rest is silence. When you #travel, you experience, in a very practical way, the act of #rebirth. We assume, falsely, that how we feel now is how we will feel in the future. Relax, 90% of haters are begging for love. 10% just want a little attention. Dream and don't ask too many questions, or fear will overcome your feelings. Everyone, when they are young, knows what their destiny is. You have to own your mistakes, otherwise your mistakes own you. You are free, but you have to choose. An open oven bakes no bread. Enjoy your magic moment today, as it will not be here tomorrow. The only job you have in life is to recognize and honor your personal legend. Stay close to those who sing, tell stories, and enjoy life, and whose eyes sparkle with happiness. Because happiness is contagious and will always manage to find a solution, whereas logic can find only an explanation for the mistake made. Knowledge without transformation is not wisdom. My turning point was my pilgrimage to Santiago de Compostela. It was then that I, who had dedicated most of my life to penetrate the secrets of the universe, realized that there are no secrets. Life is and will always be a mystery. Mistakes you commit through audacity are easily corrected with more audacity. Moving slowly enables us to learn faster. When I had all the answers, the questions changed. I write to empty my mind and to fill my heart. Even if you follow other people's advice and model successful people and their blueprints, you will still fail if you don't have confidence in yourself. Everything, absolutely everything, starts with you. You can achieve anything if you believe in yourself. But the opposite is also true, without strong self-belief you will not go far. A warrior takes every opportunity to teach himself. Remember the saying, what doesn't kill you, makes you stronger. It's true. I've never been as happy as I am now, because I followed the signs, I was patient, and I know that this is going to change everything. I am learning the language of world, and everything in the world is beginning to make sense to me. Before a new chapter is begun, the old one has to be finished. Tell yourself that what has passed will never come back. Remember that there was a time when you could live without that thing or that person. Nothing is irreplaceable, a habit is not a need. We learn about love by loving. By sharing something, I realized that I'm not alone, that there are a lot of people that share with me the same preoccupations, the same ideas, the same ideals, and the same quest for a meaning for this life. I understand that everything is connected, that all roads meet, and that all rivers flow into the same sea. You must be the person you have never had the courage to be. There are neither winners nor losers, there are only stages that must be gone through. When the human heart understands this, it is free and able to accept difficult times without being deceived by moments of glory. Follow your dreams, transform your life, take the path that leads to God. Perform your miracles. Cure. Make prophecies. Listen to your guardian angel. Transform yourself. Be a warrior, and be happy as you wage the good fight. Take risks. Treasure is uncovered by the force of flowing water, and it is buried by the same currents. What counts in a good story is the person inside. Keep it simple. We are what we believe ourselves to be. The most powerful hallucinogen in this planet is called love. Highly addictive. You will see and hear things that don't exist. There is only one sin, lack of love. Be brave, be capable of loving, even if love seems a terrible and treacherous thing. Find joy in love. Find joy in victory. Follow the dictates of your heart. May we understand that joy is not a sin, sacrifice is not a virtue. Start doing what you want to do, and everything else will be revealed to you. Your heart is alive. Keep listening to what it has to say. The great conquest is the result of small, unnoticed victories. Writing means sharing. It's part of the human condition to want to share things, thoughts, ideas, opinions. You will fail many times, but in failing you'll learn, and in learning you'll find your way. Remember, there are no mistakes in life but only lessons, and lessons will keep on repeating until learned. If you want to understand love, first learn about freedom. People are capable, at any time in their lives, of doing what they dream of. It's the possibility of having a dream come true that makes life interesting. And, when you want something, all the universe conspires in helping you to achieve it. Learn to share your love with others, but keep part of this love for yourself. When we are unable to receive, we deny someone else the pleasure of giving. When the songs of your heart start singing, you should listen, for its harmony will bring you happiness, and the melody is the voice of your true spirit. There's no point sitting here, using words that mean nothing. Go and experiment. It's time you got out of here. Go and reconquer your kingdom, which has grown corrupted by routine. Stop repeating the same lesson, because you won't learn anything new that way. Never save the best for later. You don't know what tomorrow holds. I think the big danger of madness is not madness itself, but the habit of madness. What I discovered during the time I spent in the asylum is that I could choose madness and spend my whole life without working, doing nothing, pretending to be mad. It was a very strong temptation. I like to use the term alchemy, which is the soul of the world, or those of Jung's collective unconscious. You connect with a space where everything is. Sack, pain, love are limited human experiences. And only those who know their own frontiers, those knows the life, the rest is just passing time. A schizophrenic is a person who already has a natural tendency to absent himself from this world. Be a source of joy. And let haters complain about the world. There are two gods. The God our teachers teach us about, and the God who teaches us. The God about whom people usually talk, and the God who talks to us. The God we learn to fear, and the God who speaks to us of mercy. The God who is somewhere up on high, and the God who is here in our daily lives. The God who demands punishment, and the God who forgives us our trespasses. The God who threatens us with the torments of hell, and the God who shows us the true path. There are two gods. A God who casts us off because of our sins, and a God who calls to us with his love. If we accept all that is wrong about us, and despite it, believe that we are deserving of a happy life, then we will have thrown open an immense window that will allow love to enter. Anyone who tries to imprison love will cut off the spring that feeds it, and the trapped water will grow stagnant and rank. It was dangerous to overflow because we might end up finding ourselves occupied by our loved ones and drowning them with our love and enthusiasm. The universe stands aside for those people who know where they are going. We must have a university degree even if we never get a job in the area of knowledge we were forced to study. Each human being has his or her own sexual identity and should be able to exercise that identity without guilt as long as they do not force that sexual identity on others. It is hereby decreed that the wall separating the sacred and the profane be torn down. From now on everything is sacred. Our imagination is larger than the world around us, we go beyond our limits. This used to be called witchcraft, but fortunately things have changed, otherwise we would both already have been burned at the stake. When they stopped burning women, science found an explanation for our behavior, normally referred to as female hysteria. We don't get burned anymore, but it does cause problems, especially in the workplace. But don't worry, eventually they'll call it wisdom. But that moment exists, a moment when all the power of the stars becomes a part of us and enables us to perform miracles. It may arrive in the instant when we are doing something mundane, like putting our front door key in the lock. It may lie hidden in the quiet that follows the lunch hour or in the 1001 things that all seem the same to us. Every day, we try to pretend that we haven't perceived that moment, that it doesn't exist, that today is the same as yesterday and will be the same as tomorrow. But if people really pay attention to their everyday lives, they will discover that magic moment. No matter how many detours and adjustments it made, the caravan moved toward the same compass point. Once obstacles were overcome, it returned to its course, sighting on a star that indicated the location of the oasis. Every blessing ignored becomes a curse. I don't want anything else in life. But you are forcing me to look at wealth and at horizons I have never known. Now that I have seen them, and now that I see how immense my possibilities are, I'm going to feel worse than I did before you arrived. Because I know the things I should be able to accomplish, and I don't want to do so. Make each day truly new, dressing it with the blessings of heaven, bathing it in wisdom and love and putting yourself under the protection of Mother Nature. Learn from the wise, from the sacred books, but do not forget that every mountain, river, plant or tree also has something to teach. Love was undoubtedly one of the things capable of changing a person's whole life from one moment to the next. But there's the other side of the coin, the second thing that could make a human being take a totally different course from one he or she had planned, and that was called despair. Yes, perhaps love really could transform someone, but despair did the job more quickly. I don't believe in God as you imagine him to be, but I believe in many things that you could never even dream of. Hell is when we look back during that fraction of a second and know that we wasted an opportunity to dignify the miracle of life. Paradise is being able to say at that moment, I made some mistakes, but I wasn't a coward. I lived my life and did what I had to do. Whenever I refused to follow my fate, something very hard to bear would happen in my life. Laugh at your worries and insecurities. View your anxieties with humor. It will be difficult at first, but you'll gradually get used to it. A brush with death always helps us to live our lives better. A faithless fan can make a team lose a game they have won. Fine words lack all meaning when we are confronted by real suffering. Our selfishness will condemn us to the worst suffering that we ourselves have invented, loneliness. Forgive your enemy, but do not mistake him for a friend. The three classic ways in which the devil tempts us are with a threat, a promise, or a seduction. The first indication that we are killing our dreams is lack of time. Few take up the burden of their own victory, most give up their dreams when these become impossible. Faith parries all blows. Faith transforms poison into crystalline water. All battles have some use, including those in which we were defeated. The darkest hour was just before dawn. We learn to fight and to grow strong by fighting. To teach is to show what is possible, to learn is to make yourself possible. It is necessary to be humble in order to learn. The only thing tragedy gives us is the opportunity to rebuild our life. Time does not always pass at the same speed. We are the ones who determine that speed. You can only learn when you teach. The devil is in the detail. It is important never to relax, however far you have come. Everyone has their own way of learning. We are neither worse nor better than those who eye us critically. No man is an island. To fight the good fight we need help. Death does not allow us to postpone all the things we can experience now. Anyone who has known happiness will never again be able humbly to accept sadness. Eat when it is time to eat, and walk when it is time to walk. You will not find the treasure of your personal legend unless you want to live that legend. How does light enter a person? Through the open door of love. Feelings form part of a world in which time, space, and frontiers do not exist. The warrior knows that the most important words in all languages are the small words. Yes. Love. God. They are words that are easy enough to say and which fill vast empty spaces. The search for something can prove as interesting as finding it. There is no such thing as a strange world, only a new world. We need to clear our minds of bad thoughts. Never cease doubting. When the doubts stop, it is because you have stopped journeying. You must find your treasure in order to make sense of everything you discovered on the path. All suffering goes just as it came. So it is with the glories and tragedies of the world. In our obsessive wish to arrive, we often forget the most important thing, which is the journey. I believe that I am guided by chance encounters. I believe in the miracle of chance encounters. People always arrive promptly at the places where they are expected. A warrior accepts defeat. He does not treat it as a matter of indifference, nor does he try to make a victory of it. No one knows what is going to happen in the next few minutes, and yet people still go forward, because they have trust, because they have faith. God, in His infinite wisdom, hid hell in the middle of paradise, to keep us on our toes. Warriors of light frequently ask themselves what they are doing here. Very often they believe their lives have no meaning. That is why they are warriors of light. Because they make mistakes. Because they ask questions. Because they continue to look for a meaning. And, in the end, they will find it. The magic moment is the moment when a yes or a no can change our whole existence. A person who goes in search of God is wasting his time. He can walk 1,000 roads and join many religions and sects, but he'll never find God that way. God is here, right now, at our side. In order to find God, you have to only to look around. I recalled how much time I had spent fighting for something I didn't even want. Maybe because I had been too lazy to think of other avenues to follow. Maybe because I had been afraid of what others would think. Maybe because it was hard work to be different. Perhaps, because a human being is condemned to repeat the steps taken by the previous generation until a certain number of people begin to behave in a different fashion. Then the world changes, and we change with it. Our human condition makes us tend to share only the best of ourselves, because we are always searching for love and approval. Do you know what gives a woman most pleasure within marriage? Sex. No, making food. Watching her man eat. We all harbor a great sadness in our soul. There are two kinds of world, the one we dream about and the real one. History will only change when we are able to use the energy of love, just as we use the energy of the wind, the seas, the atom. Blessed are those who are not afraid to admit that they don't know something. When we postpone the harvest, the fruit rots, but when we postpone our problems, they keep on growing. The end of one stage is only the beginning of another. Any dangers overcome are the necessary preparation to do better in the next stage. He who loves has conquered the world and has no fear of losing anything. True love is an act of total surrender. Love is a complicated path, and that path can lead us up to heaven or hurl us down into hell. Love does not ask many questions, because with thinking comes fear. This might be the fear of being scorned, of being rejected, or of breaking the spell. However ridiculous this may seem, that is how it is. This is why one does not ask, one acts. Feelings should always be allowed to be free. You should not judge a future love by past suffering. The warrior of light only risks his heart for something worthwhile. It is not enough to dream of the impossible love, it is necessary to conquer it too. She said she was neither happy nor unhappy, and that was why she couldn't go on. Each person knows the extent of their own suffering, or the total absence of meaning in their lives. Every warrior of the light has, at least once, believed he was not a warrior of the light. Every warrior of the light has suffered for the most trivial of reasons. Every warrior of the light has, at some time in the past, lied or betrayed someone. Loneliness is the worst of all tortures, the worst of all sufferings. Sometimes we have only 10 minutes to be with the love of our life and thousands of hours to spend thinking about them. Carry in your memory, for the rest of your life, the good things that came out of those difficulties. They will serve as a proof of your abilities and will give you confidence when you are faced by other obstacles. That is why he is a warrior of the light, because he has been through all this and yet has never lost hope of being better than he is. Every warrior of the light has failed in his spiritual duties. The warrior does not worry that, to others, his behavior might seem quite mad. Warriors always have a certain gleam in their eyes. He also knows that certain moments repeat themselves. He believes that to persevere is favorable. The warrior sometimes fights with those he loves. A warrior of the light does not rely on strength alone, he makes use of his opponent's energy, too. All the world's roads lead to the heart of the warrior. The universe is going to help the warrior. He also chooses his enemies. He manages to balance rigor and mercy. He knows that it is impossible to live in a state of complete relaxation. He is also a victim of some injustice. He usually tries to be alone, in order to show his pain to others. He knows that he must act, but he must allow room for the universe to act too. He too shares his world with the people he loves. A warrior knows that his best teachers are the people whom he shares the battlefield. He does not, however, postpone making decisions. The warrior listens to the words of certain thinkers. He knows his own faults, but also knows his qualities. He carefully studies the position that he intends to conquer. The warrior of the light sits around a fire with his companions. He also knows the importance of intuition. The warrior remembers the past. But he keeps his heart free of any feelings of hatred. A warrior often loses heart. He needs both patience and speed. A warrior is never in a hurry. He is never cowardly. He, however, knows when the enemy is stronger. He has the qualities of a rock. For the warrior of the light, there are no abstractions. He sometimes behaves like water, flowing around the obstacles he encounters. He has learned that it is best to follow the light. For the warrior, there is no such thing as an impossible love. The warrior of the light knows that everyone is afraid of everyone else. In the intervals between battles, the warrior rests. But he knows that no man is an island. He though does not always have faith. The warrior of the light pays attention to small things because they can severely hamper him. To engage in any activity, the warrior needs to know what to expect, how to achieve the objective, and whether or not he is capable of carrying out the proposed task. He unwittingly takes a false step and plunges into the abyss. Sometimes evil pursues the warrior of the light, and when it does, he calmly invites it into his tent. He knows that there are occasional pauses in the struggle. The warrior is always trying to improve. A responsible warrior is one who has proved able to observe and to learn. Yesterday's pain is the warrior of the light's strength. He never falls into the trap of the word freedom. At the beginning of his struggle, the warrior says, "I have dreams." He does not keep company with those who wish to harm him. A warrior is always vigilant. The warrior of the light never forgets the old saying, "The good little goat doesn't bleat." A warrior never accepts what is unacceptable. He accepts his personal legend completely. The warrior is terrified when making important decisions. A warrior of the light cannot always choose his battlefield. He views life with tenderness and determination. A warrior trusts other people because, first and foremost, he trusts himself. He is also wary of people who think they know the path. Sometimes the warrior feels as if he were living two lives at once. Each warrior of the light contains within him the spark of God. He remembers the 5 rules of combat set down by Chuan Tzu: faith, companions, time, space, and strategy. Like the fighter, the warrior is aware of his own immense strength. He never fights with anyone who does not deserve the honor of combat. He is now walking from his dream. Often, warriors find their lives meaningless. A warrior of the light does not accept gifts from his enemy. He is as wise as a serpent and as innocent as a dove. With confidence, he opened the door of life presented to him. The warrior tries to enjoy the small everyday things of life. He gives before he is asked. He has learned that God uses solitude to teach us how to live with other people. When he wins the battle, the warrior celebrates. When the warrior takes on a commitment, he keeps his word. The warrior of the light knows that when somebody wants something, the whole universe conspires in their favor. He too knows how to lose. A warrior knows when a battle is worth fighting. The warrior knows the value of persistence and of courage. He uses common sense to judge not the intentions of an action but its consequences. When he is forced to perform the same task several times, the warrior uses this tactic and transforms work into prayer. No one is entirely good or evil. That is what the warrior thinks when he has a new opponent. A warrior also knows that the fool who gives advice about someone else's garden is not tending his own plants. He knows that the most important words in all languages are the small words. The warrior of the light concentrates on the small miracles of daily life. So the warrior fights the good fight and he helps others, even though he does not quite understand why. And he never judges someone else's suffering. A warrior knows that everything a person does has enduring consequences. Then the warrior of the light thanks his traveling companions, takes a deep breath and continues on, laden with memories of an unforgettable journey. The warrior knows about the waterfall effect. For the warrior of light there are no ends, only means. Life carries him from unknown to unknown. Each moment is filled with this thrilling mystery. The warrior does not know where he came from or where he is going. Open your heart and listen to what it is telling you. Follow your dreams, because only a man who is unashamed of himself can manifest the glory of God. In his or her life, each person can take one of two attitudes, to build or to plant. Builders may take years over their tasks, but one day they will finish what they are doing. Then they will stop, hemmed in by their own walls. Life becomes meaningless once the building is finished. Those who plant suffer the storms and the seasons and rarely rest. Unlike a building, a garden never stops growing. And by its constant demands on the gardener's attentions, it makes of the gardener's life a great adventure. Often, during combat, the warrior of light receives blows that he was not expecting. And he realizes that, during a war, his enemy is bound to win some of the battles. When this happens, the warrior of light weeps bitter tears and rests in order to recover his energies a little. But he immediately resumes the battle for his dreams. We must buy jewelry. It identifies us with our tribe, just as body piercing identifies those of a different tribe. We must be amusing at all times and sneer at those who express their real feelings. It's dangerous for a tribe to allow its members to show their feelings. We must do jobs we detest because we are part of an organized society, and if everyone did what they wanted to do, the world would come to a standstill. Love is only a small thing, enough for one person, and any suggestion that the heart might be larger than this is considered perverse. We must marry, have children, reproduce the species. People who are different are dangerous. They belong to another tribe. They want our lands and our women. We must study things we will never use, but which someone told us were important to know. We must never make our parents sad, even if this means giving up everything that makes us happy. Our children must follow in our footsteps. After all, we are older and know about the world. We must dress according to the dictates of fashion, make love whether we feel like it or not, kill in the name of our country, wish time away so that retirement comes more quickly, elect politicians, complain about the cost of living, change our hairstyle, criticize anyone who's different, go to a religious service and beg forgiveness for our sins and puff ourselves up with pride because we know the truth and despise the other tribe who worships a false god. We must eat 3 meals a day, even if we're not hungry, and when we fail to fit the current ideal of beauty we must fast, even if we're starving. What other people think is more important than what we feel. When we marry, we are authorized to take possession of the other person, body and soul. If you behave differently, you will be expelled from the tribe because you can infect others and destroy something that was extremely difficult to organize in the first place. Never make a fuss, it might attract the attention of an enemy tribe. We must play music quietly, talk quietly, weep in private, because I am the all-powerful Zahir, who lays down the rules and determines the distance between railway tracks, the meaning of success, the best way to love, the importance of rewards. Suffering has no strength to wound a weary body. The brave are always stubborn. Courage is fear that prays. The best way to know and destroy an enemy is to pretend to become his friend. That is a question we cannot answer before, or even during, the trials. Only when we have overcome them do we understand why they were there. The old shepherd was right, the only solution was to forget a part of uncertainty and create a new history for oneself. Fear reaches only to the point where the unavoidable begins, from there on, it loses its meaning. And all we have left is the hope that we are making the right decision. But the greatest wisdom is blinded by the glare of vanity. His, Elijah, heart was beginning to give signs of alarm. He was enjoying being at this woman's side. Love could be a more frightening experience than standing before Ahab's soldier with an arrow aimed at his heart. If the arrow had struck him, he would be dead and the rest was up to God. But if love struck him, he alone would have to take responsibility for the consequences. Each human being was given two qualities, power and the gift. Power directs us towards our destiny, the gift obliges us to share with others what is best in us. We are all different, and should do what we can do to remain so. All statutes to the contrary are revoked. Every human being has the right to search for happiness, and by happiness is meant something that makes other people feel content. Most of the times, aggression will drive your enemy to do something that you are trying to prevent. Postponing doing the really interesting things in life for later, when you don't have the energy. Always saying, I tried when you didn't really try at all. Marrying the first person who offers you a decent position in society. Love can wait. Believing everything your child does wrong is entirely down to the company he or she keeps. Swearing when in heavy traffic. Using your car as a weapon and impenetrable armor. Believing that other people are always better than you, better looking, more capable, richer, more intelligent, and that it's very dangerous to step outside your own limits, so it's best to do nothing. Eating 3 times a day even if you're not hungry. Going to a charity tea party and thinking that you've done your bit toward putting an end to social inequity in the world. Assuming, as you grow older, that you're the guardian of the world's wisdom, even if you haven't necessarily lived enough to know what's right and wrong. In the southern hemisphere, covering the Christmas tree with fake snow even though winter has nothing to do with the birth of Christ. In the northern hemisphere, always dressing according to the season, bare arms in spring, however cold it is, and woolen jacket in winter, however hot it is. Never laughing too loudly in a restaurant no matter how good the joke. Standing facing the door in an elevator and pretending you're the only person there, no matter how crowded it is. Never looking anyone in the eye when you're traveling on public transport, in case it's interpreted as a sign that you're trying to get off with them. Using every means possible to show that, although you're just an ordinary human being, you're far above other mortals. Investing a lot of time and money in external beauty and caring little about internal beauty. Believing that all famous people have tons of money saved up. Following fashion trends, however ridiculous or uncomfortable. Despising anything that was easy to achieve because if no sacrifice was involved, it obviously isn't worth having. Believing that art is either worth a fortune or worth nothing at all. Keeping a smile on your lips even when you're on the verge of tears. Feeling sorry for those who show their feelings. Never asking a direct question, even though the other person can guess what it is you want to know. Wearing a scrap of colored cloth around your neck, even though it serves no useful purpose, but which answers to the name of tie. Believing absolutely everything that appears in print. Waking up each morning to a hysterical alarm clock on the bedside table. Getting married, having children, and staying together long after all love has died, saying that it's for the good of the children, who are, apparently, deaf to the constant rose. Believing that your parents are always right. Never talking to strangers. Saying nasty things about the neighbors. Comparing objects like cars, houses, clothes, and defining life according to those comparisons, instead of trying to discover the real reason for being alive. making fun of anyone who seeks happiness rather than money and accusing them of lacking ambition. Believing that power is much more important than money and that money is much more important than happiness. Retiring and discovering that you no longer have enough energy to enjoy life and dying a few years out of sheer boredom. Working from 9 till 5 every day at something that gives you no pleasure just so that, after 30 years, you can retire. Spending years studying at university only to find out at the end of it all that you're unemployable. Setting out rules for waging war, the Geneva Convention. Anything that makes us forget who we are and what we want, that way we can work in order to produce, reproduce, and earn money. I believe everything is one thing only. That said, there are some questions in my life that I don't know. I've stopped asking. At the very beginning of my life, I wanted to have answers for everything. And now I respect the fact that I can't have answers for everything. So for the question, I go to the mystery of it and say I don't know. I only know that I am alive and there is something that manifests in my life, that it is God, and one day I am going to understand my life, probably in the day that I die, or afterwards. But I try to find good questions and not good answers. We are told from childhood onward that everything we want to do is impossible. We grow up with this idea, and as the years accumulate, so too do the layers of prejudice, fear and guilt. There comes a time when our personal calling is so deeply buried in our soul as to be invisible. But know that it's still there. I think that we are starting to get much more conscious about, the importance of the spiritual path, and we are fulfilling it by paying attention to ourselves. In any activity, we have to know what to expect, how to reach our objectives, and what capacity we possess for the proposed task. The only people who can say they have renounced the fruit are those who, thus equipped, feel no desire for the results of the conquest, and remain absorbed in combat. You can renounce the fruit, but this renunciation does not mean indifference toward the result. Well, let's distinguish religion from spirituality. I am Catholic, so religion for me is a way of having discipline and collective worship with persons who share the same mystery. The desert takes our dreams away from us, and they don't always return. We know that, and we are used to it. Those who don't return become a part of the clouds, a part of the animals that hide in the ravines and of the water that comes from the earth. They become part of everything. They become the soul of the world. Every man has a feminine side, and every woman a masculine side. It is important to use discipline with intuition, and to use intuition with objectivity. A miracle happened, another day of life. I don't know what to do. I only know that it's taken me years to understand that life was pushing me in a direction I didn't want to go in. A warrior balances solitude and dependence. The warrior of the light has a destiny to fulfill. On some nights, he has nowhere to sleep, on others he suffers from insomnia. That's just how it is, thinks the warrior. I was the one who chose to walk this path. Then, accepting the help of God and of God's signs, he allows his personal legend to guide him toward the tasks that life has reserved for him. We have to take advantage when luck is on our side, and do as much to help it as it's doing to help us. People who are on a spiritual quest don't think, they simply want results. Each stone, each bend cries welcome to him. He identifies with the mountains and the streams. He sees something of his own soul in the plants and the animals and the birds of the field. Each human being was given two possibilities, action and contemplation. Both lead to the same place. When I had my sheep, I was happy, and I made those around me happy. People saw me coming and welcomed me, he thought. But now I'm sad and alone. I'm going to become bitter and distrustful of people because one person betrayed me. I'm going to hate those who have found their treasure because I never found mine. And I'm going to hold on to what little I have, because I'm too insignificant to conquer the world. Perhaps love makes us grow old before our time and makes us young again when youth has passed. To each of man's ages the Lord gives its own anxieties. When we love, it is not necessary to understand what is happening outside, because everything happens inside us instead. When I had nothing more to lose, I was given everything. When I ceased to be who I am, I found myself. When I experienced humiliation and yet kept on walking, I understood that I was free to choose my destiny. You cannot trust a person until you know where and how he lives. I don't know what's going to happen to me tomorrow. That's why I don't save my best for last. Never apologize for being yourself. If something happens once, it may never happen again. If it happens twice, it most likely will keep happening. The river adapts itself to whatever route prove possible, but the river never forgets its one objective, the sea. So fragile at its source, it gradually gathers the strength of the other rivers in encounters. And, after a certain point, its power is absolute. Fear exists until the moment when the unavoidable happens. After that we must waste none of our energy on it. I love you like a river that begins as a solitary trickle in the mountains and gradually grows and joins other rivers until, after a certain point, it can flow around any obstacle in order to get where it wants. I love you like a river that creates the right conditions for trees and bushes and flowers to flourish along its banks. I love you like a river that gives water to the thirsty and takes people where they want to go. No one can learn to love by following a manual, and no one can learn to write by following a course. I'm not telling you to seek out other writers but to find people with different skills from yourself, because writing is no different from any other activity done with joy and enthusiasm. The light of love flows out of my soul, but it can go nowhere because it's blocked by pain. I could inhale and exhale every morning for the rest of my life, but that wouldn't solve anything. Love simply is. That is the testament of Athena or Shireen or Hagia Sophia. Love is. No definitions. Love and don't ask too many questions. Just love. My aim is to understand love. I know how alive I felt when I was in love, and I know that everything I have now, however interesting it might seem, doesn't really excite me. But love is a terrible thing. I've seen my girlfriend suffer and I don't want the same thing to happen to me. Although my aim is to understand love, and although I suffer to think of people to whom I gave my heart, I see that those who touched my heart failed to arouse my body, and that those who aroused my body failed to touch my heart. Love is the only thing that will save us, independent of any mistakes we may make. Love is always stronger. We must never forget that spiritual experience is above all a practical experience of love. And with love, there are no rules. A warrior of light who trusts too much in his intelligence will end up underestimating the power of his opponent. Time neither moves nor is stationary. Time changes. That's because, like everyone else on the planet, you believe that time would teach you to grow closer to God. But time doesn't teach, it merely brings us a sense of weariness and of growing older. Nobody is worth your tears, and the one who is won't make you cry. If you're asking me if I like your company, the answer is yes. If, on the other hand, you're asking me if I could live without you, the answer is also yes. Beauty is present in all creation, but the danger lies in the fact that we allow ourselves to be influenced by what people think. We deny our own beauty because others can't or won't recognize it. We try to imitate what we see around us. We try to be what other people think of as pretty. Little by little, our soul fades. We forget the world is what we imagine it to be. We stop being the sun and become, instead, the pool of water reflecting it. No matter how you are feeling, get up every morning and prepare to let your light shine forth. Only those who find life, find treasures. You were my hope during my days of loneliness, my anxiety during moments of doubt, my certainty during moments of faith. No one can possess an afternoon of rain beating against the window, or the serenity of a sleeping child, or the magical moment when the waves break on the rocks. No one can possess the beautiful things of this earth, but we can know them and love them. It is through such moments that God reveals Himself to mankind. I cannot lose the one thing that keeps me alive, hope. Outer beauty is inner beauty made visible, and it manifests itself in the light that flows in our eyes. It is the imperfect that astonishes and attracts us. Love appears and says, you think you're heading towards a specific point, but the whole justification for the goal's existence lies in your love for it. Rest a little, but as soon as you can, get up and carry on. Because ever since your goal found out that you were traveling toward it, it has been running to meet you. When things start to happen, and the path does reveal itself to us, we become afraid of carrying on. Don't you think you're quite young? I'm 21, said Breda. If I wanted to start learning ballet, I'd be considered too old. And I discovered something. The meaning of my life was whatever I wanted it to be. When God wants to drive a person insane, He grants that person's every wish. Beware of anyone who tries to please you all the time. One of love's qualities, namely, forgiveness. When everything seems to be going well and your dream is almost within your grasp, that is when you must be more alert than ever. The greatest gift God gave us is the power to make decisions. Love does not to be understood. It needs only to be shown. Our soul is governed by four invisible forces: love, death, power, and time. I'm not worried about tomorrow, because God is there already, waiting for me. Love lasts because it changes and not because it stays the same and never faces any challenges. When we are walking our chosen path, we walk elegantly, emanating light. Love accepts its companion unconditionally and allows each to grow in his or her own way. You will be loved and respected only if you love and respect yourself. Respect those who grew up and learned alongside you. Respect those who taught you. With every farewell comes a hidden hope. Love is an act of faith, not an exchange. Contradictions are what make love grow. Conflicts are what allow love to remain by our side. Love transforms, love heals. But sometimes it lays deadly traps and ends up destroying the person who decided to surrender himself completely. True love is the love that seduces and will never allow itself to be seduced. Dreaming carries no risks. The dangerous thing is trying to transform your dreams into reality. A life is never useless. Each soul that came down to earth is here for a reason. Nothing in this world is useless in the eyes of God. If you are never alone, you cannot know yourself. And if you do not know yourself, you will begin to fear the void. Love rules, but no one knows where it has its throne. In order to know that secret place, you must first submit to love. I will be capable of loving, regardless of whether I am loved in return, of giving, when I have nothing, of working happily, even in the midst of difficulties, of holding out my hand, even when utterly alone and abandoned, of drying my tears, even while I weep, of believing, even when no one believes in me. Just as your hand has the power to hide the sun, mediocrity has the power to hide your inner light. Do not blame others for your own incompetence. Life is absolutely insane. Yes, life is insane, but the great wisdom lies in choosing your insanity wisely. Item 1. The law of the will. We just talked about this. One should only do that which truly fills our hearts with enthusiasm. If we brush this aside, if we put off the moment to live that which we dream of, we lose the energy necessary for any important transformation in our lives. Someone once put this most succinctly: I don't know the secret of success, but the secret of failure is to always try to follow the will of others. If one partner gives himself completely, he breaks down the barriers of the other, however strong they may be. Because the act of giving means, I trust you. The other, who to begin with may feel rather intimidated, wanting to prove things which aren't even under discussion, is unarmed by the spontaneity of such an attitude, and relaxes. At that moment, true sexual energy comes into play. I needed to talk about my real personal history, in order to become free of it. If someone is capable of loving his partner without restrictions, unconditionally, then he is manifesting the love of God. If the love of God becomes manifest, he will love his neighbor. If he loves his neighbor, he will love himself. If he loves himself, then everything returns to its proper place. Lose what? A man only has a soul to be won or lost. Apart from his life, he has nothing. Past or future lives do not matter. At the moment you are living this one, and you should do so with silent comprehension, joy, and enthusiasm. What you must not lose is your enthusiasm. When we can do nothing else, we can still love, without expecting any reward or change or gratitude. Love creates bridges where it would seem they were impossible. The happiness of one does not mean the unhappiness of the others. God has prepared a path for everyone to follow. If I could, I'd write a huge encyclopedia just about the words luck and coincidence. Learn to recognize omens, and follow them. I am my own best friend and my own worst enemy. Before coming here, I was thinking I don't deserve it, that I wouldn't be able to meet your expectations, and that you had probably chosen the wrong candidate. At the same time, my heart was telling me that I was being rewarded because I hadn't given up and had fought to the end. When desire is still in this pure state, the man and the woman fall in love with life. They live each moment reverently, consciously, always ready to celebrate the next blessing. When people feel like this, they are not in a hurry, they do not precipitate events with unthinking actions. They know that the inevitable will happen, that what is real always finds a way of revealing itself. When the moment comes, they do not hesitate, they do not miss an opportunity, they do not let slip a single magic moment, because they respect the importance of each second. She looked at her own past, and, for the first time, she forgave herself. It hadn't been her fault, but the fault of that insecure little boy, who had given up after the first attempt. I've noticed that loneliness gets stronger when we try to face it down, but gets weaker when we simply ignore it. When we venture in that unfamiliar sea, we trust blindly in those who guide us, believing that they know more than we do. We never lose our loved ones. They accompany us, they don't disappear from our lives. We are merely in different rooms. Only when I'll know, the truth will set me free. I learned long ago that in order to heal my wounds, I must have the courage to face up with them. Visit your soul, don't visit your past. The only trap I must beware not to fall into, is to think that each day is the same as the next. In fact, each morning brings with it a hidden miracle, and we must pay attention to this miracle. Instead of answering your question directly, I shall quote from the Indian poet Tagore. I slept and dreamt that life was joy. I awoke and saw that life was service. I acted and behold, service was joy. In fact, through my work I discover life, people, and everything which happens around us. Tragedy depends on the way you see it. If you chose to be a victim of the world, anything which happens to you will feed that dark side of your soul, where you consider yourself wronged, suffering, guilty and deserving punishment. If you choose to be an adventurer, the changes, even the inevitable losses, since everything in this world changes, can cause some pain, but will soon thrust you forward, forcing you to react. A man only has a soul to be won or lost. The only reason I don't throw myself into your arms, kiss you and make love with you now is that I lack the courage and am afraid of loving you. I will never be yours, and you will never be mine. Nevertheless, I can honestly say, I love you, I love you, I love you. Suffering comes from desire, not from pain. The world is divided into those who understand me and those who don't. In the case of the latter, I simply leave them to torment themselves trying to gain my sympathy. All men and women are connected by an energy which we call love, but which is, in fact, the raw material from which the universe was built. This energy cannot be manipulated, it leads us gently forward, it contains all we have to learn in this life. If we try to make it go in the direction we want, we end up desperate, frustrated, disillusioned, because that energy is free and wild. I think it is a problem of our society that we don't enjoy ourselves. We have these values, like, you have to be rich, you have to get a diploma, you have to work hard, otherwise you are useless, you are nothing but a pariah. And the book asks, is it true? This is what my mom told me, but is it true? This miracle is in the small things of daily life. We must live in the understanding that at every moment there is a way out of each problem. The way of finding that which is missing, the right clue to the decision which must be taken in order to change our entire future. When I asked you if you wanted to, I was not testing your courage. I was testing your wisdom. The dunes are changed by the wind, but the desert never changes. That's the way it will be with our love for each other. If you say it was the last time, it might well turn out to be the last. What you meant was the most recent time I was here. Faith as tiny as a grain of sand allows us to move mountains. Our dreams are our own, and only we can know the effort required to keep them alive. The universe always helps us fight for our dreams, no matter how foolish they may be. However difficult it may be to accept what happens to us, one must understand that moments such as this give us the possibility for radical change in our behavior. And because of our selfishness, we will be condemned to the worst torture humankind ever invented for itself, loneliness. We are our own greatest surprise. There must be a language that doesn't depend on words. The soul of the world is nourished by people's happiness, and also by unhappiness, envy, and jealousy. To realize one's personal legend is a person's only real obligation. All things are one. Oddly enough, I never used to suffer from depression on cold, gray, cloudy days like this. I feel as if nature is in harmony with me, that it reflected my soul. On the other hand, when the sun appeared, the children would come out to play in the streets, and everyone was happy that it was such a lovely day. And then I would feel terrible, as if that display of exuberance in which I could not participate was somehow unfair. Signs are an extremely personal language that we develop throughout our lives, by trial and error, until we begin to understand that God is guiding us. Every road I traveled led back to you. I hate knowing about illness. Whenever I read a medical book, I immediately start to get all the symptoms. Suffering occurs when we want other people to love us in the way we imagine we want to be loved, and not in the way that love should manifest itself free and untrammeled. guiding us with its force and driving us on. If there is suffering, then it's best to accept it, because it won't go away just because you pretend it's not there. If there is joy, then it's best to accept that too, even though you're afraid it might end one day. That is the Mongolian creation myth. Out of two different natures love is born. In contradiction, love grows in strength. In confrontation and transformation, love is preserved. My heart might be bruised, but it will recover and become capable of seeing beauty of life once more. It's happened before, it will happen again, I'm sure. When someone leaves, it's because someone else is about to arrive. I'll find love again. Every search begins with beginner's luck. And every search ends with the victors being severely tested. The boy remembered an old proverb from his country. It said that the darkest hour of the night came just before the dawn. When you dance, do you feel desire? Do you feel as if you were summoning up a greater energy? When you dance, are there moments when you cease to be yourself? Do you know what I've learned? That although ecstasy is the ability to stand outside yourself, dance is a way of rising up into space, of discovering new dimensions while still remaining in touch with your body. When you dance, the spiritual world and the real world manage to coexist quite happily. I think classical ballet dancers dance on point because they're simultaneously touching the earth and reaching up to the skies. As so often in life, things are not always what it seems. The mere possibility of getting what we want fills the soul of the ordinary person with guilt. We look around at all those who have failed to get what they want and feel that we do not deserve to get what we want either. We forget about all the obstacles we overcame, all the suffering we endured, all the things we had to give up in order to get this far. She knows three things: A. That men are less treacherous than women. B. That they never notice what a woman is wearing because they're always mentally undressing her. C. That as long as you've got breasts, thighs, buttocks and belly in good trim, you can conquer the world. That's how love got lost, when we started laying down rules for when love should or shouldn't appear. One day you will wake up, there won't be any more time to do the things you've always wanted. Do it now. Time does not pass, it merely changes. They were so ignorant, so naive, so resigned to their lot. They refused to believe anything that didn't fit in with what they were used to believing. The best way to weaken one's enemy was to get him to believe that you were on his side. Traveling to past lives is like making a hole in the floor and letting the flames of the fire in the apartment below scorch and burn the present. I gaze lovingly at Hillel, a love that is reflected through time, or what we imagine to be time, as in a mirror. She was never mine and never will be, that is how it is. We are both creators and creatures, but we are also puppets in God's hands, and there is a line we cannot cross, a line that was drawn for reasons we cannot know. We can approach and even dabble our toes in the river, but we are forbidden to plunge in and let ourselves be carried along by the current. I knew it, she says. I knew I had met you before. I knew it the first time I saw your photograph. It's as if we had to meet again at some point in this life. I talked to my friends about it, but they thought I was crazy, that thousands of people must say the same thing about thousands of other people every day. I thought they must be right, but life brought you to me. You came to find me, didn't you? I receive your love and I give you mine. Not the love of a man for a woman, not the love of a father for a child, not the love of God for his creatures. But a love with no name and no explanation, like a river that cannot explain why it follows a particular course, but simply flows onwards. A love that asks for nothing and gives nothing in return, it is simply there. I will never be yours and you will never be mine, nevertheless, I can honestly say, I love you. When we turn around, come face to face with our destiny, we discover that words, spoken, are not enough. I know so many people who are brilliant speakers but are quite incapable of practicing what they preach. It's one thing to describe a situation, quite another to experience it. I realized a long time ago that a warrior in search of his dream must take his inspiration from what he actually does, not from what he imagines himself doing. That is what marks out the warrior, the knowledge that willpower and courage are not the same thing. Courage can attract fear and adulation, but willpower requires patience and commitment. Men and women with immense willpower are generally solitary types and give off a kind of coolness. Many people mistakenly think that they are cold people, when nothing could be further from the truth. O God, when I listen to the voices of animals, the sounds of trees, the murmurings of water, the singing of birds, the whistling of the wind, or the boom of thunder, I see in them evidence of your unity. I feel that you are supreme power, omniscience, supreme knowledge, and supreme justice. I recognize you, O God, in the trials I am going through. May your pleasure be my pleasure, too. May I be your joy, the joy that a father feels for a son. And may I think of you calmly and with determination, even when I find it hard to say I love you. Come on, let's go. Crazy people do crazy things. She considered the possibility of telling her about everything that was happening, but then she changed her mind. People never learn anything by being told. They have to find out for themselves. The future would end up finding out the truth about the past. Close cycles. Not because of pride or arrogance, but because that no longer fits your life. The superclass tries to promote its values. Ordinary people complain of divine injustice, they envy power, and it pains them to see others having fun. They don't understand that no one is having fun, that everyone is worried and insecure, and that what the jewels, cars, and fat wallets conceal is a huge inferiority complex. Because all my life I've learned to suffer in silence, Athena. Like the children we will never ever cease to be. People never leave, we are always here in our past and future lives. The day is made up of 24 hours and an infinite number of moments. We need to be aware of those moments and make the most of them regardless of whether we're busy doing something or contemplating life. He hadn't a cent in his pocket, but he had faith. Why don't people's hearts tell them to continue to follow their dreams? Because that's what makes a heart suffer most, and hearts don't like to suffer. Break a pact. Accept forgiveness. Make a bet. I came to set fire to the earth. And I am watchful that the fire grow. May the fire of love grow in our hearts. May the fire of transformation glow in our movements. May the fire of purification burn away our sins. May the fire of justice guide our steps. May the fire of wisdom illuminate our paths. May the fire that spreads over the earth never be extinguished. True wisdom consists in respecting the simple things we do. Only children believe they're capable of everything. We become imprisoned by our memories, and that makes our lives wretched. What hurts us is what heals us. God only allows us to see such things when He wants something to change. You can't measure time the way you measure the distance between 2 points. There are moments when tribulations occur in our lives, and we cannot avoid them. But they are there for some reason. The good fight is the one that we fight in the name of our dreams. Maybe God created the desert so that man could appreciate the date trees. Try to be good, you'll be judged. Try to be yourself, you'll be criticized. Therefore, choose the second option. Evil uses the nice good people as puppets. It appears dressed as a poor guy, telling them that he needs help. When these people realize they have been used, it is already too late. With love, there are no rules. The heart decides, and what it decides is all that really matters. We don't always choose the best solution, but we carry on regardless, trying to remain upright and decent in order to do honor not to the walls or the doors or the windows but to the empty space inside, the space where we worship and venerate what is dearest and most important to us. Choosing a path means having to miss out on others. It isn't expectations that carry us forward, it's our desire to go on. If we are alone, we become more alone. Life is strange. A lot of people think something is right, and so that thing becomes right. Because when everyone dreams, but only a few realize their dreams, that makes cowards of us all. Because of that she had never had enough energy to be herself, a person who, like everyone else in the world, needed other people in order to be happy. But other people were so difficult. They reacted in unpredictable ways, they surrounded themselves with defensive walls, they behaved just as she did, pretending they didn't care about anything. When someone more open to life appeared, they either rejected them outright or made them suffer, consigning them to being inferior, ingenuous. It's best to accept life as it really is and not as I imagined it to be. Still, being fragile creatures, humans always try to hide from themselves the certainty that they will die. They do not see that it is death itself that motivates them to do the best things in their lives. They are afraid to step into the dark, afraid of the unknown, and their only way of conquering that fear is to ignore the fact that their days are numbered. They do not see that with an awareness of death, they would be able to be even more daring, to go much further in their daily conquests, because then they would have nothing to lose, for death itself is inevitable. We are always trying to convert people to a belief in our own explanation of the universe. We think that the more people there are who believe as we do, the more certain it will be that what we believe is the truth. But it doesn't work that way at all. The busiest people I have known in my life always have time enough to do everything. Those who do nothing are always tired and pay no attention to the little amount of work they are required to do. They complain constantly that the day is too short. The truth is, they are afraid to fight the good fight. The aim of every human being is to understand the meaning of total love. It's best to live as if it were the first and last day of my life. No one owns anything. Anyone who has lost something they thought was theirs forever finally comes to realize that nothing really belongs to them. And if nothing belongs to me, then there's no point wasting my time looking after things that aren't mine. Sometimes, you get no second chance and that it's best to accept the gifts the world offers you. How is it possible for the beauty that was there only minutes before to vanish so quickly? Fashion may renew itself every 6 months, but one thing remains the same: bouncers always wear black. Fashion is merely a saying, I belong to your world. I'm wearing the same uniform as your army, so don't shoot. Follow your dreams and take your risks. People destroy what they love. One way or another, I have wound up destroying what I've loved. I've seen my dreams fall apart just when I seemed to achieve them. I always thought that was just the way life was. My life ain't everybody else's. We can never found the soul, just as we can never wound God, but we become imprisoned by our memories, and that makes our lives wretched, even when we have everything we need in order to be happy. I have won important things for myself, but I'm going to destroy them, because I tell myself they have lost their meaning. I know that is not true. I know they are important, and that if I destroy them, I'll be destroying myself, as well. I'm not doing anything, and yet I'm also doing the most important thing a man can do, I'm listening to what I needed to hear from myself. Why do they make things so complicated? So that those who have the responsibility for understanding can understand, he said. Imagine if everyone went around transforming lead into gold. Gold would lose its value. It's those who are persistent, and willing to study things deeply, who achieve the master work. We, their hearts, become fearful just thinking of loved ones who go away forever, or of moments that could have been good but weren't, or of moments that could have been found but were forever hidden in the sands. The story of one person is the story of all of humanity. As he mused about these things, he realized that he had to choose between thinking of himself as the poor victim of a thief and as an adventurer in quest of his treasure. When trying to seduce a woman, a writer says, "I'm a writer," and scribbles a poem on a napkin. It always works. I want to be a writer, not an engineer who writes books. I've discovered my vocation. I want to be a writer. I want to be someone capable of seeing the unseen faces, of seeing those who do not seek fame or glory, who silently fulfill the role life has given them. I want to be able to do this because the most important things, those that shape our existence, are precisely the ones that never show their faces. The rain is falling ever harder, and all I can hear is the sound of the water. I'm drenched, but I can't move. I don't want to leave, because I don't know where to go. I was nothing, and that seemed to me quite marvelous. I came to realize that I was always looking for myself in the women I loved. I looked at their lovely, clean faces, and saw myself reflected in them. They, on the other hand, looked at me and saw the dirt on my face and, however intelligent and self-confident they were, they ended up seeing themselves reflected in me and thinking that they were worse than they were. Please don't let that happen to you. Infatuation was a good thing. It gave spice to life, and added to its enjoyment. But it was different from love. Love was worth everything, and couldn't be exchanged for anything. Facing the difficulties, I can choose either to be a poor victim or a great adventurer. When something undesirable grows in my soul, I ask God to give me the courage to mercilessly pluck it out. Time heals almost everything. But when you are healed, you are too old to enjoy. I simply believe that a book has a journey to make, and should not be condemned to being stuck on a shelf. Let's leave our books free to travel, then, to be touched by other hands, and enjoyed by other eyes. I will be able to love above all discontentment. To give even when I am stripped of everything. To dry tears even when I am still crying. To believe even when I am discredited. Love perseveres. It's men who change. Most human beings still cannot trust love. Men always have their reasons. But the fact is that they always wind up leaving. Even if loving meant leaving, or solitude, or sorrow, love was worth every penny of its price. But now I knew that true love was above all that, and that it would be better to die than to fail to love. My brain warned me, but my heart didn't want to take its advice. May my tears run just as far, that my love might never know that one day I cried for him. We suffer because we feel we are giving more than we receive. We suffer because our love is going unrecognized. We suffer because we are unable to impose our own rules. Empty your mind, stop thinking about anything, simply be. No one should let themselves get used to anything. I am who I was and who I will be. No life is complete without a touch of madness. Love is a disease no one wants to get rid of. Those who catch it never try to get better, and those who suffer do not wish to be cured. We could go back to the time when we first met, a man in emotional tatters over someone who had left him, and a woman madly in love with her neighbor. I could repeat what I said to you once, I'm going to fight to the bitter end. Well, I fought and I lost, and now I'll just have to lick my wounds and leave. The strongest love is the love which is not afraid to show the weakness. By the river Piedra I sat down and wept. There is a legend that everything that falls into the waters of this river, leaves, insects, the feathers of birds, is transformed into the rocks that make the riverbed. If only I could tear out my heart and hurl it into the current, then my pain and longing would be over, and I could finally forget. It is not necessary to move mountains in order to prove one's faith. It is bound to come a moment when what seems close is still very far away. There are some things in life that are worth fighting for to the end. In a few more days I'd anticipated telling Veronica that our injections had cured her heart condition. But in light of her unscheduled departure from Villette, my telling that particular lie will not be required. The majority of people who attempt suicide repeat that attempt until they succeed. I took a risk in lying to her about her condition. I decided to test the only remedy I have come to have any faith in, awareness of life. Until she finds out from some other doctor that she is perfectly healthy, she'll consider each day a miracle, which in my view it is. Her silence was the blank space between the words. It wasn't a dance, but the complete absence of noise and movement, the silence, that brought me in contact with myself. Even stopped clocks are right twice a day. Certain people, In their eagerness to construct a world no external threat can penetrate, build exaggeratedly high defense against the outside world, against new people, new places, different experiences, and leave their own world stripped bare. It is there that bitterness begins irrevocable work. Does he love me? You're asking the wrong question. What you need to know is, are you in a position to give him the love he needs? And whatever happens or doesn't happen will be equally gratifying, knowing that you are capable of love is enough. If it isn't him, it will be someone else. Don't try to keep a safe distance so as to see what happens. Don't wait to be certain before you take a step. What you give, you will receive, although it might sometimes come from the place you least expect. Some people appear to be happy, but they simply don't give the matter much thought. Others make plans. I'm going to have a husband, a home, 2 children, a house in the country. As long as they're busy doing that, they're like bulls looking for the bullfighter. They react instinctively. They blunder on, with no idea where the target is. They get their car, sometimes they even get a Ferrari, and they think that's the meaning of life, and they never question it. Yet their eyes betray the sadness that even they don't know they carry in their soul. Are you happy? We must love because we are loved by God. We must be conscious of death if we are to have a proper understanding of life. We must struggle in order to grow, but without falling into the trap of the power we gain through that struggle, because we know that power is worthless. Finally, we must accept that our eternal soul is, at this moment, caught in the web of time with all its opportunities and its limitations. Success is both an addiction and an enslavement. No one could make a choice without feeling afraid. We can harness the energy of the winds, the seas, the sun. But the day man learns to harness the energy of love, that will be as important as the discovery of fire. He told himself that he would have to start reading thicker books. They lasted longer, and made more comfortable pillows. She wasn't afraid of difficulties. What frightened her was having to choose one particular path. Choosing a path meant missing out on others. She had a whole life to live, and she was always thinking that, in the future, she might regret the choices she made now. And the person who loves wholeheartedly feels free. Read. Forget everything you've been told about books and read. That's what the world is like. People talk as if they knew everything, but if you dare to ask a question, they don't know anything. I love you, though, were 3 words she had often heard during her 22 years, and it seemed to her that they were now completely devoid of meaning, because they had never turned into anything serious or deep, never translated into a lasting relationship. Dreaming is very pleasant as long as you are not forced to put your dreams into practice. That way, we avoid all the risks, frustrations and difficulties, and when we are old, we can always blame other people, preferably our parents, our spouses or our children, for our failure to realize our dreams. Anyone who interferes with the destiny of another thing never will discover his own. People learn, early in their lives, what is their reason for being. Maybe that's why they give up on it so early, too. Once in a mental hospital, a person grows used to the freedom that exists in the world of insanity and becomes addicted to it. To the warriors of light, there is no such thing as impossible love. They don't allow themselves to be intimidated by silence, or by rejection. They know that, behind the icy mask people wear, there is a heart of fire. That is why the warriors risk more than others. They tirelessly seek love, even if this means hearing, many times over, the word no, returning home defeated, feeling rejected in body and soul. Warriors don't allow themselves to be discouraged. Without love, live has no meaning. Most important and most vulnerable of human emotions, love. Having the courage to take the steps we always wanted to take is the only way of showing that we trust in God. Love was the key to understanding all of the mysteries. Everything depends on which path you take. Nothing will behave in the logical way you have come to expect. You had to take risks, follow some paths and abandon others. In order not to suffer, you had to renounce love. We must struggle for our dreams, but when certain paths prove impossible, it would be best to save our energies in order to travel other roads. Love one another, but let's try not to possess one another. Now that she realized she had been waiting for him, she did not like that. And she already has her treasure, it's you. No matter how you feel today, get up, dress up, show up. When you are in love, things make even more sense, he thought. Everyone knows how to love, because we are all born with that gift. Some people have a natural talent for it, but the majority of us have to relearn to remember how to love, and everyone, without exception, needs to burn on the bonfire of past emotions to relieve certain joys and griefs, certain ups and downs, until they can see the connecting thread that exists behind each new encounter, because there is a connecting thread. You're a man who has suffered and wants revenge, she said. Your heart is dead, your soul is in darkness. The devil by your side is smiling because you are playing the game he invented. If you want to achieve your objectives, you have to be prepared for a daily dose of pain or discomfort. At first, it's unpleasant and demotivating, but in time you come to realize that it's part of the process of feeling good, and the moment arrives when, if you don't feel pain, you have a sense that the exercises aren't having the desired effect. She was doing it because she had nothing to lose, because her life was one of constant, day-to-day frustration. She wasn't a victim of fate, she was running her own risks, pushing beyond her own limits, experiencing things which, one day, in the silence of her heart, in the tedium of old age, she would remember almost with nostalgia, however absurd that might seem. "I've been through all this before," he says to his heart. "Yes, you have been through all this before," replies his heart. "But you have never been beyond it." Everything on earth is being continuously transformed. She wants to drink that man too, and then she can forget forever the cheap wine that you gulp down and that makes you feel drunk, but always leaves you with a headache and an empty space in your soul. Life is like a garden, you reap what you sow. Love, too, was just a question of time. When you close that door to nowhere, throw away the key, we have a tendency to look back and regret. The most important experiences a man can have are those that take him to the very limit. That is the only way we learn, because it requires all our courage. Then there are those who plant. They endure storms and all the many vicissitudes of the seasons, and they rarely rest. But, unlike a building, a garden never stops growing. And while it requires the gardener's constant attention, it also allows life for the gardener to be a great adventure. Many people don't allow themselves to love, because there are a lot of things at risk, a lot of future and a lot of past. People say strange things, the boy thought. Sometimes it's better to be with the sheep, who don't say anything. And better still to be alone with one's books. They tell their incredible stories at the time when you want to hear them. But when you're talking to people, they say some things that are so strange that you don't know how to continue the conversation. The music could even penetrate his remote world, more distant than the moon itself. It could even perform miracles. "Why do we have to listen to our hearts?" the boy asked, when they had made camp that day. "Because, wherever your heart is, that is where you'll find your treasure." "But my heart is agitated," the boy said. "It has its dreams, it gets emotional, and it's become passionate over a woman of the desert. It asks things of me, and it keeps me from sleeping many nights when I'm thinking about her." "Well, that's good. Your heart is alive. Keep listening to what it has to say." "Why don't people's hearts tell them to continue following their dreams?" the boy asked the alchemist. "Because that's what makes a heart suffer most, and hearts don't like to suffer." From then on, the boy understood his heart. He asked it, please, never to stop speaking to him. He asked that, when he wandered far from his dreams, his heart press him and sound the alarm. The boy swore that, every time he heard the alarm, he would heed its message. My heart is afraid that it will have to suffer. She didn't need to understand the meaning of life, it was enough to find someone who did, and then fall asleep in his arms and sleep as a child sleeps, knowing that someone stronger than you is protecting you from all evil and all danger. I don't regret my painful times, I bear my scars as if they were medals. I know that freedom has a high price, as high as that of slavery. The only difference is that you pay with pleasure and a smile, even when that smile dimmed by tears. The taste of things recovered is the sweetest honey we will ever know. We are afraid of losing what we have. I don't want to change anything, because I don't know how to deal with change. I'm afraid that if my dream is realized, I'll have no reason to go on living. Not everyone can see his dreams come true in the same way. Everybody has to share something. This is one of the most important laws of the human condition, is the necessity to share. This is the task of the writer, but not only of a writer, of every human being, it is to share something that he or she has. Creativity is basically a feminine process. I'm convinced that we have in our soul, everybody, this masculine side and this feminine side. So at the end of the day, you always use this feminine creative energy to write or to do any type of art or creativity. So if I see that my protagonist is feminine, it's not more difficult, no. And even when my protagonist is masculine, I'm writing from using this feminine energy. The issue is not answering questions, but leaving discussions open. Not in the sense that probably one day you are going to have an answer or you are not going to have an answer. Just live your life, do what you have to do, what you are enthusiastic about doing. I am a very good archer. I use archery as my way of meditation. I cannot sit down and just meditate in the classical sense. I am very active. So, I use archery. I have my bow, my arrow, and I use this tension and relaxation in the second after throwing the arrow. And it is my way to meditate, and this is the only thing that clears my mind. When I do archery, I am totally there with my bow, my target, my arrow, and I don't think, I am communion with the universe. Remember that when you truly want something, the entire universe conspires to make it happen. When two people fall in love, past and future disappear. Only cowards hide behind silence. Love is the only thing that counts. Love is what keeps the star and the human beings and the world turning around. Love is the force that binds the whole universe together. A writer is basically someone who shares his or her value or vision of the world. A warrior of the light has no regrets, because regrets can kill. One never knows what life may have in store for us, and it's always good to know where the emergency exit is. Elegance is not an outer quality, but a part of the soul that is visible to others. Most experiences provoke a transformation in you. So, when you live something, live it fully, because you never know when this is going to happen again, and not only that, if it even happens again. it will not have the same impact. Dreamers can't be tamed. There is no tragedy, only the unavoidable. Everything has its reason for being, you only need to distinguish what is temporary from what is lasting. Sometimes it's better to leave things as they are, he thought to himself, and decided to say nothing. Sometimes the warrior feels as if he were living two lives at once. There is a bridge that links what I do with what I would like to do, he thinks. Slowly, his dreams take over his everyday life, and then he realizes that he is ready for the thing he always wanted. Then all that is needed is a little daring, and his two lives become one. I love you like a river that understands that it must learn to flow differently over waterfalls and to rest in the shallows. I love you because we are all born in the same place, at the same source, which keeps us provided with a constant supply of water. And so, when we feel weak, all we have to do is wait a little. The spring returns, and the winter snows melt and fill us with new energy. I think the more information you can get, the better you can find information for your own purposes. Children are always looking at the world as if it was for the first time in their lives. So, we should always look to the world with the eyes of a child. I am not saying be naive, I am saying be innocent in the sense of discovering things. Love is an unconditional commitment to an imperfect person. To love somebody isn't just a strong feeling. It is a decision, a judgment, and a promise. Vanity of vanities, all is vanity, and there is nothing new under the sun, as Solomon said more than 3,000 years ago. The warrior of light knows the importance of intuition. In the midst of battle, he does not have time to think of the enemy's blows, and so he uses his instinct and obeys his angel. In times of peace, he deciphers the signs that God sends him. People say, he's mad. Or, he lives in a fantasy world. Or even, how can he possibly believe in such illogical things? But the warrior knows that intuition is God's alphabet and he continues listening to the wind and talking to the stars. Perfect people don't drink, don't fight, don't lie, don't make mistakes and don't exist. Life moves very fast. It rushes us from heaven to hell in a matter of seconds. For the warrior of light there is no such thing as an impossible love. He is not intimidated by silence, indifference or rejection. He knows that, behind the mask of ice that people wear, there beats a heart of fire. Without love, he is nothing. Stop turning on your emotional television to watch the same program over again, the one that shows how much you suffered from a certain loss. That is only poisoning you, nothing else. If you live your life fully, you will die only once. But if you are scared, fear will kill you day after day. Live fully, love deeply, let go with no bitterness. Everything is a matter of courage. A warrior of the light never confuses tension with anxiety. We buy books, we go to gyms, we expend a lot of brain power on trying to hold back time, when we should be celebrating the miracle of being here in this world. In love lies the seed of our growth. The more we love, the closer we are to the spiritual experience. Anyone who is in love is making love the whole time, even when they're not. It was my fear of failure that first kept me from attempting the master work. Now, I'm beginning what I could have started 10 years ago. But I'm happy at least that I didn't wait 20 years. He had not a cent in his pocket, but he had faith. He had decided, the night before, that he would be as much an adventurer as the ones he had admired in books. In order to dominate the soul, you must also learn to dominate the body. And in order to dominate the body, you cannot fear pain. Life is too short for us to keep important words, for example, I love you, locked in our hearts. I learned the most important lesson of my life, that the extraordinary is not the birthright of a chosen and privileged few, but of all people, even the humblest. That is my one certainty, we are all the manifestation of the divinity of God. Love always triumphs over what we call death. That's why there's no need to grieve for our loved ones, because they continue to be loved and remain by our side. The wise are wise only because they love. Love simply is. Love and don't ask too many questions. Just love. When you dance, you can enjoy the luxury of being you. Life has been very hard on me, but, at the same time, it has taught me a great deal. Find someone who makes you smile, because it only takes a smile to make a day better. The fool who loves giving advice on our garden never tends his own plants. My smile is my way of saying, you can destroy my body, but not my soul. Walk neither faster nor slower than your own soul, because it is your soul that will teach you the usefulness of each step you take. The rose is a rose from the time it is a seed to the time it dies. Within it, at all times, it contains its whole potential. It seems to be constantly in the process of change, yet at each state, at each moment, it is perfectly all right as it is. All life's battles teach us something, even those we lose. When you grow up, you'll discover that you have defended lies, deceived yourself, or suffered foolishness. If you're a good warrior, you will not blame yourself for this, but neither will you allow your mistakes to repeat themselves. The warrior of the light is a believer. Because he believes in miracles, miracles begin to happen. Because he is sure that his thoughts can change his life begins to change. Because he is certain that he will find love, love appears. Solitude is used to teach us how to live with other people. Rage is used to show us the infinite value of peace. Boredom is used to underline the importance of adventure spontaneity. Silence is used to teach us to use words responsibly. Tiredness is used so that we can understand the value of waking up. Illness is used to underline the blessing of good health. Fire is used to teach us about water. Earth is used so that we can understand the value of air. Death is used to show us the importance of life. We will always meet rivals in everything we do, but the most dangerous are those we believe to be our friends. What was broken will never be the same again. Although anxiety is part of life, never let it control you. No one can go back, but everyone can go forward. Difficulty is the name of an ancient tool that was created purely to help us define who we are. In life's most significant moments we are always alone. Scars are medals branded on the flesh, and your enemies will be frightened by them because they are proof of your long experience of battle. Allowing someone else to make us happy will make them happy too. Does a leaf, when it falls from the tree in winter, feel defeated by the cold? The tree says to the leaf, "That's the cycle of life. You may think you're going to die, but you live on in me. It's thanks to you that I'm alive, because I can breathe. It's also thanks to you that I have felt loved, because I was able to give shade to the weary traveler. Your sap is in my sap, we are one thing." I am love, I am music, she thinks. Let's dance. And to those who believe that adventures are, I say, try routine. It kills you far more quickly. In the cycle of nature there is no such thing as victory or defeat, there is only movement. None of us can know what tomorrow will hold, because each day has its good and its bad moments. Excessive caution destroys the soul and the heart, because living is an act of courage, and an act of courage is always an act of love. And if I'm alone in bed, I will go to the window, look up at the sky, and feel certain that loneliness is a lie, because the universe is there to keep me company. Scars speak more loudly than the sword that caused them. If he waits for the ideal moment, he will never set off. He requires a touch of madness to take the next step. The warrior uses that touch of madness. For, in both love and war, it is impossible to foresee everything. A warrior cannot lower his head, otherwise he loses sight of the horizon of his dreams. One cannot judge the beauty of a path merely by looking at its entrance. The same goes for envy, anger, and insults, said the Master. When they are not accepted, they continue to belong to the one who carried them. A flower is not better when it blooms than when it is merely a bud. At each stage it is the same thing, a flower in the process of expressing its potential. Be blessed. And just as you are transforming your own life, may you transform the lives of those around you. When they ask, do not forget to give. When they knock at your door, be sure to open it. When they lose something and come to you, do whatever you can to help them find what they have lost. First, though, ask, knock at the door and find what is missing in your life. A hunter always knows what to expect, eat or be eaten. I'm an adventurer, looking for treasure. I must have no fear of failure. It was my fear of failure that first kept me from attempting the master work. Try to live with the same intensity as a child. He doesn't ask for explanations. He dives into each day as if it were a new adventure and, at night, sleeps tired and happy. To travel is the experience of ceasing to be the person you are trying to be, and becoming the person you really are. It's always easy to blame others. You can spend your entire life blaming the world, but your successes or failures are entirely your own. We are not the person other people wish we were. We are who we decide to be. The warrior who trusts his path doesn't need to prove the other is wrong. Fortunate are those who take the first step. Someday people will realize that men and women are capable of speaking the language of the angels, that all of us are possessed of the gifts of the Holy Spirit and that we can perform miracles, cure, prophesy, and understand. Only someone who can say, I love you, is capable of saying, I forgive you. Love is, after all, a curse of suffering. No one loses anyone, because no one owns anyone. Sometimes, we need to be strangers to ourselves. Then the hidden light in our soul will illuminate what we need to see. We always try to interpret things in accordance with what we want and not as they are. When faced by any loss, there's no point in trying to recover what has been. It's best to take advantage of the large space that opens up before us and fill it with something new. In a forest of 100,000 trees, no two leaves are alike. And no two journeys along the same path are alike. You don't need to climb a mountain to know that it's high. As he was about to climb yet another dune, his heart whispered, be aware of the place where you are brought to tears. That's where I am, and that's where your treasure is. Certainly. But take this into consideration, of every 10 problems we have, 9 are created by our own selves, through guilt, self-punishment, self-pity. However, from time to time a great obstacle appears in our path, which was put there by God, and which is there for a reason. The reason is, to give us the opportunity to change everything, to move forwards. His way isn't the same as mine, nor mine as his. But we're both in search of our destinies, and I respect him for that. It is always important to know when something has reached its end. Closing circles, shutting doors, finishing chapters, it doesn't matter what we call it. What matters is to leave in the past those moments in life that are over. No one can manipulate anyone else. In any relationship, both parties know what they're doing. Even if one complains later on that they were used. There is only one way to learn. It's through action. You are not defeated when you lose. You are defeated when you quit. I can speak to my soul only when the two of us are off exploring deserts or cities or mountains or roads. Follow your dreams, transform your life. If you can concentrate always on the present, you'll be a happy man. We make a lot of detours, but we're always heading for the same destination. Once a problem is solved, its simplicity is amazing. I am going to sit here in the river. If you go home to sleep, I will sleep in front of your house. And if you go away, I will follow you until you tell me to go away. Then I'll leave. But I have to love you for the rest of my life. Thy will be done, my Lord. Because you know the weakness in the heart of your children, and you assign each of them only the burden they can bear. May you understand my love, because it is the only thing I have that is really mine, the only thing that I will be able to take with me into the next life. Please allow it to be courageous and pure, please make it capable of surviving the snares of the world. Look around. And don't get close to people who make you suffer. This is the present moment. Learn how to gobble it up without fear or guilt. Have pity on those who are fearful of taking up a pen, or a paintbrush, or an instrument, or a tool because they are afraid that someone has already done so better than they could. If you force yourself to be the same as everyone else, it causes neuroses, psychoses, and paranoia. It's a distortion of nature, it goes against God's laws. For in all the world's woods and forests He did not create a single leaf the same as another. Things do not always happen the way I would have wanted, and it's best that I get used to that. Fortunate are those who take the first steps. Don't expect to get anything back, don't expect recognition for your efforts, don't expect your genius to be discovered or your love to be understood. Act because you need to act. It's what you do in the present that will redeem the past and thereby change the future. The young all have the same dream, to save the world. Some quickly forget this dream, convinced that there are more important things to do, like having a family, earning money, traveling, and learning a foreign language. Others, though, decide that it really is possible to make a difference in society and to shape the world we will hand on to future generations. Usually the threat of death makes people a lot more aware of their lives. When we're focused on what we want, things begin to slot perfectly into place. To injure your opponent is to injure yourself. A life without a cause is a life without effect. Only two things can reveal life's great secrets: suffering and love. No one ever loses anyone. We are all one soul that needs to continue growing and developing in order for the world to carry on and for us all to meet once again. If I believe I will win, then victory will believe in me. A warrior knows that the ends do not justify the means. Because there are no ends, there are only means. Don't be intimidated by other people's opinions. Only mediocrity is sure of itself, so take risks and do what you really want to do. But no one can lose sight of what he desires. Even if there are moments when he believes the world and the others are stronger. The secret is this: do not surrender. The boat is safer anchored at the port, but that's not the aim of boats. It's a good idea always to do something relaxing prior to making an important decision in your life. Everyone knows how to love because we are all born with that gift. In love, no one can harm anyone else. We are each responsible for our own feelings and cannot blame someone else for what we feel. If I must be faithful to someone or something, I have, first of all, to be faithful to myself. When we meet someone and fall in love, we have a sense that the whole universe is on our side. And yet if something goes wrong, there is nothing left. It is possible to avoid pain. Yes, but you'll never learn anything. Is it possible to know something without ever having experiencing it? Yes, but it will never truly be part of you. Life is one long training session, in preparation for what will come. Life and death lose their meaning, there are only challenges to be met with joy and overcome with tranquility. If I can learn to understand this language without words, I can learn to understand the world. Life sometimes separates people so that they can realize how much they mean to each other. Travel is never a matter of money but of courage. To become really good at anything, you have to practice and repeat, until the technique becomes intuitive. The world is being created and destroyed in this very moment. Whoever you met will reappear, whoever you lost will return. Don't betray the grace that was bestowed on you. Understand what is going on inside you and you will understand what is going on inside everyone else. Don't imagine that I came to bring peace. I came with a sword. Lovers need to know how to lose themselves and then how to find themselves again. We learn in the past, but we are not the result of that. We suffered in the past, loved in the past, cried and laughed in the past, but that's of no use in the present. The present has its challenges, its good and bad side. We can neither blame nor be grateful to the past for what is happening now. Each new experience of love has nothing whatsoever to do with past experiences. It's always new. Anyone who knows God cannot describe Him. Anyone who can describe God does not know Him. If you spend too much time trying to find out what is good or bad about someone else, you'll forget your own soul and end up exhausted and defeated by the energy you have wasted in judging others. To live is to experience things, not sit around pondering the meaning of life. If we seek something, that same thing is seeking us. When a sense of dissatisfaction persists, that means it was placed there by God for one reason only: you need to change everything and move forward. Our life is a constant journey, from birth to death. The landscape changes, the people change, our needs change, but the train keeps moving. Life is the train, not the station. The boy was beginning to understand that intuition is really a sudden immersion of the soul into the universal current of life, where the histories of all people are connected, and we are able to know everything, because it's all written there. The secret of happiness is to see all the marvels of the world, and never to forget the drops of oil on the spoon. Life is the moment we're living right now. Go further than you planned. Ask for the moon. You will be surprised how often you get it. The secret is here in the present. If you pay attention to the present, you can improve upon it. And, if you improve on the present, what comes later will also be better. The Alchemist. Loneliness, when accepted, becomes a gift that will lead us to find a purpose in life. You only know yourself when you go beyond your limits. It is not time that changes man nor knowledge. The only thing that can change someone's mind is love. Most people see the world as a threatening place, and, because they do, the world turns out, indeed, to be a threatening place. When you want something with all your heart, that's when you are closest to the soul of the world. It's always a positive force. Listen to your heart. It knows all things, because it came from the soul of the world and it will one day return there. If you have a past with which you feel dissatisfied, then forget it, now. Imagine a new story for your life and believe in it. Focus only on the moments when you achieved what you desired, and that strength will help you to get what you want. I think that perhaps we always fall in love the very first instant we see the man of our dreams, even though, at the time, reason may be telling us otherwise. And we may fight against that instinct, hoping against hope that we won't win, until there comes a point when we allow ourselves to be vanquished by our feelings. No one loses anyone, because no one owns anyone. That is the true experience of freedom, having the most important thing in the world without owning it. All life battles teach us something, even those we lose. If only everyone could know and live with their inner craziness. Would the world be a worse place for it? No, people would be fairer and happier. Sometimes life is very mean. A person can spend days, weeks, months and years without feeling new. Then, when a door opens, a positive avalanche pours in. One moment, you have nothing, the next, you have more than you can cope with. The energy of hatred won't get you anywhere, but the energy of forgiveness, which reveals itself through love, will transform your life in a positive way. Collective madness is called sanity. In order to have faith in his own path, he does not need to prove that someone else's path is wrong. Live to please the others, and everyone will love you, except yourself. If everybody loves you, something is wrong. Find at least one enemy to keep you alert. Every human being should keep alive within them the sacred flame of madness, but should behave as a normal person. Life does not play with marked cards, winning or losing is part of it. You must be careful never to allow doubt to paralyze you. Always take the decisions you need to take, even if you're not sure you're doing the right thing. You'll never go wrong if, when you make a decision, you keep in mind an old German proverb, "The devil is in the detail." Remember that proverb and you'll always be able to turn a wrong decision into a right one. I've learned that waiting is the most difficult bit, and I want to get used to the feeling, knowing that you're with me, even when you're not by my side. The roller coaster is my life. Life is a fast, dizzying game. Life is a parachute jump. It's taking chances, falling over and getting up again. It's mountaineering. It's wanting to get to the very top of yourself and feeling angry and dissatisfied when you don't manage it. The world only gets better because people risk something to make it better. Thanks, Egyptians. The only power you have on this planet is the power of your decisions. Break the glass, please, and free us from all these damned rules, from needing to find an explanation for everything, from doing only what others approve of. Reason lost the battle, and all I could do was surrender and accept I was in love. The boy and his heart had become friends, and neither was capable now of betraying the other. Believe that if Allah wants you to know something, someone will tell you. I don't regret the painful times, I bear my scars as if they were medals. If you must say yes, say it with an open heart. If you must say no, say it without fear. If you improve on the present, what comes later will also be better. You must always know what it is that you want. Joy is sometimes a blessing, but it is often a conquest. Our magic moment helps us to change and sends us off in search of our dreams. Yes, we are going to suffer, we will have difficult times, and we will experience many disappointments, but all of this is transitory, it leaves no permanent mark. And one day we will look back with pride and faith at the journey we have taken. Pitiful is the person who is afraid of taking risks. Perhaps this person will never be disappointed or disillusioned. Perhaps she won't suffer the way people do when they have a dream to follow. But when that person looks back, and at some point everyone looks back, she will hear her heart saying, "What have you done with the miracles that God planted in your days? What have you done with the talents God bestowed on you? You buried yourself in a cave because you were fearful of losing those talents. So this is your heritage, the certainty that you wasted your life." "I'm going away," he said. "And I want you to know that I'm coming back. I love you because—" "Don't say anything," Fatima interrupted. "One is loved because one is loved. No reason is needed for loving. Remember that wherever your heart is, there you will find your treasure. You've got to find the treasure, so that everything you have learned along the way can make sense. God is the same, even though He has 1,000 names, it is up to us to select a name for Him. If it's still in your mind, it is still in your heart. There is only one difference between teacher and disciple, the former is slightly less afraid than the latter. Deirdre O'Neill, known as Ed, page 213. She would consider each day a miracle, which indeed it is, when you consider the number of unexpected things that could happen in each second of our fragile existences. Intelligent people discuss ideas. Fools discuss how people should behave. Simple things are the most valuable and only wise people appreciate them. Considering the way the world is, one happy day is almost a miracle. Nothing in this world happens by chance. Stop thinking about life and choose to live it. Although I have the colors, only the Lord can mix them with such harmony. Make whatever decision you wish, but never forget one thing: all of you are much better than you believed. Take advantage of the chance that tragedy has given you. Not everyone is capable of doing so. Sadness does not last forever when we walk in the direction of that which we always desired. Warriors of light are not perfect, their beauty lies in accepting this fact and still desiring to grow and to learn. Being human means having doubts and yet still continuing on your path. Finding one important thing in your life doesn't mean you have to give up all the other important things. Love is not to be found in someone else, but in ourselves. We simply awaken it. But in order to do that, we need the other person. The universe only makes sense when we have someone to share our feelings with. The universe only makes sense when we have someone to share our feelings with. But if I don't think about love, I will be nothing. I need to write about love. I need to think and write about love, otherwise, my soul won't survive. Things pass, and the best we can do is to let them really go away. Getting rid of certain memories also means making some room for other memories to take their place. We all live in our own world. But if you look up at the starry sky, you'll see that all the different worlds up there combine to form constellations, solar systems, galaxies. Everything will happen as was written by the Lord, replied the prophet. There are moments when tribulations occur in our lives, and we cannot avoid them. But they are there for some reason. What reason? That is a question we cannot answer before, or even during the trials. Only when we have overcome them do we understand why they were there. So we contemplate each other, and we want each other, and I give it life and warmth, and it gives me my reason for living. Certain things in life simply have to be experienced and never explained. Love is such a thing. We have been moving along at such a fast pace that we no longer know what we are doing. Now we have to wait until our soul catches up with us. Often in the search for your destiny you will find yourself obliged to change direction. The danger of an adventure is worth 1,000 days of ease and comfort. I am surprised how difficult for people is to say I love you. They only say the 3 magic words when they are sure they will hear I love you too back. Come on. Spread the energy of love without expecting anything. Cowards are incapable of expressing love. It is the prerogative of the brave. We can see the divine in each speck of dust, but that doesn't stop us from wiping it away with a wet sponge. The divine doesn't disappear, it's transformed into the clean surface. I think that when we look for love courageously, it reveals itself, and we wind up attracting even more love. If one person really wants us, everyone does. But if we're alone, we become even more alone. Life is strange. When you are moving toward an objective, said Petrus, it is very important to pay attention to the road. It is the road that teaches us the best way to get there, and the road enriches us as we walk its length. You are someone who is different, but who wants to be the same as everyone else. And that, in my view, is a serious illness. God chose you to be different. Why are you disappointing God with this kind of attitude? That is why I write, to try to turn sadness into longing, solitude into remembrance. All you have to do is to pay attention. Lessons always arrive when you are ready, and if you can read the signs, you will learn everything you need to know in order to take the next step. To love is to lose control. People give flowers as present because flowers contain true meaning of love. Anyone who tries to possess a flower will have to watch its beauty fading. But if you simply look at a flower in the field, you'll keep it forever. That is what the forest taught me. That you will never be mine, and that is why I will never lose you. There is only one way to learn. It's through action. Everything you need to know you have learned through your journey. Dreams are the language of God. Be crazy. But learn how to be crazy without being the center of attention. Be brave enough to live different. Live. If you live, God will live with you. If you refuse to run His risks, He'll retreat to that distant heaven and be merely a subject for philosophical speculation. She didn't quite know what the relationship was between lunatics and the moon, but it must be a strong one, if they used a word like that to describe the insane. Before I die, I want to fight for life. To me, a witch is a woman that is capable of letting her intuition take hold of her actions, that communes with her environment, that isn't afraid of facing challenges. Emotions were like wild horses, and it required wisdom to be able to control them. Of all the weapons of destruction that man could invent, the most terrible and the most powerful was the word. Daggers and spears left traces of blood, arrows could be seen at a distance. Poisons were detected in the end and avoided. But the word managed to destroy without leaving clues. The night is just a part of the day. Human beings can withstand a week without water, 2 weeks without food, many years of homelessness, but not loneliness. It is the worst of all tortures, the worst of all sufferings. The mirror reflects perfectly. It makes no mistakes because it doesn't think. To think is to make mistakes. We are all a part of the divine spark. All have a purpose in creation, and that purpose is called love. That love, however, shouldn't be concentrated in just one person, it should be scattered throughout the world, waiting to be discovered. Wake up that love. What is gone cannot return. What is about to arrive needs to be recognized. A man's dignity isn't measured by the people he has around him when he's at the peak of his success, but by his ability not to forget those who helped him when his need was greatest. People are never satisfied. If they have a little, they want more. If they have a lot, they want still more. Once they have more, they wish they could be happy with little, but are incapable of making the slightest effort in that direction. Teaching is only demonstrating that it is possible. Learning is making it possible for yourself. Death is our constant companion, and it is death that gives each person's life its true meaning. Intense, unexpected suffering passes more quickly than suffering that is apparently bearable. The latter goes on for years and, without our noticing, eats away at our souls, until, one day, we are no longer able to free ourselves from the bitterness and it stays with us for the rest of our lives. We must never stop dreaming. Dreams provide nourishment for the soul, just as a meal does for the body. It is said that all people who are happy have God within them. None of us knows what might happen even the next minute, yet still we go forward. Because we trust. Because we have faith. But how will I know who my soulmate is? Breda felt that this was one of the most important questions she had ever asked in her life. By taking risks, she said to Breda. By risking failure, disappointment, disillusion, but never ceasing in your search for love. As long as you keep looking, you will triumph in the end. Love was a feeling completely bound up with color, like thousands of rainbows superimposed one on top of the other. A prayer couched in the words of the soul is far more powerful than any ritual. There was a time when people accepted magical experiences as natural. There were no priests then, and no one went chasing after the secrets of the occult. If theater is ritual, then dance is too. It's as if the threads connecting us to the rest of the world were washed clean of preconceptions and fears. When you dance, you can enjoy the luxury of being you. Faith is not desire. Faith is will. Desires are things that need to be satisfied, whereas will is a force. Will changes the space around us. But if you believe yourself worthy of the thing you fought so hard to get, then you become an instrument of God, you help the soul of the world, and you understand why you are here. Making a decision was only the beginning of things. When someone makes a decision, he is really diving into a strong current that will carry him to places he had never dreamed of when he first made the decision. Sorrows do not last forever when we are journeying towards the thing we have always wanted. This is why alchemy exists, the boy said. So that everyone will search for his treasure, find it, and then want to be better than he was in his former life. Lead will play its role until the world has no further need for lead, and then lead will have to turn itself into gold. That's what alchemists do. They show that, when we strive to become better than we are, everything around us becomes better, too. Many of us are returning from a long journey during which we were forced to search for things that were of no interest to us. Now we realize that they were false. But this return cannot be made without pain, because we have been away for a long time and feel that we are strangers in our own land. It will take some time to find the friends who also left, and the places where our roots and treasures lie. But this will happen. An awareness of death encourages us to live more intensely. If I must fall, may it be from a high place. The past and the future become unimportant. There is only that moment, and the incredible certainty that everything under the sun has been written by one hand only. It is the hand that evokes love, and creates a twin soul for every person in the world. Without such love, one's dreams would have no meaning. After all, what is happiness? Love, they tell me. But love doesn't bring and never has brought happiness. On the contrary, it's a constant state of anxiety, a battlefield, it's sleepless nights, asking ourselves all the time if we're doing the right thing. Real love is composed of ecstasy and agony. Love fills everything. It cannot be desired because it is an end in itself. It cannot betray because it has nothing to do with possession. It cannot be held prisoner because it is a river and will overflow its banks. Anyone who tries to imprison love will cut off the spring that feeds it, and the trapped water will grow stagnant. People learn 25% from their teacher, 25% from listening to themselves, 25% from their friends, and 25% from time. If you want to control someone, all you have to do is to make them feel afraid. People want to change everything and, at the same time, want it all to remain the same. In the first place, you shouldn't believe in promises. The world is full of them, the promises of riches, of eternal salvation, of infinite love. Some people think they can promise anything, others accept whatever seems to guarantee better days ahead, as, I suspect, is your case. Those who make promises they don't keep end up powerless and frustrated, and exactly the fate awaits those who believe promises. I'm like everyone else. I see the world in terms of what I would like to see happen, not what actually does. When you were in love, you were capable of learning everything and of knowing things you had never dared even to think, because love was the key to understanding all of the mysteries. Don't bother trying to explain your emotions. Live everything as intensely as you can and keep whatever you felt as a gift from God. The best way to destroy the bridge between the visible and invisible is by trying to explain your emotions. When we set out on the path, we always have a fairly clear idea of what we hope to find. Women are generally seeking their soul mate, and men looking for power. Neither party is really interested in learning. They simply want to reach the thing they have set as their goal. Fairy tales had been her first experience of the magical universe, and more than once she had wondered why people ended up distancing themselves from that world, knowing the immense joy that childhood had brought to their lives. Ever since time began, people have recognized their true love by the light in their eyes. We humans have two great problems. The first is knowing when to begin, the second is knowing when to stop. This time I'm not going to tell you a story. I'll just say that insanity is the inability to communicate your ideas. It's as if you were in a foreign country, able to see and understand everything that's going on around you but incapable of explaining what you need to know or of being helped, because you don't understand the language they speak there. No one should ever ask themselves that, why am I unhappy? The question carries within it the virus that will destroy everything. If we ask that question, it means we want to find out what makes us happy. If what makes us happy is different from what we have now, then we must either change once and for all or stay as we are, feeling even more unhappy. Our true friends are those who are with us when the good things happen. They cheer us on and are pleased by our triumphs. False friends only appear at difficult times, with their sad, supportive faces, when, in fact, our suffering is serving to console them for their miserable lives. Success is falling down 7 times but getting up 8. Borges said there are only 4 stories to tell: a love story between 2 people, a love story between 3 people, the struggle for power and the voyage. All of us writers rewrite these same stories ad infinitum. Nothing in the world is ever completely wrong. Even a stopped clock is right twice a day. Your eyes show the strength of your soul. Don't forget that everything you deal with is only one thing and nothing else. A fall from the 3rd floor hurts as much as a fall from the 100th. If I have to fall, may it be from a high place. Whenever you want to achieve something, keep your eyes open, concentrate and make sure you know exactly what it is you want. No one can hit their target with their eyes closed. In the beginning there was only a small amount of injustice abroad in the world, but everyone who came afterwards added their portion, always thinking it was very small and unimportant, and look where we have ended up today. Playing the part of a charitable soul was only for those who were afraid of taking a stand in life. It is always far easier to have faith in your own goodness than to confront others and fight for your rights. It is always easier to hear an insult and not retaliate than have the courage to fight back against someone stronger than yourself. We can always say we're not hurt by the stones others throw at us. And it's only at night, when we're alone and our wife or our husband or our school friend is asleep, that we can silently grieve over our own cowardice. So you see, good and evil have the same face. It all depends on when they cross the path of each individual human being. She had just realized there were 2 things that prevent us from achieving our dreams: believing them to be impossible or seeing those dreams made possible by some sudden turn of the wheel of fortune, when you least expected it. For at that moment, all our fears suddenly surface: the fear of setting off along a road heading who knows where, the fear of a life full of new challenges, the fear of losing forever everything that is familiar. God always offers us a second chance in life. We can also allow our soulmate to pass us by, without accepting him or her, or even noticing. Then we will need another incarnation in order to find that soulmate. And because of our selfishness, we will be condemned to the worst torture humankind ever invented for itself, loneliness. Why do we have to listen to our hearts? The boy asked. Because, wherever your heart is, that is where you will find your treasure. Be like the fountain that overflows, not like the cistern that merely contains. When you possess great treasures within you and try to tell others of them, seldom are you believed. People need not fear the unknown if they are capable of achieving what they need and want. Now that she had nothing to lose, she was free. Stay mad, but behave like normal people. Run the risk of being different, but learn to do so without attracting attention. Life can seem short or life can seem long, depending on how you live it. You are what you believe yourself to be. Everyone on earth has a treasure that awaits him. The wise men understood that this natural world is only an image and a copy of paradise. The existence of this world is simply a guarantee that there exists a world that is perfect. God created the world so that, through its visible objects, men could understand his spiritual teachings and the marvels of his wisdom. At every moment of our lives, we all have one foot in a fairy tale and the other in the abyss. No matter what he does, every person on earth plays a central role in the history of the world. And normally he doesn't know it. When we both experienced the love that consumes, we shared in the Absolute. The Absolute shows each of us who we really are. It is an enormous web of cause and effect, where every small gesture made by one person affects the life of someone else. This morning, that slice of the Absolute was still very much alive in my soul. I was seeing not only you but everything there is in the world, unlimited by space or time. It's not my story anymore. Whenever I speak about the past now, I feel as if I were talking about something that has nothing to do with me. All that remains in the present are the voice, the presence, and the importance of fulfilling my mission. I don't regret difficulties I experienced. I think they helped me to become the person I am today. I feel the way a warrior must feel after years of training. He doesn't remember the details of everything he learned, but he knows how to strike when the time is right. Try to find pleasure in the speed that you're not used to. Changing the way you do routine things allows a new person to grow inside of you. But when all is said and done, you're the one who must decide how you handle it. Of all the ways we have found to hurt ourselves, the worst has been through love. We are always suffering because of someone who doesn't love us, or someone who has left us, or someone who won't leave us. If we are alone, it is because no one wants us. You must be the person you have never had the courage to be. Gradually, you will discover that you are that person, but until you can see this clearly, you must pretend and invent. Profound desire, true desire is the desire to be close to someone. We are afraid of losing what we have, whether it's our life or our possessions and property. But this fear evaporates when we understand that our life stories and the history of the world were written by the same hand. This is what we call love. When you are loved, you can do anything in creation. When you are loved, there's no need at all to understand what's happening, because everything happens within you. Don't give in to your fears. If you do, you won't be able to talk to your heart. Up until then, whenever anyone had mentioned the possibility of making a film adaptation, my answer had always been, no, I'm not interested. I believe that each reader creates his own film inside his head, gives faces to the characters, constructs every scene, hears the voices, smells the smells. And that is why, whenever a reader goes to see a film based on a novel that he likes, he leaves feeling disappointed, saying, the book is so much better than the film. Life always waits for some crisis to occur before revealing itself at its most brilliant. If I am really a part of your dream, you'll come back one day. If pain must come, may it come quickly. Because I have a life to live, and I need to live it in the best way possible. If he has to make a choice, may he make it now. Then I will either wait for him or forget him. We pretend to be strong because we are weak. Intuition is really a sudden immersion of the soul into the universal current of life. People are capable, at any time in their lives, of doing what they dream of. It took me 40 years to write my first book. Music for me, it demands full concentration. An encounter with the superior energy is open to anyone but remains far from those who shift responsibility onto others. May love be your guide in every moment of your life. Every human being should know two languages, the language of society and the language of signs. One serves to communicate with other people, the other serves to understand God's messages. If you want to see a rainbow, you have to learn to see the rain. Whenever someone dies, a part of the universe dies too. Everything a person felt, experienced and saw dies with them, like tears in the rain. Don't live every day as if it were your last. Live every day as if it were your first. Hide your craziness behind a beautiful smile. That's all you need. And that, in the end, the most interesting people always leave. A child can teach an adult three things: to be happy for no reason, to always be busy with something, and to know how to demand with all his might that which he desires. The lake was silent for some time. Finally, it said, "I weep for Narcissus, but I never noticed that Narcissus was beautiful. I weep because, each time he knelt beside my banks, I could see, in the depths of his eyes, my own beauty reflected." People never learn anything by being told, they have to find out for themselves. Behind the mask of ice that people wear, there beats a heart of fire. Only he who gives up is defeated. Everyone else is victorious. This is the first teaching of the Knights. You will erase everything you had written in the book of your life up until now: restlessness, uncertainty, lies. And in the place of all this you will write the word courage. Before a dream is realized, the soul of the world tests everything that was learned along the way. It does this not because it is evil, but so that we can, in addition to realizing our dreams, master the lessons we've learned as we've moved toward that dream. That's the point at which most people give up. It's the point at which, as we say in the language of the desert, one dies of thirst just when the palm trees have appeared on the horizon. Dreams cannot be tamed. Dreamers cannot be ruled. Defeat ends when we launch into another battle. Failure has no end, it is a lifetime choice. Telling the truth and making someone cry is better than telling a lie and making someone smile. I told you that your dream was a difficult one. It's the simple things in life that are the most extraordinary. Only wise men are able to understand them. Ever since your goal found out that you were traveling toward it, it has been running to meet you. We all have other halves, and when they're feeling bad, we get a little piece of the pain. Eat when it's time to eat, and move along when it's time to move along. Disappointment, defeat, and despair are the tools God uses to show us the way. Timidity puts obstacles in your path, boldness eliminates them. The beauty of truth, whether it is bad or good, it is liberating. I'm proud of the scars in my soul. They remind me that I have an intense life. Love your enemy. But don't forget he is not your friend. My heart is afraid that it will have to suffer, the boy told the alchemist one night as they looked up at the moonless sky. Tell your heart that the fear of suffering is worse than the suffering itself. And that no heart has ever suffered when it goes in search of its dreams, because every second of the search is a second's encounter with God and with eternity. Fear of suffering is worse than the suffering itself. Love is what dreams are made of. Courage is the first spiritual quality that you need to have. Comparing is impoverishing your own experience. If you want to be faithful to someone, start by being faithful to yourself. Each day for me is a musical note that I use to compose the symphony of my life. Don't expect your genius to be discovered, do what you must do because it gives you joy. Don't expect your love to be accepted. Love because it justifies your life. To heal my wounds, I need to be brave enough to face them. The great victory, which appears so simple today, was the result of a series of small victories that went unnoticed. Be the best, but get ready to be attacked. Only mediocrity is safe. We all know fear. But passion makes us fearless. Straight roads do not make skillful drivers. Fight for your dreams, and your dreams will fight for you. I carry with me many scars, but I also carry with me moments that would not have happened if I had not dared to go beyond my limits. Too often, we decide to follow a path that is not really our own, one that others have set for us. We forget that, in both cases we will pass through both difficult and happy moments. But when we are living our dream, the difficulties we encounter make sense. Sometimes I need to be a stranger to myself. Only then my soul can show me not what I want, but what I need to see. The best way to be original is to be yourself. The ship is safest when it is in port, but that's not what ships were built for. Just try to love, and manifest it. When your heart is open, there is this energy of love that flows in, fulfills everything and somehow transmutes itself into actions. One of many ways to be useful is to inspire people to forget some rules imposed by society. Important rules are dictated by our hearts. If we resist the temptation to allow other people to define who we are, then we will gradually be able to let the sun inside our own soul shine forth. Never hate jealous people. They are jealous because they think you are better than them. May love fill your heart, compassion guide your mind, faith rule your soul. From the moment that you don't fear to share your heart, you are a free person. I understand that suffering, when it cannot be avoided, is here to help me on my way to my dreams. Things pass, and the best we can do is to let them really go away. Any given thing on the face of the earth could reveal the history of all things. Closing cycles. Not because of pride, incapacity, or arrogance, but simply because that no longer fits your life. Shut the door, change the record, clean the house, shake off the dust. Stop being who you were, and change into who you are. Love is just a word until someone comes along and gives it meaning. Dream is also just a word until you decide to fight for it with all your enthusiasm and commitment. Shine without guilt. Modesty was invented by the mediocres who think you should be the same as them. Sometimes our power resides not in what we do, but in what we don't do. Books are not about messages. I write to understand my soul. Life is a long pilgrimage from fear to love. Success does not come from having one's work recognized by others. It is the fruit of the seed that you lovingly planted. The warrior knows that he is free to choose his desires, and he makes these decisions with courage, detachment, and, sometimes, with just a touch of madness. A great pleasure in life is to do what they say you can't. Culture makes people understand each other better. And if they understand each other better in their soul, it is easier to overcome the economic and political barriers. But first they have to understand that their neighbor is, in the end, just like them, with the same problems, the same questions. You are protected. But if you don't take risks, God will retreat and become only a subject of philosophical speculation. A man is at his strongest when he is willing to accept his vulnerability. The more in harmony with yourself you are, the more joyful you are, and the more faithful you are. Faith is not to disconnect you from reality, it connects you to reality. For the warrior, there is no better or worse, everyone has the necessary gifts for his particular path. Everyone's looking for the perfect teacher, but although their teachings might be divine, teachers are all too human, and that's something people find hard to accept. Don't confuse the teacher with the lesson, the ritual with the ecstasy, the transmitter of the symbol with the symbol itself. Changes happen when we go against everything we're used to doing. Every person on the face of the earth has a gift. In some this reveals itself spontaneously, others have to work to find it. Love is joy. Don't convince yourself that suffering is a part of it. You may not be winning, but this doesn't mean you are losing. Forget about shortcuts. Instead, enjoy the wonders of your path. All haters are losers, even when they win. Only three things can change our lives' dreams: suffering and love. To change the world, we need to combine ancient wisdom with new technologies. When you really want something to happen, the whole universe conspires so that your wish comes true. Don't be someone that searches, finds, and then runs away. I #forgive not because I became a saint, but because I'm tired of hating. As I don't know about tomorrow, I never save the best for later. Writing is a socially acceptable form of getting naked in public. The soul of the world is nourished by people's happiness. And a mistake repeated more than once is a decision. No one can go back, but everyone can go forward. And tomorrow, when the sun rises, all you will have to say to yourself is, I am going to think of this day as the first day of my life. Nothing lasts forever, pain and troubles included. Don't give up. Normally it is the last key on the ring which opens the door. Avoiding problems you need to face is avoiding the life you need to live. We can sell our time, but we can't buy it back. Many times the wrong train took me to the right place. Stay close to those who are not afraid to be vulnerable, because they have confidence in themselves and know that, at some point in our lives, we all stumble. They do not interpret this as a sign of weakness, but of humanity. Avoid those who talk a great deal before acting, those who never take a step without being quite sure that it will bring them respect. The pain of yesterday is the strength of today. Hold the hand of the child within you. For this child, nothing is impossible. We don't need to explain our love. We only need to show it. Life is too short to be wasted in finding answers. Enjoy the questions. Tears are words waiting to be spoken. The power of storytelling is exactly this, to bridge the gaps where everything else has crumbled. Boredom is not in the world, but in the way we see the world. Imagine a new story for your life and start living it. If you act like a victim, you are likely to be treated as one. We forget that the world is what we imagine it to be. We stop being the sun and become, instead, the pool of water reflecting it. If you have a dream, don't waste your energies explaining why. You deserve all the good things that happen to you. Don't feel guilty and accept the blessings. To heal our wounds, we need courage to face them. But don't forget that memory is like salt, the right amount brings out the flavor in food, too much ruins it. If you live in the past all the time, you'll find yourself with no present to remember. I was very happy in both my marriages. I was unfaithful and so were they, just like any other normal couple. Our time on this earth is sacred, and we should celebrate every moment. The importance of this has been completely forgotten. Even religious holidays have been transformed into opportunities to go to the beach or the park or skiing. There are no more rituals. Ordinary actions can no longer be transformed into manifestations of the sacred. We cook and complain that it's a waste of time, when we should be pouring our love into making that food. We work and believe it's a divine curse, when we should be using our skills to bring pleasure and to spread the energy of the mother. Miracles occur all around us, signs from God show us the way, angels plead to be heard, but we pay little attention to them. Behind a cold face there is always an insecure heart. I do believe that everything we see, everything that is in front of us is just the visible part of reality. We have the invisible part of reality, like emotions for example, like feelings. This is our perception of the world, but God is, as William Blake said, in a grain of sand and in a flower. This energy is everywhere. Surrendering completely to love, be it human or divine, means giving up everything, including our own well-being or our ability to make decisions. It means loving in the deepest sense of the word. The truth is that we don't want to be saved in the way God has chosen. We want to keep absolute control over our every step, to be fully conscious of our decisions, to be capable of choosing the object of our devotion. When you know that language, it's easy to believe that someone in the world awaits you, whether it's in the middle of the desert or in some great city. Without such love, one's dreams would have no meaning. It's daylight, the sky is cloudy, and human beings believe that beyond the clouds lives an all-powerful God, guiding the fate of men. Meanwhile, look at your sun, look at your feet, listen to the sounds around you. Down here is the mother, so much closer, bringing joy to children and energy to those who walk over her body. Why do people prefer to believe in something far away and forget what is there before their eyes, a true manifestation of the miracle? When you have an intense contact of love with nature or another human being, like a spark, then you understand that there is no time and that everything is eternal. When you travel you experience, in a very practical way, the act of rebirth. You confront completely new situations, the day passes more slowly, and on most journeys you don't even understand the language the people speak. You begin to be more accessible to others, because they may be able to help you in difficult situations. Anyone who is observant, who discovers the person they have always dreamed of, knows that sexual energy comes into play before sex even takes place. The greatest pleasure isn't sex, but the passion with which it is practiced. When the passion is intense, then sex joins in to complete the dance, but it is never the principal aim. If we are desperate, though, if we have nothing to lose, or if we are full of enthusiasm for life, then the unknown reveals itself, and our universe changes direction. The alchemists spent years in their laboratories, observing the fire that purified the metals. They spent so much time close to the fire that gradually they gave up the vanities of the world. They discovered that the purification of the metals had led to a purification of themselves. All love stories are the same. You have two choices, to control your mind or to let your mind control you. Past and future exist only in our memory. The present moment, though, is outside of time, it's eternity. The major religions, Christianity, Judaism, Islam, they deny somehow that God has a feminine face. However, if you go to the holy texts, you see there is this feminine presence. Love is the force that transforms and improves the soul of the world. It's not always enough to be forgiven by someone. In most cases we have to forgive ourselves first. Seize every opportunity that life offers you because, when opportunities go, they take a long time to come back. The biggest mistake of the man is that he thinks he doesn't deserve the good and the bad things from his life. If everyone there just lived their lives and let others do the same, God would be in every moment, in every grain of mustard, in the fragment of cloud that is there and then gone the following moment. God was there and yet people believed they still had to go on looking, because it seemed too simple to accept that life was an act of faith. And to know how to demand, with all one's might, what one wants. God hides the fires of hell within paradise. When you repeat a mistake, it is not a mistake anymore, it is a decision. The act of discovering who we are will force us to accept that we can go further than we think. We cannot all see the dreams in the same way. Love will never separate a man from his personal legend. The closer you get to your dream, the more your personal legend becomes your real reason for living. Choose the mountain you want to climb. Don't pay attention to what other people say, such as that one's more beautiful or this one's easier. You'll be spending lots of energy and enthusiasm to reach your objective, so you're the only one responsible and you should be sure of what you're doing. We can let the energy of love flow instead of placing it in a jar and leaving it aside. We need to forget what we think we are, so that we can really become what we are. The moment of that kiss contained every happy moment I had ever lived. We still did not answer the questions that are important to us. The glory of the world is transitory, and we should not measure our lives by it, but by the choice we make to follow our personal legend, to believe in our utopias and to fight for our dreams. Faith is difficult to conquer and requires daily battles if it is to be maintained. Choosing one path means abandoning others. If you try to follow every possible path, you will end up following none. When there is no turning back, then we should concern ourselves only with the best way of going forward. The more you understand yourself, the more you will understand the world. There is always a right moment to stop something. It is necessary to run risks, to follow certain paths and to abandon others. No one can make a choice without feeling fear. Love cannot exist in peace, it will always come accompanied by agonies, ecstasies, intense joys and profound sadnesses. Anything a man does can bring him closer to the supreme wisdom, as long as he works with love in his heart. God is love, generosity and forgiveness. If we believe in this, we will never allow our weaknesses to paralyze us. Making mistakes is a way of taking action. The only way to save our dreams is by being generous with ourselves. When we are high up, everything looks very small. Our glories and our sadnesses cease to be important. We have left whatever we won or lost down below. From the top of a mountain you can see how large the world is and how wide the horizon. Tragedies do happen. We can discover the reason, blame others, imagine how different our lives would be had they not occurred. But none of that is important. They did occur, and so be it. From there onward we must put aside the fear that they awoke in us and begin to rebuild. A warrior accepts defeat. He does not treat it as a matter of indifference, nor does he attempt to transform it into a victory. The pain of defeat is bitter to him. He suffers at indifference and becomes desperate with loneliness. After all this has passed, he licks his wounds and begins everything anew. A warrior knows that war is made of many battles. He goes on. Finding something important in life does not mean that you must give up everything else. A warrior knows that a great dream is made up of many different things, just as the light from the sun is the sum of its millions of rays. When we renounce our dreams, we find peace and enjoy a brief period of tranquility, but the dead dreams begin to rot inside us and to infect the whole atmosphere in which we live. What we hope to avoid in the fight, disappointment and defeat, become the sole legacy of our cowardice. Every man hath the right to doubt his task, and to forsake it from time to time, but what he must not do is forget it. Whoever doubteth not himself is unworthy, for in his unquestioning belief in his ability, he committeth the sin of pride. Blessed are they who go through moments of indecision. One can abandon one's personal legend for a time, as long as one does not forget about it entirely and returns to it as soon as possible. History will never change because of politics or conquests or theories or wars. That's mere repetition. It's been going on since the beginning of time. History will only change when we are able to use the energy of love, just as we use energy of the wind, the seas, the atom. The path to wisdom is not being afraid to make mistakes. Omens are a language. It's the alphabet we develop to speak to the world's soul, or the universe's, or God's, whatever name you want to give it. Like an alphabet, it is individual, you only learn it by making mistakes, and that keeps you from globalizing the spiritual quest. The best way to live a miserable life is to pay attention to what other people are saying about you. Life is like the internet, sometimes is almost impossible to connect. Philosophy can't build bridges, but can encourage people to cross them. Keeping passion at bay or surrendering blindly to it, which of these two attitudes is the least destructive? When we're interested in something, everything around us appears to refer to it. The mystics call these phenomena signs, the skeptics coincidence, and psychologists concentrated focus, although I've yet to find out what term historians should use. But love is always new. Regardless of whether we love once, twice, or a dozen times in our life, we always face a brand new situation. Love can consign us to hell or to paradise, but it always takes us somewhere. We simply have to accept it, because it is what nourishes our existence. We have to take love where we find it, even if that means hours, days, weeks of disappointment and sadness. He seemed to be talking about my fears, my insecurity, and my unwillingness to see what was wonderful because tomorrow it might disappear and I might suffer. The gods throw the dice, and they don't ask whether we want to be in the game or not. True love allows each person to follow his or her own path, aware that doing so can never drive them apart. Beauty is the greatest seducer of man. A boat is safe in the harbor. But this is not the purpose of a boat. Because when we love, we always strive to become better than we are. Do something instead of killing time. Because time is killing you. Love with no boundaries. Your future depends on your capacity to love. If you want to be successful, you must respect one rule. Never lie to yourself. They were seeking out the treasure of their destiny, without actually wanting to live out their destiny. We warriors of light must be prepared to have patience in difficult times and to know that the universe is conspiring in our favor, even though we may not understand how. Man improves himself as he follows his path. If he stands still, waiting to improve before he makes a decision, he'll never move. Sometimes happiness is a blessing, but generally it is a conquest. Each day's magic moment helps. In all the woods and forests, God did not create a single leaf the same as any other. People go against nature because they lack the courage to be different. He tries to show each person how much they are capable of achieving. In these words lies all his power. He chose the path along which he is walking and so has no complaints. The moment that he begins to walk along it, the warrior of the light recognizes the path. A search always starts with beginner's luck and ends with the test of the conqueror. When life makes us face difficult situations such as a personal loss, we have to understand that eternity is taking one more step. Let go of the idea that the path will lead you to your goal. The truth is that with each step we take, we arrive. Repeat that to yourself every morning, I've arrived. That way you'll find it much easier to stay in touch with each second of your day. I saw that everything really was written there before me, and that the doors had only been closed before because I hadn't realized that I was the one person in the world with the authority to open them. Really important meetings are planned by the souls long before the bodies see each other. I'm not a body with a soul, I'm a soul that has a visible part called the body. We are all masters of our own destinies. One always has to know when a stage comes to an end. If we insist on staying longer than the necessary time, we lose the happiness and the meaning of the other stages we have to go through. Closing cycles, shutting doors, ending chapters, whatever name we give it, what matters is to leave in the past the moments of life that have finished. Trust and start walking. We are not alone in the dark, our path will unfold as we move. Elegance is accepted and admired because it makes no effort to be elegant. Life takes us by surprise and orders us to move toward the unknown even when we don't want to and when we think we don't need to. The world is changed by your example, not by your opinion. To enjoy the rainbow, first enjoy the rain. People are afraid to pursue their most important dreams, because they feel that they don't deserve them, or that they'll be unable to achieve them. We, their hearts, become fearful just thinking of loved ones who go away forever, or of moments that could have been good but weren't, or of treasures that might have been found but were forever hidden in the sands. Because, when these things happen, we suffer terribly. You can choose between being a victim of destiny or an adventurer who is fighting for something important. Because we manage to keep our heart open, despite the pain. Because we realize that the person who left us did not take the sun with them or leave darkness in their place. Loving means being open to miracles, to victories and defeats, to everything that happens each day that was given us to walk upon the face of the earth. Each morning brings a hidden blessing, a blessing which is unique to that day, and which cannot be kept or reused. If we do not use this miracle today, it will be lost. If you understand life, you must be misinformed. Impossible is just an opinion. Don't think about what you'll tell people afterward. The time is here and now. Make the most of it. What does learning mean? Accumulating knowledge or transforming your life? People are all crazy, but the craziest are the ones who never allow themselves to be crazy. Insanity is in the eyes of the beholder. So I will continue to live my personal folly. The world lies in the hands of those that have the courage to dream and who take the risk of living out their dreams, each according to his or her own talent. From the moment that you feel enthusiastic about everything, you know that you are following your heart. The dangers is that every religion, including the Catholic one, says I have the ultimate truth. Then you start to rely on the priest, the mullah, the rabbi, or whoever, to be responsible for your acts. In fact, you are the only one who is responsible. Men take the oddest satisfaction in feeling superior without knowing that most of the time they are being utterly predictable. What's the world's greatest lie? It's this, that at a certain point in our lives, we lose control of what's happening to us, and our lives become controlled by fate. Every day God gives us the sun, and also the moment in which have the ability to change everything that makes us unhappy. Our magic moment helps us to change and send us off in search of our dreams. I think you can have 10,000 explanations for failure, but no good explanation for success. I refuse to walk faintly through life only to arrive safely at death. The adrenaline and stress of an adventure are better than 1,000 peaceful days. Join with those who sing songs, tell stories, enjoy life, because happiness is contagious. Join those who walk with their heads high even when they have tears in their eyes. Avoid those who have never shed a tear. The moment we begin to seek love, love begins to seek us, and to save us. When I had nothing to lose, I had everything. When I stopped being who I am, I found myself. Long-distance relationships are living proof that love is not just physical. I can feel you next to me even when you're thousands of miles away. Waiting is painful. Forgetting is painful. But not knowing which to do is the worst kind of suffering. Your decision to walk creates the path ahead. Live the life you always wanted to live. Avoid criticizing others and concentrate on fulfilling your dreams. I've always been a very restless person. I work hard, spend too much time looking after my son, I dance like a mad thing, I learned calligraphy. I go to courses on selling, I read one book after another. But that's all a way of avoiding those moments when nothing is happening, because those blank spaces give me a feeling of absolute emptiness, in which not a single crumb of love exists. On your journey to your dream, be ready to face oases and deserts. In both cases, don't stop. How much I missed, simply because I was afraid of missing it. The spiritual path can only be traveled through the daily experience of love. It takes a huge effort to free yourself from memory. I want to continue being crazy, living my life the way I dream it, and not the way the other people want it to be. No one lights a lamp in order to hide it behind the door. The purpose of light is to create more light, to open people's eyes, to reveal the marvels around. I don't live in either my past or my future. I'm interested only in the present. If you can concentrate always on the present, you'll be a happy man. Life will be a party for you, a grand festival, because life is the moment we're living now. And one has to understand that braveness is not the absence of fear but rather the strength to keep on going forward despite the fear. Don't listen to the malicious comments of those friends who, never taking any risks themselves, can only see other people's failures. When each day is the same as the next, it's because people fail to recognize the good things that happen in their lives every day that the sun rises. In real life, love has to be possible. Even if it is not returned right away, love can only survive when the hope exists that you will be able to win over the person you desire. A rose dreams of enjoying the company of bees, but none appears. The sun asks, "Aren't you tired of waiting?" "Yes," answers the rose, "but if I close my petals, I will wither and die." Useful men, who do useful things, don't mind being treated as useless. But the useless always judge themselves as being important and hide all their incompetence behind authority. You will never be able to escape from your heart. So it's better to listen to what it has to say. What is a personal calling? It is God's blessing. It is the path that God chose for you here on earth. Whenever we do something that fills us with enthusiasm, we are following our legend. However, we don't all have the courage to confront our own dream. Whoever you are, or whatever it is that you do, when you really want something, it's because that desire originated in the soul of the universe. It's your mission on earth. All my life, I thought of love as some kind of voluntary enslavement. Well, that's a lie. Freedom only exists when love is present. The person who gives him or herself wholly, the person who feels freest, is the person who loves most wholeheartedly. Those who never take risks can only see other people's failures. Our time on this earth is sacred, and we should celebrate every moment. Saying no does not always show a lack of generosity, and that saying yes is not always a virtue. Life is like cooking. Before choosing what you love, try everything. Heart suit. I have inside me the winds, the deserts, the oceans, the stars, and everything created in the universe. We were all made by the same hand, and we have the same soul. Haven't you learned anything, not even with the approach of death? Stop thinking all the time that you're in the way, that you're bothering the person next to you. If people don't like it, they can complain. And if they don't have the courage to complain, that's their problem. Words are tears that have been written down. Tears are words that need to be shed. Without them, joy loses all its brilliance and sadness has no end. Hurry up, your dreams are waiting for you, but they will not wait forever. It's true, life really is generous to those who pursue their destiny. If you have a work instead of a job, every day is holiday. If you pay attention to the present, you can improve upon it. You might have lost some major battles, but you survived and you're still here. It's the possibility of having a dream come true that makes life interesting. From the moment we are born, people tell us that the world is like this and like that, this way, that way. It is natural that, for a certain period of time, we end up believing what we are told. But we must soon push these ideas aside and discover our own way of living reality. Don't waste your time with explanations. People only hear what they want to hear. It's only those who are persistent and willing to study things deeply, who achieve the master work. Once in a mental hospital, a person grows used to the freedom that exists in the world of madness and becomes addicted to it. You no longer have to take on responsibilities, to struggle to earn your daily bread, to be bothered with repetitive, mundane tasks. You could spend hours looking at a picture or making absurd doodles. Everything is tolerated because, after all, the person is mentally ill. We always know which is the best road to follow, but we follow only the road that we have become accustomed to. The secret of life, though, is to fall 7 times and to get up 8 times. Our contradictions. We are in such a hurry to grow up, and then we long for our lost childhood. We make ourselves ill earning money, and then spend all our money on getting well again. We think so much about the future that we neglect the present, and thus experience neither the present nor the future. We live as if we were never going to die, and die as if we had never lived. I prefer to be crazy and happy rather than normal and bitter. Every blessing ignored becomes a curse. Anyone who has lost something they thought was theirs forever finally comes to realize that nothing really belongs to them. Don't forget, beautiful sunsets need cloudy skies. Magical places are always beautiful and deserve to be contemplated. Always stay on the bridge between the invisible and the visible. So, I love you because the entire universe conspired to help me find you. But there is suffering in life, and there are defeats. No one can avoid them. But it's better to lose some of the battles and the struggles for your dreams than to be defeated without ever knowing what you're fighting for. Enthusiasm is the force that leads us to the final victory. But if we are talking in terms of making progress in life, we must understand that good enough is very different from best. All we have to do is understand that we're all here for a reason and to commit ourselves to that. Then we can laugh at our sufferings, large and small, and walk fearlessly, aware that each step has meaning. If you accept such love with purity and humility, you will understand that love is neither giving nor receiving, it is participating. What is outside is harder to change than what is inside. We are here because we are made by God, we will return to God. So people who think that they are something, they are totally wrong. And this is the most beautiful thing in life, it is that we don't own anything. So, everything is ours in the sense that we have the world to explore and not things to carry, a burden to carry. I opened the window and my heart. The sun flooded my house and love flooded my soul. If you don't care about what people think, you already passed the first step of success. Coincidence is the language of the stars. For something to happen, so many forces have to be put into action. After weeks on the road, listening to a language you don't understand, using a currency whose value you don't comprehend, walking down streets you've never walked down before, you discover that your old I, along with everything you ever learned, is absolutely no use at all in the face of those new challenges. And you begin to realize that buried deep in your unconscious mind there is someone much more interesting and adventurous and more open to the world and to new experiences. Stop being who you were and become who you are. Does a soldier go to war in order to kill the enemy? No. He goes in order to die for his country. Does a wife want to show her husband how happy she is? No. She wants him to see how she suffers in order to make him happy. Does the husband go to work thinking he will find personal fulfillment there? No. He is giving his sweat and tears for the good of the family, and so it goes on. Sons give up their dreams to please their parents. Parents give up their lives in order to please their children. Pain and suffering are used to justify the one thing that should bring only love. I read the Bible and know little of its history, but the human beings who wrote it were instruments of divine power, and Jesus forged a far stronger bond than the 10 Commandments, love. Birds and monkeys, or any of God's creatures, obey their instincts and merely do what they're programmed to do. In the case of the human being, things are more complicated because we know about love and its traps. Once upon a time, there was a prostitute called Maria. Wait a minute. Once upon a time is how all the best children's stories begin, and prostitute is a word for adults. How can I start a book with this apparent contradiction? But since, at every moment of our lives, we all have one foot in a fairy tale and the other in the abyss, let's keep that beginning. Every human being has a personal legend to be fulfilled, and this is our reason for being in the world. This personal legend manifests itself in our enthusiasm for the task. It is part of the human nature always to judge others very severely and, when the wind turns against us, always to find an excuse for our own misdeeds or to blame someone else for our mistakes. Accumulating love brings luck, accumulating hatred brings calamity. Make a promise. Now that you have discovered a force that you were not even aware of, tell yourself that from now on you will use this force for the rest of your days. Preferably, also promise to discover another mountain, and set off on another adventure. When you say yes to others, make sure you are not saying no to yourself. Be creative. Men only learned how to fly when they stopped imitating birds. If you conquer yourself, then you conquer the world. Tolerance and compassion are qualities of fearless people. I believe in signs. What we need to learn is always there before us. We just have to look around us with attention to discover where God is leading us and which step we should take. When we are on the right path, we follow the signs, and if we occasionally stumble, the divine comes to our aid, preventing us from making mistakes. Forget everything you've ever learned about the stars and they'll once more be transformed into angels, or into children, or into whatever you want to believe at that moment. It won't make you more stupid, after all, it's only a game, but it could enrich your life. You don't need to explain your dreams. They belong to you. Negative desires can cause no evil if you do not allow yourself to be seduced by them. Use fear as an engine, not as a brake. Love is an act of faith in another person, not an act of surrender. Be proud of your scars. They remind you that you have the will to live. Esther asked why people are sad. That's simple, says the old man. They are the prisoners of their personal history. Everyone believes that the main aim in life is to follow a plan. They never ask if that plan is theirs or if it was created by another person. They accumulate experiences, memories, things, other people's ideas, and it is more than they can possibly cope with. And that is why they forget their dreams. Sometimes, we are so attached to our way of life that we turn down wonderful opportunities simply because don't know what to do with it. Life is a journey. How we travel is really up to us. We can just flow with the tide or follow our own dreams. We always have a tendency to see those things that do not exist and to be blind to the great lessons that are right there before our eyes. Love is an untamed force. When we try to control it, it destroys us. When we try to imprison it, it enslaves us. When we try to understand it, it leaves us feeling lost and confused. Whatever I did with love and I did with honesty. God has a plan for you. You are here in this world because God has a plan for you. And the problem is that people start listening to other people and they forget to listen to their heart and to see what is the plan that God has for you. When we least expect it, life sets us a challenge to test our courage and willingness to change. At such a moment, there is no point in pretending that nothing has happened or in saying that we are not yet ready. The challenge will not wait. Life does not look back. A week is more than enough time for us to decide whether or not to accept our destiny. I can choose either to be a victim of the world or an adventurer in search of treasure. It's all a question of how I view my life. How can we be so arrogant? The planet is, was, and always will be stronger than us. We can't destroy it. If we overstep the mark, the planet will simply erase us from its surface and carry on existing. Why don't they start talking about not letting the planet destroy us? JOY goes against the foundations of mathematics. It multiplies when we divide. Freedom is not the absence of commitments, but the ability to choose, and commit myself to, what is best for me. To succeed in life, you must have the courage to be hated. The best way to serve God is by going in search of your own dreams. Only the happy can spread happiness. Be fully awake if you want to dream. Anyone who loves in the expectation of being loved in return is wasting their time. Do not seek to be loved at any price, because love has no price. The reward of our work is not what we get, but what we become. Don't fear the light within. May it ignite the sacred flame in your soul. A warrior knows that an angel and a devil are both competing for his sword hand. The devil says, "You will weaken. You will not know exactly when. You are afraid." The angel says, "You will weaken. You will not know exactly when. You are afraid." The warrior is surprised. Both the angel and the devil have said the same thing. The devil continues, "Let me help you." And the angel says, "I will help you." At that moment the warrior understands the difference. The words may be the same, but these two allies are completely different. And he chooses the angel's hand. Blessed are those who do not fear solitude, who are not afraid of their own company, who are not always desperately looking for something to do, something to amuse themselves with, something to judge. Forgive, but do not forget, or you will be hurt again. Forgiving changes the perspectives. Forgetting loses the lesson. Never give up. When your heart becomes tired, just walk with your legs, but move on. The more attention you pay an enemy, the stronger you make him. Be attentive, but don't be paranoiac. Don't let yourself be weighed down by what other people think, because in a few years, in a few decades, or in a few centuries, that way of thinking will have changed. Live now what others will only live in the future. Life has many ways of testing a person's will, either by having nothing happen at all or by having everything happen all at once. Today don't beg, don't ask, just thank God in silence for all the blessings in your life. We can never judge the lives of others, because each person knows only their own pain and renunciation. It's one thing to feel that you are on the right path, but it's another to think that yours is the only path. The strongest love is the love that can demonstrate its fragility. When someone leaves, it's because someone else is about to arrive. Emotions are wild horses. It is not explanations that carry us forward, but our will to go on. No, I'm not mistaken. I know you don't love me. But I'm going to fight for your love. There are some things in life that are worth fighting for to the end. You are worth it. Solitude is not the absence of company, but the moment when our soul is free to speak to us and help us decide what to do with our life. The enemy is only a pretext to test our strength. We are human beings, we are born full of guilt, we feel terrified when happiness becomes a real possibility. When we love, we always strive to become better than we are. When we strive to become better than we are, everything around us becomes better too. Love is what makes you smile when you're tired. If you think adventure is dangerous, try routine, it is lethal. The most important thing in all human relationships is conversation, but people don't talk anymore, they don't sit down to talk and listen. They go to the theater, the cinema, watch television, listen to the radio, read books, but they almost never talk. If we want to change the world, we have to go back to a time when warriors would gather around a fire and tell stories. Miracles only happen if you believe in miracles. A warrior of the light shares with others what he knows of the path. Anxiety was born in the very same moment as mankind. And since we will never be able to master it, we will have to learn to live with it, just as we have learned to live with storms. If I had to give you one piece of advice, it would be this: don't be intimidated by other people's opinions. An enthusiastic heart finds opportunities everywhere. If you love someone, you must be prepared to set them free. Don't let anyone make you feel that you don't deserve the good things that happen in your life. Everything tells me that I am about to make a wrong decision, but making mistakes is just part of life. What does the world want of me? Does it want me to take no risks, to go back to where I came from because I didn't have the courage to say yes to life? The eyes are the mirror of the soul and reflect everything that seems to be hidden, and like a mirror, they also reflect the person looking into them. Sometimes you have to travel a long way to find what is near. However good we are, however correctly we seek to lead our lives, tragedies do occur. We can blame others, look for justification, imagine how our lives would have been different without them. But none of that matters. They have happened, and that is that. From this point on, it is necessary that we review our own lives, overcome fear, and begin the process of reconstruction. Haters are confused admirers who can't understand why everybody else likes you. The simple things are also the most extraordinary things, and only the wise can see them. Life is not about good answers, it is about interesting questions. Don't give to anyone the power to put you down. Haters are losers pretending to be winners. Each human being is unique, each with their own qualities, instincts, forms of pleasure, and desire for adventure. However, society always imposes on us a collective ways of behaving, and people never stop to wonder why they should behave like that. They just accept it, the way typists accepted the fact that the QWERTY keyboard was the best possible one. Have you ever met anyone in your entire life who asked why the hands of a clock should go in one particular direction and not the other? You are your own best friend. Never ever put yourself down. How people treat other people is a direct reflection of how they feel about themselves. Don't say maybe if you want to say no. What is success? It is being able to go to bed each night with your soul at peace. If we don't face our fears will chase us forever. There is only one thing that makes a dream impossible to achieve: the fear of failure. There are moments when troubles enter our lives and we can do nothing to avoid them. But they are there for a reason. Only when we have overcome them will we understand why they were there. Close some doors today. Not because of pride, incapacity, or arrogance, but simply because they lead you nowhere. Why is patience so important? Because it makes us pay attention. When we first begin fighting for our dreams, we have no experience and make many mistakes. The secret of life, though, is to fall 7 times and get up 8 times. Everything in life has its price. We have to be prepared for change. Remember that wherever your heart is, there you will find your treasure. It takes a huge effort to free yourself from memory, but when you succeed, you start to realize that you're capable of far more than you imagined. Do not ask yourself if your love is big enough, because love is neither big nor small, it is simply love. Start using your wings, they need some exercise. Sometimes it's what you don't say that counts. Everyone seems to have a clear idea of how other people should lead their lives, but none about his or her own. Life is short. Kiss slowly, laugh insanely, love truly and forgive quickly. If you only walk on sunny days, you'll never reach your destination. Don't allow your wounds to transform you into someone you are not. When every day seems the same, it is because we have stopped noticing the good things that appear in our lives. Each time we embrace someone warmly, we gain an extra day of life. Listen to your heart. It knows everything. Every moment in life is an act of faith. A wise person is full of questions. A dull person is full of answers. We are travelers on a cosmic journey, stardust, swirling and dancing in the eddies and whirlpools of infinity. Life is eternal. We have stopped for a moment to encounter each other, to meet, to love, to share. This is a precious moment. It is a little parenthesis in eternity. That is why it is so important to let certain things go. To release them. To cut loose. People need to understand that no one is playing with marked cards. Sometimes we win and sometimes we lose. Don't expect to get anything back. Don't expect recognition for your efforts. Don't expect your genius to be discovered or your love to be understood. Complete the circle. Not out of pride, inability, or arrogance, but simply because whatever it is no longer fits in your life. Close the door, change the record, clean the house, get rid of the dust. Stop being who you were and become who you are. Hatred. Something almost as physical as walls, pianos, or nurses. She could almost touch the destructive energy leaking out of her body. She allowed the feeling to emerge, regardless of whether it was good or bad. She was sick of self-control, of masks, of appropriate behavior. Veronica wanted to spend her remaining 2 or 3 days of life behaving as inappropriately as she could. Why do so many people choose to spend their whole life destroying paths they didn't even want to follow, instead of following the one path that would lead them somewhere? The great problem with poisoning by bitterness was that the passions, hatred, love, despair, enthusiasm, curiosity, also ceased to manifest themselves. After a while, the embittered person felt no desire at all. They lacked the will either to live or to die. That was the problem. Today I am a woman torn between the terror that everything might change and the equal terror that everything might carry on exactly the same for the rest of my days. Leave your comfortable life and go in search of your kingdom. Love is beyond time, or rather love is both time and space, but all focused on one single constantly evolving point, the Aleph. Only a fool makes threats, and only another fool feels threatened. The future belongs to God, and it is only He who reveals it, under extraordinary circumstances. Everything on earth is being continuously transformed, because the earth is alive. And it has a soul. We are part of that soul, so we rarely recognize that it is working for us. The language of enthusiasm, of things accomplished with love and purpose, and as part of a search for something believed in and desired. There are moments when people are incapable of understanding happiness. No one can hit their target with their eyes closed. I made some mistakes, but I wasn't a coward. I lived my life and did what I had to do. In order to arrive, you must follow the signs. God inscribed on the world the path that each man must follow. It is just a matter of reading the inscription He wrote for you. Body and soul need new challenges. The only way to make the right decision is to find out which is the wrong decision, to examine that other path without fear, and only then decide. A warrior never gives in to fear when he is searching for what he needs. Without love, he is nothing. If you go around promising what you do not yet have, you will lose the will to achieve it. The person who does not make a choice dies in the eyes of the Lord, even though he continues to breathe and to walk about the streets. For a man has to choose, therein lies his strength, in the power of his decisions. Before commencing battle, the warrior of light opens his heart and asks God to inspire him. A warrior of light needs love. Love and affection are part of his nature. He makes use of solitude, but is not used by it. Sometimes an unimportant incident is capable of turning everything beautiful into a moment of anxiety. We insist on seeing the mote in the eye and forget about the mountains, the fields, and the olive groves. The moment we set off in search of love, it sets off in search of us, and saves us. Love is looking at the same mountains from different angles. We learn what we need, not what we'd want to. All men are different, and should do everything possible to continue to be so. All religions lead to the same God, and all deserve the same respect. We shall choose our adversaries, not the other way around. The only faults considered grave are the following: not respecting the rights of one's neighbor, letting oneself be paralyzed by fear, feeling guilty, thinking one does not deserve the good and bad which occurs in life, and being a coward. Each human being has the right to seek out joy, joy being understood as something which makes one content, not necessarily that which makes others content. Each human being has his own sexual profile, and should exercise it without guilt, provided he does not oblige others to exercise it with him. Each human being has the right to two blessings, which are, the blessing to do right, and the blessing to err. In the latter case, there is always a path of learning leading to the right way. Each human being has been granted a virtue, the capacity to choose. For he who does not use this virtue, it becomes a curse, and others will always choose for him. We hereby declare the end to the wall dividing the sacred from the profane. From now on, all is sacred. Tell your story. Yes, tell your story. Give your example. Tell everyone that it's possible, and other people will then have the courage to face their own mountains. Be happy when you reach the top, cry, clap your hands, shout to the four winds that you did it, let the wind is always blowing up there, purify your mind, refresh your tired and sweaty feet, open your eyes, clean the dust from your heart. It feels so good, what was just a dream before, a distant vision, is now part of your life, you did it. Respect your soul, don't keep repeating I'm going to make it. Your soul already knows that, what it needs is to use the long journey to be able to grow, stretch along the horizon, touch the sky. An obsession does not help you at all to reach your objective, and even ends up taking the pleasure out of the climb. But pay attention, also, don't keep saying it's harder than I thought, because that will make you lose your inner strength. Respect your body. You can only climb a mountain if you give your body the attention it deserves. You have all the time that life grants you, as long as you walk without demanding what can't be granted. If you go too fast you will grow tired and give up halfway there. If you go too slow, night will fall and you will be lost. Enjoy the scenery, take delight in the cool spring water and the fruit that nature generously offers you, but keep on walking. The landscape changes, so enjoy it. Of course, you have to have an objective in mind, to reach the top. But as you are going up, more things can be seen, and it's no bother to stop now and again and enjoy the panorama around you. At every meter conquered, you can see a little further, so use this to discover things that you still had not noticed. When seen up close, dangers are controllable. When you begin to climb the mountain of your dreams, pay attention to the surroundings. There are cliffs, of course. There are almost imperceptible cracks in the mountain rock. There are stones so polished by storms that they have become as slippery as ice. But if you know where you are placing each footstep, you will notice the traps and how to get around them. Learn from someone who has already been up there. No matter how unique you feel, there is always someone who has had the same dream before you and ended up leaving marks that can make your journey easier, places to hang the rope, trails, broken branches to make the walking easier. The climb is yours, so is the responsibility, but don't forget that the experience of others can help a lot. Know how to get close to it. Mountains are often seen from far off, beautiful, interesting, full of challenges. But what happens when we try to draw closer? Roads run all around them, flowers grow between you and your objective. What seems so clear on the map is tough in real life. So try all the paths and all the tracks until eventually one day you're standing in front of the top that you yearn to reach. Walk firmly and with joy, without being afraid of stumbling. All your movements are being watched by your allies that will help you when necessary. The journey towards the top of the mountain is always longer than you think. Don't fool yourself. The moment will come where what seemed to be close to you is in fact still very far away. No one is alone during tribulations. There's always someone else thinking, rejoicing, or suffering in the same way. This thought gives us strength to face the challenge that lies in front of us. People make a lot of effort not to remember, not to accept their immense magical potential. Never abandon your dreams. Follow the signs. It's natural to be afraid of replacing everything you already gained by a dream. Since the dawn of time, man understands that suffering, faced with no fear, is his passport to freedom. When you find your way, you cannot be scared. You need to be brave enough to take wrong steps. The deceptions, failures, lack of enthusiasm, are tools that God places in our way to reveal the path. Face your path with courage. Don't be scared of people's criticism. And, above all, don't let yourself get paralyzed by your own criticism. It's in the present that lies the secret. If you pay attention to the present, you will be able to enhance it. A warrior of light always commits himself. He is enslaved to his dream, but he is free in his steps. A man has to choose. This is where lies his strength, in the power of his decisions. If you choose to follow the path of your dreams, commit yourself to it. Accept your path. You start living for the obsession alone. You want to arrive somewhere regardless of whether you're enjoying the road or not. There's a lot of me in it. But the character is more egotistical. I'm also egotistical, but not the way the character is. This guy is successful, he has everything, but his wife has left him. The most important value, love, is missing. What is wrong with this institution called marriage? What is wrong with this institution called the pursuit of happiness? It is not difficult to rebuild a life. All we need is to be aware that we have the same strength we had before, and to use it in our favor. We are responsible for everything that happens in this world. We are warriors of light, and with the strength of our love and of our will we can change our destiny and that of many other people. The search for happiness is more important than the need for pain. Wagers and pacts are made with angels, or with devils. By changing the way you do routine things you allow a new man to grow inside you. Certain things are so important that they need to be discovered alone. Sometimes it is impossible to stop the river of life. Every human being has inside them something more important than him or herself, his or her gift. The Lord only demands of us what is within our capabilities. The warrior of light knows that everything around him, his victories, his defeats, his enthusiasm and his despondency, form part of his good fight. Courage. By beginning the journey with that word and continuing with faith in God, you will arrive wherever you need to arrive. Judging yourself to be full of virtue paralyses. Judging yourself to be full of guilt also paralyses. The great blessing of life is the existence of tomorrows, and having dreams to realize. We are all capable of achieving whatever we want and need. When someone wants something, they must know why they are fighting. This is the only reason to seek a reward. The gift belongs to whoever chooses to accept it. It is enough to believe and not to be afraid to make a few mistakes. Attacking or fleeing are part of the struggle, being paralyzed by fear is not. An enemy always represents a weakness. This might be fear of physical pain, but it could also be a premature sense of victory or the desire to abandon the fight because it is no longer worthwhile. Don't try to be brave when it is enough to be intelligent. Love gives us the strength to perform impossible tasks. The third indication that our dreams are dead is peace. We are responsible for the universe because we are the universe. We lose many things simply out of our fear of losing them. Do not struggle against your thoughts, they are stronger than you are. If you want to be free of them, accept them. Duty never stopped anyone from following their dreams. The cup of suffering is not the same size for everyone. There is a language that is beyond words. If I can learn to decipher that language without words, I will be able to decipher the world. Man needs to choose, not just accept, his destiny. In all the languages in the world, there is the same proverb: what the eyes don't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. Well, I say that there isn't an ounce of truth in it. The further off they are, the closer to the heart are all those feelings that we try to repress and forget. He celebrates yesterday's victory in order to gain more strength for tomorrow's battle. When someone wants something, then they should be aware that they are taking a risk. But this is precisely what makes life interesting. If only we could be enlightened enough to be able to listen in the silence. If you pay close attention to each day, you will discover the magic moment. Passion. It can be used to describe the beauty of an earth-shaking meeting between two people, but it isn't just that. It's there in the excitement of the unexpected, in the desire to do something with real fervor, in the certainty that one is going to realize a dream. Passion sends us signals that guide us through our lives. There is a huge difference between danger and fear. A warrior of light needs both patience and speed. He treats each situation as if it were unique. The search can be as interesting as the fear you feel, as long as you overcome that fear. When we have great treasures before us, we can never see them. Before there was a proper understanding and a sense of God's presence, the idea that everything would one day end was utterly desolating. The challenge will not wait. Life does not look back. A week is more than enough time for us to decide whether or not to accept our destiny. The warrior of light perseveres in his desire, but knows he must wait for the best moment. In reality, things reveal nothing to us. It is people who, by looking into it things, discover a way of penetrating the soul of the world. The pain barrier was not a barrier for her, she could go beyond it. The warrior of light plunges unhesitatingly into the river of passions always flowing through his life. The great virtue of those who seek the spiritual path is courage. Emotions are wild horses. All the world needs are examples of people capable of living out their dreams and fighting for their ideas. The road to Santiago is the road of ordinary people. Any man who, having planted a vineyard, has not yet reaped the benefits should do so at once, so that he does not die in the struggle and leave it for another to enjoy. Each moment spent searching is also a moment spent finding. To attain his dream, the warrior of light needs a strong will and an enormous capacity for acceptance. Each person is different and each one will reach God by his or her own path. Everything new troubles us. Life catches us unawares and obliges us to journey towards the unknown, even when we do not want to, even when we do not need to. Desire is not what you see, but what you imagine. True love does not consist in trying to correct others, but in feeling joy that things are better than we expected. The search for happiness is purely personal and not a model we can give to others. A threat need not provoke a response if it is not taken up. God judges a tree by its fruits and not by its roots. The warrior of light listens to what his opponent has to say. He only fights if absolutely necessary. The light of love drives away the darkness of guilt. Everything is allowed, except interrupting a manifestation of love. Anyone who loves needs to know both how to lose himself and how to find himself. A warrior of light knows that in the silence of his heart he will hear an order that will guide him.